¿Cómo están? Buenos días. ¿Me escuchan?
Por favor, si podemos ir tomando asiento para empezar con la primera
Please take your
sesión
seats so that we may
de la mañana de
begin
hoy.
the first morning session.
¿Mm?
Bueno, entonces vamos a empezar la mañana de hoy con el
Okay,
primer
we
panel.
will
Primero,
begin
bueno,
with the
darles las
first
bienvenidas a
panel. I'd
todos.
first of all like to welcome you all and thank you for being
Acá con nosotros temprano en la
here
mañana.
again with us early
Y
this
bueno,
morning.
hoy tenemos un
And
día, la verdad que una
today
mañana
we
bastante
have
intensa.
quite a
Tenemos
busy morning.
tres paneles
We have three
con
panels
muchos panelistas y
with
más allá que
many
panelistas, también
panelists
una de las
and
cosas que
more than
queremos
panelists. What we want
tratar
to
de tener es
do
un
is
espacio
to
para
try to have
intervenciones, intercambio, que
enough
es una de
time
las
for
cosas que nos importa
interventions and
mucho también,
exchanges, because
de
that
ver
is
cómo
something that is very
aterrizamos varias de
important
las
to see
ideas
how
y las
we bring down
propuestas
to earth
también
many of the
en una visión y
activities and
por
the
qué no en
proposals
proyectos regionales
and how
que
we
ayer también
turn
se
that
hablaba
into regional
sobre esta
projects.
eventualidad y esta
Yesterday we
necesidad
talked
de
about
realidad.
that need, in
Este
fact.
panel es sobre reducción
This
de la
panel is
desigualdad y
about
promoción
reducing
de la
inequality and
inclusión
improving
y en particular de cómo
inclusivity,
las
especially on
tecnologías
how digital
digitales pueden ser un
technologies
instrumento de
may
inclusión y
be tools
empoderamiento.
for
Durante el
inclusion
panel
and
vamos a ver una mente
empowerment.
abordar
During the panel,
temas
we
que
will be
tienen que
dealing with
ver,
issues
digamos, con inclusión
related
de,
to
digamos, de
the
personas de diferentes
inclusion of
estratos
people
socioeconómicos,
from
diferentes,
various
digamos, niveles de
socioeconomic
ingresos, diferentes
backgrounds, different
capacidades y
levels of
habilidades, pero también seguramente
income,
hablaremos sobre el tema de
capacities,
empoderamiento,
and
empoderamiento
skills. And we'll also be
económico y
talking about
cómo esto,
empowerment,
digamos, cómo la
economic
transformación
empowerment, and
digital
how
nos puede
the
ayudar
digital transformation can help
abordar
to
justamente
tackle
estas diferenciales
these
de ingreso y que
income
hablábamos ayer, ¿no? ¿Verdad?
differences that
Cuando
we
hablamos
referred to
de
yesterday when we
desigualdad,
spoke about
la desigualdad que a veces
inequality.
analizamos con un
The
indicador
inequality that
solamente
we normally
se
measure
relaciona
with
muchísimo con lo
one
que pasa en
indicator
otros
is
ámbitos,
closely
como puede
related to
ser
what
el
happens
ámbito
in other
productivo,
spheres,
entonces
such as
seguramente
the
alguna de las
productive
cosas que
sphere. And
abordaremos.
so obviously that
Pero
is
bueno,
something
como
that we will
tenemos
have
un
to deal
panel
with. But since
bastante
we have
extenso, yo
a long
no voy
panel,
a ahondar más
I'm not
en la
going
introducción.
to
Y sí, ya vamos a empezar. Me gustaría entonces
continue
pasarle
with
la
this
palabra primero a Vicenta
introduction. So I'd like to
Macías,
first
quien
of
es
all offer the floor to
viceministra
Vicenta
de
Macias, who is
Tecnología de la
Deputy
Información y
Minister of
Comunicación
Information and
del
Communications
Ecuador. Allá
Technologies of
está
Ecuador.
Vicenta. Y justamente para abordar
And
algunos de estos
precisely
temas
to
que
deal
tenían que
with
ver
some of these issues
cómo, digamos, desde
related
los
to
gobiernos
how,
o
as
algunas experiencias que se
from
están haciendo
governments,
desde,
let's
desde
see,
el Ecuador,
the
qué cosas y
experiences
vislumbran se
that
pueden hacer
Ecuador
hacia
has
adelante,
and the things that we can do
digamos, desde una
looking
institución
forward
como
as from an
como el
institution
Ministerio,
such as the minister,
involucrando a otros actores,
involving, of course,
justamente para
other
tratar de
stakeholders,
garantizar
precisely to try
lo que es el
to
acceso de las poblaciones
guarantee
vulnerables
the
a la
access of
transformación
vulnerable
digital.
populations
Después
to the
hablaremos un
digital
poco de cómo asegurarnos o cómo
transformation,
potenciar
and
ese
then
uso
how we
más
can
efectivo y
enhance
eficiente de
that
la
more
transformación digital.
efficient
Pero
use
primero,
of the
justamente,
digital
¿qué es lo que podemos hacer y qué se está
transformation. But
haciendo
first of all, what can
para
be done and what
tratar de
is
resolver el
being
problema de
done to
acceso de las
overcome
personas
the
más
project
vulnerables? Por
of
favor, Vicente.
access for the
Buenos días
more
con
vulnerable
todos.
population.
A
Good
nombre
morning,
del
everyone.
Ecuador,
On
es
behalf of
un gusto
Ecuador,
para mí estar
it's a great
aquí con
pleasure for me to
ustedes
be here with you
para contarles
to
un poco lo que
tell
estamos
you a
haciendo
little
en
bit what
Ecuador
it is
en
that we're doing in
temas
Ecuador
de
in terms of contributing to the reduction of the digital divide, and not only economic measures, but also in terms of access in rural and urban areas in order to overcome this divide. As a country, we are very aware that technology is a fundamental tool to help reduce this divide and ensure the inclusion of people, especially people that live in the most remote areas of Ecuador, such as in the Amazon region or among the indigenous population who are very distant. And also the need to preserve their culture. We are very aware of this, and what we have done is to develop certain programs that I would like to share with you. We have already talked about some of them. We have developed these programs for the inclusion and reduction of the digital divide. One of our most important programs is the free of charge digital points that and we reach every one of the four regions in our country, and thus biodiversity not only of flora and fauna but also in terms of culture is extremely diverse. And so in a country as small as Ecuador, we find all types of cultures that obviously demand their positioning and their cultural preservation. And thus the government of Ecuador is working hand in hand with them in order to reach them with these digital technologies to help empower these communities and improve their quality of life, which is basically what we all want. Now, these free of charge digital points, well, we have 125 centers that not only provide connectivity, but also provide other types of services for the communities, such as training courses. We also work together with the Ministry of Education so that via these centers we may provide ICT education and tools to young people in these communities who do not have access to these services. This year, which is about to finish, we have undertaken new initiatives, new programs in order to reduce these stereotypes that we have, especially when it comes to women. The idea is to empower women and to bring them to the fore, enabling them to participate in order to develop among them digital skills. And we have implemented a program for competencies in ICTs for women. And surprisingly, we received more than 1,000 women that enrolled in that. 300 projects were submitted, and a few months ago we brought all these people, all these girls in, and we uh, gave them an award. And what was unimaginable was the way in which they took this technology on board, and they began to develop projects related to robotics, to environmental improvement via information and communications technologies. And that made us very proud and encourages us to continue with these types of initiatives that we have as a national government. We have also entered into alliances with some online learning platforms provided by IBM, Microsoft, and the Telefonica Foundation that are available via their digital points and via a facilitator and via a work schedule that we have established by the projects and management area. We encourage the population to register in this type of training. And after that, of course, we provide them with a certificate, and if possible, authorities travel to these territories. Many of them say to us, well, we have never been seen an authority in these places that are very distant, but that are also very beautiful. And we are in this process. We have also conducted robotics contests, and this has been very well received by the population. The latest initiative that we conducted was the program America Can Code with the collaboration of the UIT, with which we promote the inclusion of women in Ecuador. This collaboration, this project was implemented, and we trained facilitators and also teachers from the Ministry of Education so that in turn they could act as socialization agents to replicate this in the communities, and this in order to overcome the digital divide with a focus on gender. As the way in which we view this is that information and communications technologies are a tool that enables us to reach our population in one way or another, overcoming this barrier, which is distance, and which enables communities to continue to live in their own territories, but at the same time with access to all services and interconnectivity enabled by digital tools. That is our desire, and that is what we're working on. The idea is to revert the migration of population from rural to urban areas and improve their quality of life. Thank you very much. Thank you, Vicenta. I think that right at the end you mentioned an extremely relevant point that may be of great concern for many countries in the region. Indeed, the issue of migration from rural to urban areas, and determine how the digital transformation can indeed help us to reduce that migration effect that is normally the result of the need to gain access to a number of services, which is indeed what can be provided by the digital transformation, and that we often do not consider. This is a very relevant issue, and the only way to go about this is via these very targeted programs focusing on specific sectors of the population. And on top of that, we must add a whole series of services and elements that provide that digital transformation with an aggregate value. Now we'll offer the floor to Claudio Araya, who is Undersecretary for Telecommunications of the Ministry of Transport and Telecommunications of Chile, who is now the president of the Ministerial Conference on the Information Society in Latin America and the Caribbean. Precisely along those lines, Claudio, and thinking about this concept that we have already discussed in previous days within the framework of the dialogue of on the digital alliance between the EU and the region, which is this idea of significant connectivity. In other words, how we are able to incorporate, as from ministries and institutions, strategies, policies, and instruments so that we can move towards that significant connectivity, and how this is related to a strategy linked to the digital divide. Thank you. Seba. Good morning, everyone. Again, you're all very welcome, and thank you for being in our country. I believe that the summons that we have had has been marvelous. The fact that we can discuss these things enables us to exchange experiences about things that we have where we have been successful and also where we have been unsuccessful, because by being aware of the problems, we can avoid making those same mistakes in the future. So this is a very valuable space, and I'm very happy to be able to continue with this exchange of experiences and knowledge this morning. When we took office, we found a country that has been a reference point in terms of digitalization in the region, and this because the country has already an experience of decades with a digital agenda and devoted to improving the digitalization condition of our population. However,
y ese ingeniero que inevitablemente yo adentro siempre me lo dice, ¿no?
and
Y yo
I'm
me
an
tengo que
engineer,
fijar en lo que falta por hacer
but I
para
always have
entender ello.
to
Nosotros
see what
cuando
we are
diseñamos lo que
still
llamamos el plan
missing.
Brecha
When we
Digital
designed
Cero,
the
lo que hicimos
plan
fue
Brecha
conceptualizar los
Digital
distintos elementos que
Zero, we
componen la brecha
conceptualized the
digital,
different
más allá de las
elements
estadísticas. No,
within
no es
the
tan
digital divide.
complejo
Beyond
identificar
statistics,
cuáles
it's
son los
not
sectores
so
específicos
complex
donde las
to
brechas son
identify
más
the
grandes.
specific
Para
sectors where
nosotros
the
fue más
gaps are
complejo
bigger. What was more
construir el
complex for
concepto de
us was
brecha,
to
¿ya?
build
Porque no
the
existe una
concept
única
of
forma o única
gap
dimensión de
or
la brecha
divide
digital.
because there is no single dimension
Desde el
for
punto de
that.
vista de la
From
cobertura
the
del
viewpoint
trabajo
of
que se ha venido
coverage and in
haciendo en las
terms of the
últimas
work
décadas,
that
deja a
we
Chile
have
bastante bien
implemented over the past
posicionado.
decades,
Nosotros
that
tenemos
means that Chile is
algunos tipos de
very well
señal móvil
positioned.
para
We have a
telefonía o
mobile
datos
signal so
en el
that
98% del
well, in
territorio poblacional.
98%,
¿Ya?
our data transmission is
Según
enabled
las
in
últimas
98%
encuestas,
of our
el
territory. In accordance with the
94,3%
latest
de los
survey,
hogares chilenos tiene
94.3% of
alguna
Chilean
forma de
households have
conexión a Internet. ¿Ya? Desde
one way
3G
or
para
another of
arriba
internet
hasta
connection,
la mejor
3G
fibra,
networks,
94,3% de los hogares.
in
Evidentemente, tenemos que trabajar para que el
94.3% of households, and we must
5,7%
work so
restante
that
también
that
se conecte.
remaining percentage
Pero
is also
eso
connected. That
nos señala que nuestro
5.7%
problema ya no es
that
tener
that
conectividad.
has no connectivity. But our main
Nuestro
problem
problema
is not to have
central es
connectivity,
que
but
esta
our main
conectividad
problem
tenga la calidad que se
is that
requiere.
this
Por lo tanto,
connectivity
estamos
be of the
trabajando en
quality that
una
is
conexión de
required, and thus
calidad.
we're working with a
Ahí
quality
los
connections.
indicadores
With quality
macro
connections, the
muestran lo que
macro
hace
indicators
tanto EMPERF
uh,
o OCLA con su speed test,
done by
muestran
Pero
que donde
Okla with
nosotros
their speed
tenemos
test
acceso a
shows that
Internet
whenever
fijo,
we
nos
have
va muy bien.
access to
¿Ya?
fixed internet,
Donde
we
tenemos acceso a Internet
fare
móvil
very
nos va
well. Where
más
we
o
have
menos
access to
bien.
mobile
No nos va
internet,
mal,
we
pero
have
no estamos
a kind
en
of
los primeros del ranking en conectividad
we're not
fija,
faring
estamos
bad, but
normalmente entre los
we're
primeros 5 o 10 mundial.
ranked among the
Por lo
5
tanto,
top
entendemos que
countries in the
nuestro
world.
trabajo es
But
extender
we
la conexión
understand that
fija
our
y eso nos lleva a
work is
concluir
to
que la
expand
brecha
the fixed
digital en
network,
materia
and that
de
leads us to
infraestructura es
conclude that the
conexiones
digital
fijas,
divide in terms
porque
of
conectividad
infrastructure
móvil
is
ya
fixed
para todos los fines prácticos
connectivity,
es
because
estadístico,
for
existe.
mobile connectivity and for
Luego
practical
vamos a
purposes that is
quiénes
already in
pueden
place.
pagar, cuál es
After
son las
that,
brechas de acceso,
well, we
cuáles son las
deal with
brechas de uso,
access
cuáles son las brechas
gaps,
de
use
dispositivos.
gaps, and the
Y al
gaps
ir
in terms of
analizando
the
las
use of
distintas
devices. And when we
dimensiones,
analyze the various
finalmente
dimensions,
llegamos a que
at the end of the
nuestro
day,
gran
we
tema, y creo
conclude
que ya lo
that
hemos
our
dicho muchas
major
veces
issue,
en
and
este
we have
foro,
repeated this
es
over
la
and over again
alfabetización
during this
digital y la
forum, is
entrega de
that the
habilidades
digital
digitales a la
literacy,
población.
the provision of
Y
digital
ahí es
skills to the
donde
population.
enganchamos con el concepto de
And
conectividad
and this is
significativa. O
linked
sea,
to the
es
concept of
para qué estoy
significant
usando la
connectivity. In
conectividad.
other words, what am I using
Porque
connectivity for?
efectivamente el
Because indeed,
94,3% de los hogares
94.3%
tienen
of
alguna forma de
households
conexión y tienen
have
WhatsApp
some type of connection,
y
and they
tienen
use
redes sociales,
WhatsApp, and they use the
que es muy
social
bueno,
media, which is obviously
pero que
very good,
probablemente no mejora
but that
significativamente la
does not
economía de las personas.
significantly improve the
La
economy of
economía de las
people.
personas en cualquier
The
tipo de
economy of
actividad
people in
económica empieza a
whatever
mejorar
economic
cuando
activity
empiezo a
begins to
utilizar la
improve when they
tecnología
begin to
para
use
mejorar mi
technology in order to
desempeño de alguna
improve
u otra
their
forma.
performance in one
Elementos
way or
muy
another.
sencillos.
Very simple
Los
elements.
pescadores
Uh,
artesanales pueden llenar en línea un
Fishermen
formulario
can
previo a
fill
cargar la
online
mercadería,
a form
porque por
before
regulación
they
tienen que emitir
land
la
their
cuota de pesca que
captures
tienen. Entonces, antes de
because
vender,
the
tienen que
law
llenar un
stipulates that
formulario.
they have to
Es
declare that capture.
distinto
But and before
llenar
they
el
do that, they
formulario
have
en
to fill
papel y
in a
dejarlo
form,
en
and
la
it's different
oficina
if you have to
que
fill in a
llenarlo en
form
línea.
on paper and then take it
Y
to
por
an
lo
office
tanto,
than
mejora
to do
su
that
economía.
online, and therefore that
Pueden vender
leads to an
antes.
improvement of their economy. They
Un
can
artesano
sell
que fabrica algo
in a speedier
y va a
fashion
la plaza del pueblo y se encarga con una mesa
a
venderlo, puede tener una vitrina de millones de
a
personas y lo
handicraft
mismo lo hace a
worker
través de
can
Instagram. Ese
also
tipo de
buy
habilidades
and
digitales
purchase via
cambia el
Instagram. And
uso,
that type of
porque
digital
Instagram a lo mejor
technology
yo lo puedo
changes
usar
the
para
use
ver
because I
recetas
can
de
use
cocina,
Instagram to
pero cambia el
have a
uso
look at
cuando lo utilizo en
recipes, for
favor de
example, to cook.
mi
But that,
producto, de mi
but when I
economía.
use that in favor of my
Y
product and my
el término
economy, that
conectividad significativa va por ahí, ¿no? Va
is
por
a
instalar
greater
habilidades
benefit.
digitales que
And the
permitan sacar el
idea is
máximo
to provide
provecho
digital
de las
skills that
tecnologías
enable us
digitales.
to fully benefit from
Hoy
digital
en día
technologies.
los
Today,
periodistas están usando
journalists
inteligencia
are
artificial
using
como herramienta para
artificial
construir
intelligence
noticias.
as a tool
Y
to
en muchos
produce
casos,
their
después de eso,
news, and
filtran
often
lo que les entrega la inteligencia
uh,
artificial.
and and after that
Idealmente
they
esto,
filter what
pero
is
por
provided
al
by
menos en muchos
artificial
se ocurre, y
intelligence.
eso
That
significa
happens
que
on many
mejora su
occasions, and
productividad,
that means that their
que ocupan
productivity
menos
improves, that they
tiempo en
use less
producir
time in
lo que les demanda
producing
sus
what is
medios.
demanded by
En
the
cualquier
media.
actividad tenemos
And
que las
in
tecnologías
all
nos pueden
activities, we find
ayudar.
that technology is
Tenemos que
capable of
quienes han avanzado
helping us,
más
and
en
we find that
tecnología
those that have
tienen
made
esa
most
posibilidad de
headway with technology
Y eso abre el riesgo
benefit
de
from
una
that, and that
exclusión
opens up
digital
the risk
de
to
quienes no se
digital
suben a
exclusion.
la
In other
economía
words, those
digital
that do not come on
van
board
a ver
with
aumentada
digital
su brecha
technologies who
social y
will
económica
see
respecto a
that
los
their
que sí se
economic and
suben.
social
Por
gaps
lo tanto, para
increase
nosotros
compared to those that do
el
take
tema
on
de
board
entregar
those
habilidades digitales tiene
those
ese
benefits. And
elemento básico de
therefore,
equidad,
digital
de
skills
igualar la
implies
cancha, de que todos tengan las mismas
inequality and
oportunidades. Toda
implies having a
persona
level
debe tener
playing
las
field for
habilidades
everyone. Everyone
necesarias
must possess the
que
necessary
antes
skills
era
that before meant knowing how to cross a street with a green light, how to read and how to write. But now the idea is to know how they can use digital tools so that they can gain access to the benefits provided by that technology.
El sistema completo, el
So
ecosistema
the
completo
entire
en el que pensamos,
ecosystem, and
donde hoy
where
día
we
para nosotros
believe
el
that
foco
today, at
fundamental
least for us,
es que
our
todas las
main
personas, sin
focus should
importar
be that all people,
raza, religión,
regardless of their
sexo o
race,
edad,
religion,
ocupación,
gender, age,
tengan las habilidades
occupation,
digitales que
may
necesitan
have
para
the
obtener el
digital
máximo
skills
provecho
they
que la
need to
tecnología hoy día
make
nos
the
puede brindar.
most of what technology is able to provide. Thank
Muchas gracias,
you
Claudio.
very much,
Seguramente después
Claudio.
volveremos
And surely we will
un poco si
later
tenemos tiempo con
return
alguno de
if we
estos
have
puntos,
time.
pensando también, y seguramente cuando hable Telefónica contará también alguno de estos
I'm
programas donde
sure
hay
that
mucho vínculo de trabajo
Telefonica will
sector
link
público y
up
privado,
many of
justamente para
these
tratar de
programs
elevar
for
lo que es el nivel de habilidades
PPPs and
digitales en la población, ¿no,
enhance
verdad?
the
Sí me
digital
gustaría ahora pasar
skills
la
among the
palabra a
people.
Luis Cadenas, quien
And
es
now we
director
would like to
ejecutivo de Reclara.
recognize Luis
Luis,
Cadenas.
pensando un poco digamos, más en el ámbito más de
Luis
inclusión y empoderamiento,
Cárdenas, who
¿no? De
is the
cómo
executive
la
director of the
transformación
Red
digital
Clara.
puede ayudar
How
a la inclusión y
can the
empoderamiento. Tengo entendido
digital
que ustedes incluso están desarrollando algunas iniciativas interesantes también en algunos países de
development
la región.
help out
Que nos
with this? And
contaras
I
un
think
poco
that you
cómo a
too are
través
helping
de esta
out in the
inclusión
region and how through
productiva,
this
digamos,
productive
y
inclusion
tecnológica se
and
puede justamente
technological
empoderar a
inclusion,
las
it is
personas y
possible
llevar a
to
la
empower
conformación, a la
people
creación
and lead to
de
the
negocios, de
creation
empresas
of
de menor
business
pequeño tamaño, pero que ayuden
smaller
justamente
size,
a
but that
tratar
will
de
help
pasar
try
digamos, y a
and
superar esa etapa un
overcome
poco de marginalización.
that stage of
Muchas gracias, Sebastián, y
marginalization.
gracias a todos
Well, I thank
por esta
everyone
invitación a este
for
panel
the invitation to
para
speak at
compartir
this panel
algunas
and
propuestas y
share a
algunas
few
ideas, ¿no?
proposals and
Alrededor de cómo
ideas
atender un problema
regarding how to
tremendamente
address
complejo
such a
como el de la
very
inclusión.
complex issue such as
Yo creo que en ese
inclusion.
ámbito el
In
rol
that
de la
area, the
cooperación
role of
es
cooperation
fundamental.
is
Es decir,
fundamental.
es un problema de tal
It
magnitud
is
que
an
ninguno de los
issue of
sectores de la
such
sociedad
magnitude that
solo
no
puede
sector of
resolverlo.
society on its own may
Y el
resolve it.
ámbito de la
And
cooperación
the
es el ámbito
sphere of
donde yo creo
cooperation
que
is
esa
where
posibilidad
I
existe o
believe
se
there
abre
is a
a
chance,
partir de iniciativas que
based
podemos
on
construir con la
initiatives that we
participación de
can
todos los
build
actores.
with the
Este
engagement of
tema de
all
del
actors.
desarrollo o la
This issue
transformación
of
digital
development or
centrada
digital
en el ser humano
transformation focused on
pasa
the human
indiscutiblemente
being
porque nosotros en
undeniably
nuestras
has to do
cabezas y en
with
nuestro
us
orden de
in our
prioridades
minds. An order of
pongamos la inclusión
priorities
social como primer nivel de
include
prioridad.
social
Porque al
inclusion
final
as
yo
number one
y mi
priority.
querido amigo
Because at the end
Ginés,
of
que
the
está por
day,
allá
my dear
sentado,
friend Gines, who is
mencionaba en
over
una
there,
reunión de inteligencia
mentioned
artificial
in a
hace
meeting on
unos días
AI 2 days
en el
ago,
contexto de la Alianza
within the
Digital,
context of the
que el
Digital
que no computa
Alliance,
no
that
compite.
whoever does not
Y yo a eso le
compute does
agregaría
not
el que no
compete.
computa,
And
no
I would
compite
say
y el que no
whoever does not
incluye
compute does
menos.
not compete, and who does not
Porque
take
la
part
verdad es que
far
esto no
less.
es una cosa de
Because the
poca
truth
gente que
is
tenga
that
el
this is not
control y
just a
el
few
dominio de la
people of
tecnología,
having
sino
a
cómo logramos llevar
control and
eso
dominating the
a la mayor
technology. It
parte
is on
de la
about
sociedad.
how we can bring this
Y
to
por
the great
supuesto no es un problema
majority of
que requiere
society.
que acepte
And this, of
soluciones
course,
fáciles
is
como
not an issue that
son
accepts any
problemas
easy
sencillos.
ways out, because it is not an
Por
easy issue.
supuesto, la conectividad es
But of
fundamental,
course, connectivity is
llegar a las
essential.
comunidades es
Reaching these
indispensable.
communities is
Si no logramos llegar a
indispensable.
las
If we're
comunidades menos
unable to reach the
conectadas, estamos
communities
dejando
that are less connected,
inmediatamente a
we
toda
are
esa gente
immediately
fuera
leaving all those
de las
people
oportunidades de uso de las
outside the
tecnologías y de
opportunities
desarrollo.
provided by the
Y
use
en
of
ese sentido,
technology and
tiene que ser
development.
una base
And
inicial,
so
pero
it
a mí
must
me
be an
alegra
initial
muchísimo
base, of course.
me
But I am
complace
very proud
que empecemos todos a hablar
that we
ahora de
should
conectividad
all
significativa,
now
incluyendo
start
el rol
speaking of
del uso de la
significant
tecnología,
connectivity,
que
including
hace
the role of
pocos años,
using
quizás hasta
technology,
pocos
because a
meses,
few years back, even
el
just a few
sentido de
months
conectividad
back,
significativa estaba centrado en el
connectivity
tema de la
or
calidad de la
significant
conectividad,
connectivity
no
was
necesariamente
focused
de
on
su
the
uso o su
quality of that
aplicación.
connectivity and
Y
not
ahora
necessarily its
en esta
use
reunión durante muchos
or
días he
adoption. But
escuchado
now at these
mencionar
meetings,
conectividad
I
significativa
have
asociada a ese
heard
rol y eso es sumamente
the
importante
significant connectivity
para que podamos
related to
avanzar en
this
ese
other
sentido.
aspect, and which is so
Nosotros
important.
como
So
cooperación
we, as
latinoamericana,
Latin
por eso
American
creo que el
cooperation, and so
tema
I believe
cooperación
that
está
cooperation is
en nuestro ADN,
is
en
part of our
nuestras redes de
DNA,
investigación y educación en los
and in
países. Hemos
our
desarrollado algunas
networks,
iniciativas que son
research, and
ejemplos
others
interesantes
have developed
de cómo podemos
possibilities, which
utilizar
I
la
think are very
innovación y la
interesting, on how to
tecnología
use
para crear
innovation and
soluciones e
technology
incluir
to create
a las
solutions
comunidades.
and
El
include
caso que creo que
societies.
se mencionó
The case mentioned
o se comentó en algún
or
momento sobre
commented
el
on at
programa
some
que tiene
point
la Red Nacional
regarding
de
the
Pesquisa
program of the
Brasileña
National
de Hackers Oriente,
Survey
que es
Network
un
in
programa
Brazil.
que ha
is a program that has included about 30,000 people in learning related to cybersecurity. Now, 30,000 is nothing. So that is one thing, an example or a pilot of what could be significant. But how can we ensure this becomes a policy that implemented or implemented initiatives may actually integrate the greatest number of people? And other thing similar, the National Chilean University Networks for programs, training in cybersecurity, or the case of the other initiative, a national network for surveys in Brazil called Red Comet, which is a community network for teaching and research. Now, those are experiences that we have had and that we would like to bring to the table and share with everyone. And I would also like to emphasize an initiative that we have been carrying out jointly with BidLab and LACNIC. We recently, well, a few years back, we founded an organization called LACNET, and the role is to provide blockchain services to technology schemes that are environment friendly, because it is a technology that does not require manual information, but just based on what is done as the proof of authority. And that technology has allowed us to carry out initiatives such as in the case of Belize, to create an economy based on tokens for farmers in poor regions in Belize, and we had an experience associated to this, and that helps farmers through this means are able to mutually finance development, farming development, make investments, reduce risks, and move ahead with a more sustainable farm development. And the use of technology such as this one allows traceability of the production, follow-up of the distribution channels, and so many other aspects that could be very useful if they are done at regional level massively, or issues related to financial digital inclusion. How many people in Latin America do not have a bank account? We're talking about an issue of inclusion that right now we speak about digital matters and it sounds like a dream, a distant dream, when there are so many basic and essential issues as well that we have not been able to resolve. With that, the last thing I wanted was to make a proposal to this meeting that we should work together on digital inclusion. I don't know if there is already, because if it already exists, I would join the initiative. But I do not know if there is a regional Latin American and Caribbean space working on digital inclusion systematically. But if not, or if this assembly were in agreement, I think it's important to have a working group, or whatever you would like to call it, to work these 2 years until the next meeting and presenting outcomes. Identify these initiatives, because I'm sure that there are very many in the region. And when I was talking, I forgot to mention Internet for Everyone, which is doing a lot of things in this area. So how can we include practices that are ongoing, and how can we improve what is going on to have a greater impact? So how can we ensure that at community level, where all these projects are implemented and things are done, the private sector, the government sector, community, academia, working together to create innovations to resolve issues? And so I believe that, yes, we do have an interesting job ahead, but aside from analyzing all of this, which is of course very interesting, we must do things. We must to add things to that ability to act and develop. Thank you. Well, thank you, Luis, and especially for contributing concrete ideas to later begin talking about them within the framework of the presiding officers, and that hopefully you can accompany us in this process that you were mentioning as to why not create a group and work on inclusion, digital inclusion. I think that you mentioned a topic that is very relevant and different, the role of research networks and how to create solutions, because often we think that, well, if we give people connectivity and skills. But if we do not give them those types of solutions that will allow them to, or to bring people closer and meet their needs, we're sort of left halfway. And that would bring us to address an issue mentioned yesterday in the panel on ecosystem and productive development that has to do with how, with public policy or public networks and initiatives, we can create a technological ecosystem that is far more powerful and at the same time creates value and is not a sort of industry that works in one country and for other countries abroad. That is important, and how what we do could help identify those needs.
Now I would like to pass the floor to Ronald
Ahora,
Taylor, who is the Secretary General of the Unit Telecommunication Unit of the Caribbean. Ronnie, for you, how CTU actually is supporting the Caribbean countries, you know, in advancing this, reducing the digital gaps, and also to trying to incorporate this element, this concept of meaningful connectivity into the strategies of the Caribbean government. Please, Ronnie.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here and to bring a perspective from the Caribbean. It's good to be here in Chile and to participate in this excellent discussion and to, of course, work with our colleagues in Latin America on the development of a regional development strategy. Of course, participating here is an opportunity for us to work with our colleagues collectively. This is part of the collaboration that we support within the CTU as well in the sub-region of Latin America and the Caribbean. We convene annually with our member states, 20 member states, on the implementation of what was referred to earlier this week as the CARICOM single ICT space to promote universal and meaningful connectivity. We work very closely with the International Telecommunications Union. As you know, the ITU and UNESCO have established a framework, the Broadband Commission, to promote the issue of universal and meaningful connectivity. And I think it is important that we understand clearly and we define these terms so that we know what we're speaking about when we talk about universal and meaningful connectivity. We work very closely with ECLAC, the regional office based in Trinidad and Tobago. And in fact, just last year, we conducted a study in 11 countries in the Caribbean. This was done, of course, post-pandemic, and looking at the challenges that the pandemic presented, and in particular on issues of education and access to jobs and so on. So the study outlined a number of issues. It outlined the unequal access to ICTs, the digital divide that, because we spoke about, and I think my colleague here from Red Clara, Luis, outlined that these divides in fact mirror traditional divides. So it is not just a question of digital divide. The question is, how do digital technologies exasperate existing divides in income, divides in education, and divides in access to social services. The study was very excellent, and we want to continue working with our regional counterpart, our regional office, ECLAC in Trinidad, to address these issues. It was quite useful. It is quite informative. It helped to our member states in terms of addressing policies. What the study found was that those countries that have included or have the issue of inclusion, have sight of inclusion, have defined what inclusion is, are the ones that are doing better. Those that have inclusion in their national development strategies and policies, and also in the digital transformation and ICT policies, are the countries that are doing better. So we want to promote the better research, better data collection, so that our policies are data-driven, so that we can work collectively as a region in order to address these gaps. The lack of data presents a challenge, and in fact, a lot of qualitative assessment was done because of the lack of this data in the region. So I would say we are working to clarify the concept of meaningful connectivity. We're working to identify gaps in national development plans and ICT plans with respect to inclusion. We have a number of initiatives addressing, for example, persons with disabilities, women, young people, children, and so on. The study also outlines a number of different divides, mobile in terms of speed, affordability, and access. We have some of our member states, for example, Barbados, with fiber to the home, 100% fiber to the home, and the issue there becomes an issue of affordability. And on that issue of affordability, we're working with respect to the harmonization of regulation in the region, which will help to drive down the cost. We, in fact, have launched a working group on a gigabit to establish a gigabit society by 2030. And we're working very closely with the CARICOM Secretariat, with the mobile network operators, who have commissioned a study on the issue, on the connectivity gaps within the region that was done by the GSMA. I would say further that we are looking at issues working with the ITU on quality of service. Again, that is an issue in terms of meaningful connectivity, device accessibility and affordability, working with the mobile operators that they have established themselves programs that seek to bridge the digital divide by providing access to devices and so on. Our partnership with the ITU also allows us to work with initiatives such as Partner to Connect, which has provided a global platform for pledging for companies that wish to address the digital divide. There are a number of countries that have pledged. We ourselves have given a commitment to pay greater attention to the issues of gender, to the issue of income inequality, and so on. And we have given a commitment under the ITU's Partner to Connect initiative to help reduce those connectivity gaps. Of course, we are encouraging competition in the sector as well. There are a number of operators that are interested in doing business in the region. We need to ensure that the right regulatory frameworks exist, that they can have access. In some cases, to shared infrastructure and open access that would help to drive down the costs and improve quality. We're also working to ensure that there's a focus given on building resilient infrastructure. As you know, in the Caribbean, many of us are vulnerable to the effects of climate change, devastating hurricanes. Just this year, we saw severe devastation in Grenada and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and in other countries in the Caribbean. So the resiliency of the networks is very important for us, because if you build a network and within a few days it is completely devastated, you have to build again from scratch. That presents a significant challenge to us. Many countries have also embarked, working on, CTU works as a coordinating body on a number of regional initiatives to promote digital transformation at the national level. There are a number of World Bank funded and CAF funded projects, such as within the OECS, the Caribbean Digital Transformation Project. In Barbados is also the Public Sector Modernization Project. We act as coordinators on those projects. We work with CARSIP as well within the OECS to build undersea fiber capacity to connect some of the smaller islands within the OECS countries. So there are a number of things. Of course, monitoring and evaluation is important so that we know exactly whether our policies are having a significant impact, if we need to adjust, if we need to correct, and so on. So those are just a few of the areas in which we have been working at the level of the CTU. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronnie. Many things that we can maybe talk afterwards, and how we can also support better way all of you in the Caribbean, because also you talk about some issues related to resilience, infrastructure, and this is a very important issue, particularly for the Caribbean, and also other aspects related to affordability, and also not just have access to some of these elements, but also which is the quality also, because this is a relation how you can use the technology. This is something that for sure must be about, and I'm sure that Brazil would be Thomas Graciela would talk about a little bit more on that, and also maybe could be interesting also to better understand which are the elements that behind this meaningful connectivity in the Caribbean that would be different from that one that are in some Latin American countries. Okay, ahora entonces como estamos hablando también de conectividad significativa,
We're also talking about
varios de los
meaningful
panelistas
connectivity.
hablaron
Several
indudablemente
of our speakers
de la
mentioned
relevancia de las habilidades
the
digitales,
relevance of digital
y
skills,
cómo no tener a la OIT justamente
and
hablando de
of
este
course,
tema. Así que
having the
tenemos a mi
ILO
compañero Gerson
talking about
Martínez,
this
que
is
es
important to
especialista
us. We have
regional en economía laboral de la Oficina Regional para
Gerson
América Latina
Martínez,
de la OIT.
regional specialist
En este
in
sentido,
labor
Gerson,
economy
un
for the
poco
ILO.
hablar y comentar de algunas
Gerson, could you
políticas y
please
programas
share
educativos que estén ocurriendo y que sean necesarios
information
justamente
on
para tratar de
programs
dotar a
in
las
the
personas y
region
masificar
to
algunas de estas
try
cosas que nos
to
hablaba
offer
Claudia, ¿no?
services
El tema de las
and skills
habilidades
to people.
digitales, y después
We were talking about digital
unen otras
skills, and
habilidades.
there's
Ayer incluso
other skills as
reunión
well.
de
In
delegados
the
hablábamos de otro
delegates
tipo de
meeting, we
habilidades, no
talked
solamente
about
las
other skills,
habilidades
not just the
digitales, incluso creo que era
digital
Jamaica
skills
que
per se. I
planteaba
believe it was
otro tipo de
Jamaica that
habilidades que
mentioned
necesitamos
other
también en los
skills
países de la
that
región.
we
Entonces,
need in the
¿qué
countries
tipo
of
de
our region.
habilidades y qué programas
What
están
skills and what
trabajando
programs are you
digamos, y
working
cómo lo
on,
podemos escalar
and how can we
regional
scale
para
them
tratar de
at a regional level
mejorar lo que es la apropiación de la
to
transformación
improve
digital y la
appropriation of this
empleabilidad?
digital
Marco ayer hablaba
transformation
de un 40% de
and
impacto potencial en
employability?
la IA, pero ese impacto
Marco
potencial no
talked
hay que verlo
about a
negativo, sino
potential
que es
impact.
impacto que va a tener en las habilidades que tenemos. Y esto
It's
es
going to basically
permanente, no es
affect
que
the
va a
skills that we
reducir un
have, and it's not
40% del
necessarily
empleo,
going to
sino que va a
reduce employment
impactar
by
en un
40%,
40% de las
but
actividades
it
que
will
hacemos. Entonces,
affect
Gerson,
40%
por
of
favor.
our activities.
Muchísimas
Gerson, you have the
gracias y
floor.
muy buenos días. De
Thank
verdad,
you and good
agradecer
morning. I
la
would like to
invitación
thank
a esta novena conferencia ministerial.
you for the invitation
De
to
verdad,
this
para mí
ninth
un privilegio
ministerial meeting.
comentar
It
estos
is a
temas que son
privilege to
tan relevantes, importantes y de
share
actualidad.
these
Bueno, quizás una
topics.
introducción muy general. Bueno, sabemos que el
A
mundo
very
está
brief
cambiando a
introduction. We know
pasos
that the world
acelerados.
is changing
El caso del mercado de trabajo, y tengo que hablar del mercado de
very
trabajo en
quickly,
medio de la
and the
OIT,
labor market
está siendo sujeto de
is
transformaciones profundas
suffering
por
deep
diferentes situaciones.
transformations
Una de estas es la
for different
transformación
reasons.
digital,
One
además
is the
del cambio
digital
climático, además
transformation,
de
climate change,
la
and
transición demográfica,
the
pero el
demographic
cambio
transition.
tecnológico, la transformación
But
tecnológica está
technological
operando
transformation is
transformaciones significativas y
huge,
profundas
very
en las
meaningful,
relaciones
and
laborales, en los mercados de
it
trabajo.
is deeply
Y bueno,
changing
como se
labor
comenzó hablando del tema
relations.
de cómo abordar el
We
tema de
also talked
desigualdad,
about
sabemos que los
inequality,
mercados
how
de
to
trabajo
address
juegan
it.
un
We
rol
know that labor
fundamental
markets have a fundamental
en
role
igualar o desigualar nuestras
in
sociedades, en el
making
sentido de
our
que
societies
80%
more equal or
aproximadamente del
not.
ingreso de
80%
los
of
hogares
the
tienen
household
origen en el mercado de
incomes
trabajo. Entonces, lo que
come
pasa en el
from the
mercado de
labor
trabajo va a
market.
tener un impacto importante en
So what
materia
happens in labor
de
markets is
igualdad o
going to have a
desigualdad
huge impact on
económica. En este sentido,
equality and inequality.
un elemento de política central
One element
para
of
poder
these
generar condiciones que permitan,
that is
digamos,
core to
tener mercados de
generate
trabajo eficientes, que permitan aprovechar estas
efficient
transformaciones
conditions in the labor market
de manera adecuada en los mercados de
in
trabajo
an
son las políticas
adequate
educativas
manner
de
are
formación.
educational
Desde una
policies,
perspectiva
training.
amplia y coherente,
In
las
a
políticas
broader
formativas deberían de
sense,
estar alineadas y
training or
ser
education should be
consistentes
in
también con
line
las
and should be
políticas de
consistent with
transformación tecnológica, de
digital transformation
innovación, de
policies, with
competencias.
innovation,
Y en ese
competencies.
sentido es
In this
fundamental
sense,
tener en cuenta
it
que los
is
países
fundamental
de América
to
Latina y
understand
el
that Latin
Caribe han
American and
avanzado
Caribbean
de
countries
manera
have
sustantiva en los
advanced
últimos años en
substantially
ampliar la
in the last few
cobertura
years in
de
expanding
la formación
coverage,
técnica, pero
technical
también
training,
en
but
ampliar y modernizar cuál es
it's
su oferta
important to
educativa. En este
also
sentido,
expand the educational offer.
cabe y vale la pena destacar la importancia
It's important
de
to
cómo las
stress
políticas
that
formativas tienen en cuenta
educational
los
policies
distintos
take
perfiles,
into account the different
particularmente de la
profiles,
población en
especially
condición de vulnerabilidad, que
in
tienen
the more
limitaciones para
vulnerable
el acceso a las
populations that
tecnologías,
have
tienen
limited
bajo acervo de
access to
conocimientos,
technology. They
habilidades y
have
competencias, y esto
scarce
pone una
knowledge of
presión
this
adicional y
technology.
importante en nuestras
And
políticas
this
de
is where
formación y
it's so
educación, y
important
es
to
la necesidad de poder
have
tener la capacidad
education,
de
to have the
respuesta rápida ante las
rapid
transformaciones que
response
rápidamente y de
capacity
manera constante se
to
están llevando en el
quickly
mercado de trabajo.
and in an
La
ongoing fashion
capacidad
take this to
de
the
poder
labor
anticipar
market,
las necesidades de
to be able
competencia en
to
nuestros sistemas de
anticipate
formación es
the
fundamental.
competencies that are
En
necessary.
esto,
That's
la
of the utmost
prospección laboral,
importance.
la prospección
Labor
tecnológica es central
prospection
para poder adaptar
is
la oferta
important to
formativa
adapt
y
this
poder hacer frente a las
training
demandas de los
offer in
mercados de
order to
trabajo
address the needs of the
que, como
labor
decía
market, which, as I
antes, se están
said,
transformando de manera
are
muy rápida.
quickly changing.
Asimismo, es importante, además
It
de
is
esta
also
adaptación de la
important,
oferta
this
formativa
adaptation,
en los países, fundamentalmente para atender las necesidades de
to
formación en
attend to the
habilidades
needs,
digitales.
the
También tener en
training,
cuenta la
digital
diferencia en
training
las
needs,
diferentes necesidades que
and
existen
the
entre
different
diferentes
needs there
tipos
are
de perfil de
in
población. En el caso de
different
los jóvenes, por ejemplo,
profiles
áreas
in the
rurales
population. For
enfrentarán
example,
desafíos
youth
distintos,
in
como por
rural
ejemplo el
areas will
acceso
have different
físico
challenges,
a la formación
such
versus, por
as
ejemplo,
physical
el joven en el
access to
área
training,
urbana.
whereas a
Como ya mencionabas,
young person in an
muchas de
urban
las
area won't.
tecnologías están
So many of
transformando y
these
están generando
technologies are
presiones
transforming and
adicionales en los
generating
mercados de
additional
trabajo. La
pressures
inteligencia artificial
to the
es
labor
una de ellas.
market,
Podemos decir que el cambio
and
tecnológico per se
perhaps the
no
technological
tiene un
change
impacto positivo o negativo
doesn't
per se,
have a
dependerá
negative or
del
positive
contexto
impact per se,
en el cual
but
se estén
it has to
desarrollando
do
estos
with the
cambios, el marco de
level at
políticas,
which the
pero
changes are
también
taking
los
place,
niveles de
the
cobertura de
regulatory
tecnologías y acceso a la
frameworks and
información
policies,
que las
as well as
personas
coverage
tengan,
and access to
determinará
information that
el
people have,
impacto neto que
will
puedan tener
determine the
estas,
net impact
digamos, el impacto en esta transformación en los mercados de trabajo.
on this
Em,
labor market
Es
transformation.
fundamental, y con esto cierro,
It is
tener en cuenta la importancia de generar coherencia en los marcos y los
important to
espacios de
generate
política. Ya lo decía al
coherence
inicio,
in
las políticas de
regulatory
formación,
frameworks and
de
policies,
capacitación,
training
de generación de
policies.
competencias,
The
juegan
generation
un
of
rol
competencies
fundamental, pero
have a
por sí
very
mismas son
important role, but
incompletas. Es
they
fundamental
are
alinearlas
insufficient
con
in,
las políticas de
by
empleo, con las
themselves.
políticas de
It's important to have
innovación, de transformación
employment
tecnológica,
policies, digital
para que éstas
transformation
puedan,
policies,
digamos,
so
responder
that they
a las
can all
necesidades
answer
presentes,
to
pero
the
también adelantarse
pressing
a las
needs,
oportunidades futuras,
but also bearing
y
in
que,
mind
digamos, el
future
impacto de estas
opportunities
transformaciones tecnológicas tengan un salto positivo en nuestros mercados de trabajo.
and
Gracias.
improving our labor
Muchas
market.
gracias, Gerson.
Thank
Varios
you,
puntos
Gerson.
interesantes
Several
y relevantes
interesting
que quedan un poco
points
para pensar,
that
¿no? Justamente
leave
la
some
coherencia entre
food for
diferentes
thought.
políticas. Y no solamente en eso, sino que hay políticas
And
o
there
estrategias que
are
son de muy
policies
largo
and
plazo, como puede
strategies
ser
that are
políticas más
long-term,
educativas, y
more
hay políticas
educational
como la de
policies.
transformación digital que están en permanente
Digital
cambio. Entonces creo que
transformation
eso es un
is
elemento adicional,
in constant
sobre todo
change.
para
So
una
it's
región donde
important,
tenés
especially for a region
digamos,
where
la gran masa de la población no
the
tenés una cierta, digamos, no cumplís
most
o
of
no
the
llegaste a determinados
population
niveles de
is
habilidades
not
y
reaching
capacidades
certain
como para
skill
poder
levels
responder y adaptarte
to be able to
rápidamente a
quickly
esas demandas o estas
respond to these
transformaciones
demands or
digitales que son
digital
mucho más
transformations,
rápidas
which are
de las que
much
ocurren
quicker than
en
what
el
we
ámbito o en
see
el
in
mundo de la educación.
the
Entonces,
educational
creo
world.
que es un elemento súper importante, súper relevante y que nos habla sobre la
It's important because
mayor
it talks
relevancia que
about
tienen
the
cada vez más
relevance of
estos ámbitos de formación técnicos,
technical
donde tenemos que ver
training.
justamente cómo adaptamos
And this is where we need to see how
esta
we're going
educación
to
y esta
adapt
formación
education and
a
training
incorporar elementos de mucho mayor
to
cambio,
include elements of
digamos,
change,
permanente que estamos viviendo. Entonces creo que es otra de las
like the
cosas
ones we're
que
undergoing.
tenemos que pensar
This is
cómo,
another
cómo
thing that we
hacemos
need to
en
think
este
about.
sentido. Ahora me gustaría pasar la
I would
palabra
now
a
like to
Maximiliano
offer the floor
Echeverría, quien es jefe de
to
sustentabilidad
Maximiliano
de
Echeverría. He's the
Telefónica
head
en
of
Chile. Y
sustainability
hablábamos
at
hoy,
Telefónica
Maximiliano,
Chile,
justamente sobre
and we were
los espacios
talking about
la
the
relevancia de la
spaces and the
formación, digamos,
relevance
el
of
vínculo,
training,
digamos, no solamente desde
the
la
link
política pública, sino
between
también con el
public
sector privado, y en
policy
ese
and the
sentido,
private
bueno,
sector.
Telefónica tiene
So
mucha experiencia en
I
esto, tiene varios
understand
programas.
Telefonica has a
Entonces, bueno,
lot
que
of
nos cuentes un
experience in
poco,
this. You have
digamos,
many programs.
y los retos
So
también de
please
escalar esto, ¿no? De que no quede
share
en algo de
this
decir, bueno,
with
sí,
us
es
and
muy
also the
interesante, pero bueno,
challenges of
formé
scaling
10.000
this
personas. No, ¿cómo llevamos esto a una mucho mayor escala en la región?
to larger groups of people in the region. Thank you very much. And thank you for the invitation. And these are all very important topics. A key word that the Undersecretary used was the ecosystem. At Telefónica, we have a responsible training or business plan, and it has to do with how we address sustainability. One of these is digital inclusion. I'm not going to talk about figures and the coverage in Chile, but it's important to talk about the challenge of significant or meaningful, connectivity. And the company is including this in its business plan, in its strategy, in order to collaborate with the challenges of the country. This is something that we have addressed from the side of education, and that is the main task. At Telefónica, we address it with this one word that I mentioned already, and I'll repeat it: ecosystem. Fundación Telefónica is a pro-future approach that goes directly to classrooms with children, with adolescents, in order to generate benefits and bring digitalization to the classroom
But it's not just about providing the digitization tools in the classroom. You need to make sure that there's training for teachers as well, and training for the entire educational ecosystem that actually enables the children to receive and enjoy the benefits of digitization. This program works with skills, competencies. These have been key words throughout this discussion. We know that these skills are key because they lead to learning, and maybe in the future they won't need these skills, but nonetheless they will have the ability to reinvent themselves to face future challenges in the job market. So we understand that, and we have expanded the concept to include the job market and collaboration. We've heard a lot about collaboration. So Telefónica has a partnership with Sense, which is the Chilean government's training institution, and we work on how we can collaborate for this training. And we have a strategic partnership with Sense. They provide us with the supplies, and we also work with the government of Chile, the private sector. So there's a tool that we value significantly and has been well appraised, if you will, by the citizens. And it's what we call an employment map. And that refers to the various job skills needed by region in Chile so that we can determine what skills, what profile skill sets are required per region. And that allows us to really hone in on the training programs so that professionals wishing to hold those posts will be able to hone their skill sets and then be eligible for the jobs required in the job market. Let's further expand the scope and refer to something else we do at the foundation, the Telefonica Foundation. We work with the elderly, seniors. We call this digital rebirth. And someone yesterday mentioned the elderly. We know that often the elderly or the seniors are marginalized. And through this program, this volunteer-based program, we expose them to digital tools so that digital tools will be an ally for them. Obviously, we do not want to repeat the pandemic, but the pandemic forced us to digitize a variety of different processes, purchasing or online errands, what have you. For some people, it's quite easy, but for seniors, it's challenging, and there are many hurdles to overcome. So we have partnered with specific territories, with mayor's offices, with neighborhood associations to provide training to seniors. This is a volunteer-based activity. And I would like to close my remarks with a key concept that has been mentioned several times by the Boric administration, and this is the CARE agenda. The CARE agenda has a significant impact on education and on the labor market. And in Chile, women spend twice as many hours on care activities than men, caring for children and caring for seniors. All of that time spent caring, for example, we know that we spend a great deal of time commuting, and if I can work at home versus commuting, I can save some time. So interesting programs there as well. These are just some concepts I was thinking about when listening to the discussion. And what about climate change? At Telefonica, we conducted some measurements, and telework reduces CO2 emissions by roughly 40%. Instead of commuting to work, you stay at home and you reduce CO2 emissions. Right, and then the opponents will say, well, while you're at home, you also use energy. But in any event, we focus on having a broad ecosystem that involves employment and the care network, which is crucial for in terms of the potential private sector role. Thank you, Maximiliano. There were several points mentioned. The link between Sense, the training, National Training Center, and Telefónica, and how you are linking required skill sets with the job market. And I think that's quite interesting for the countries in the region as well.
Y una cosa que de repente que valdría la pena después profundizar también
Perhaps
es
there's
si
something else you
tienen
mentioned that
algunos
we could delve
programas
deeper
más
in later.
focalizados, es decir, o si
Do you
son
have
más
any
generales
more
en tema de
specific
desarrollo
programs,
de habilidades,
or are your
o si
programs
tienen
more
algunos
general in nature?
en industrias o sectores
Do
o
you focus
servicios más
on
específicos,
specific
porque eso
industries or
creo que también
services?
después nos ayuda a ir
Because
como en
if we
diferentes
know
pasos a ver
that
si
would be
cómo
helpful
vamos
in the future
acercando
for
justamente
us to
mucho
figure
más
out
la
how
demanda a
we
la oferta
can
de capacidades,
bring
no solamente la
demand
demanda actual,
closer to
sino a la
supply,
futura y a la
not just
potencial, con
current
esta suerte de
supply, but
perspectiva que
future supply.
justamente recién Gerson nos planteaba.
Keeping
Vamos
with
a pasarle
the
entonces la
perspective
palabra a
that
Graciela
Gerson
Castelo,
referred
que
to.
es
All right,
coordinadora de
I will give the
estudios
floor to
sectoriales
Graciela
y métodos
Castela, the
cualitativos
coordinator
del
of
CETIC de
sectoral
Brasil.
studies
El
and
CETIC,
qualitative
digo, yo creo que
methods from the
todos lo
Regional
conocen, pero
Center of
muchos de los que no lo
Studies for
conocen, es
Social
una
Development,
institución en Brasil, pero que
CETIC
trabaja
in Brazil.
también en la
It's an
región, la cual
institution
tenemos
in Brazil, but
mucho
works
trabajo
throughout the
conjunto y
region.
sobre
We
todo en
do
particular en
many
los
joint
últimos
activities.
años, el último año, en el tema
Specifically,
de
over the
conectividad
last year,
significativa.
we've
Así que
worked a great
seguramente,
deal on
Graciela, vas a
meaningful
ahondar
connectivity.
mucho en
So I'm
profundidad. Hoy
sure
no tenemos
you
una
will delve
presentación
deeper
para
into
poner,
this.
pero
We don't have a
podemos difundir el trabajo de Brasil, que
presentation
realmente
per se to
está
show,
muy
but
bueno y vale la pena,
we
porque creo que
feel
no
it's
solamente difundir
necessary
y
and
dar rumor,
worthy to
sino que nos
spread the
da
word
luces
about what
sobre
you're
muchas
doing,
cosas sobre las
and
cuales
what you
necesitamos avanzar.
do
Así que, por favor,
will
Graciela.
shed a great deal of light
Muchas
onto
gracias,
what we
Sebastián.
need.
Hola a
Thank you,
todos y
Sebastian.
todas.
Hello,
Muy buenos
everyone.
días.
Good morning.
Quisiera comenzar agradeciendo
I
a
would like to
Participar
begin
y
by
al Gobierno de
thanking
Chile
ECLAC
por la
and the
organización de esta
government of
importante
Chile for
evento
organizing
de este
this
CETIC.
relevant
En
event.
ICTUBER
So at
hemos trabajado desde
cetic.br,
2005
we
para
have been
comprender y
working since
medir el impacto de
2005
las
to better
tecnologías
understand
digitales
and
en la
measure the
sociedad.
impact of
En el
digital
último año
technology on societies.
hemos
So
puesto
over the last year,
un especial énfasis
we
en la
have placed
conectividad
special emphasis
significativa.
on meaningful
Este
connectivity.
enfoque ha
This
resultado en una
approach
colaboración
has
internacional para medir la
been carried
conectividad
out in collaboration
significativa
with
en nuestra
ECLAC, and we have
región.
measured meaningful
Además de
connectivity in our
convertirse
region.
en una de
Moreover,
las prioridades
this
del
has become
Grupo de
one
Economía
of the
Digital
priorities
del G20
of the
durante la
G20
presidencia brasileña
digital
en ese año
technology
de
group.
2024. En este contexto, con la OIT,
In
hemos
that
trabajado
context, we have
junto
worked
al Ministerio de
closely with the
Comunicación de
ILO
Brasil en la
and the Ministry
creación
of
de un marco de
Telecommunications in
medición de
Brazil
la
in
conectividad
defining a
significativa,
framework to measure
el
meaningful
cual ha sido
connectivity.
respaldado
This
por
has
todos
been
los
backed
países
by
miembros
all
del
of
G20.
the G20
Es
member
dentro de
states.
esta
Now,
perspectiva de
given
medición
this,
de la
it is in
conectividad
keeping with this
significativa que haré
perspective relative
mi
to
breve
meaningful
intervención hoy aquí.
connectivity that I
No
will
basta
refer to
asumir que solo el
many
acceso a
aspects.
Internet
It's not
garantiza una
just
inclusión
about
digital
having
efectiva.
internet. We know that not
Para
if you
comprender
have internet,
plenamente
that will
las
not
condiciones de
necessarily
conectividad de la población,
guarantee a
es
meaningful
esencial
connectivity. It's
adoptar una
essential as a
perspectiva
result to adopt
multidimensional
a
que
multidimensional
incluya
approach to
aspectos
connectivity
como
and
los
include different
dispositivos
aspects such
utilizados,
as the
la
devices
calidad de las
used, the
conexiones,
quality of the
la
connections,
accesibilidad financiera
financial
para adquirir los equipos
affordability
necesarios para una
required to have the necessary equipment for a
además de las oportunidades
satisfactory
de uso en
browsing
diferentes
experience.
contextos y con
And
la intensidad
it's important to
deseada.
understand the
Es
context and
aquí
the desired
donde,
use intensity of the
la
devices.
adopción del
Therefore,
concepto de
adopting
conectividad
this concept
significativa
of meaningful
para medir las
connectivity
condiciones de
has
inclusión
been
digital
carried
de
out
la
to
población
measure the
y para
digital
ver
inclusion of the
que
population.
defendemos, ¿no?, la adopción del
And
concepto de
we
conectividad
defend
significativa
adopting this
para
concept of
la
meaningful
medición
connectivity
para la elaboración de políticas públicas.
so
En
that we can
Brasil,
measure this for the
casi
purpose of
el
public policy.
90%
In
de la
Brazil,
población
practically 90%
es
of the
usuaria de
population
Internet. Sin
uses
embargo,
the
las
internet.
condiciones de ese
However,
acceso
the
son
access
bastante
conditions
desiguales.
are quite
El estudio de conectividad significativa en Brasil,
different,
lanzado
disparate.
este año por CETIC,
CETIC conducted a
una
study
medición
and
multidimensional
has
y
proposed a
centrada en los
multidimensional
individuos para evaluar los
approach
niveles de conectividad
to
significativa de la
measure
población,
the different
reveló
levels of meaningful connectivity. And the results of the study show that only 20% of Brazilians actually have meaningful connectivity. The study has also underscored inequalities in Brazil that have either been hidden or underestimated when we consider connectivity only in terms of access to internet. There are gender inequalities. For example, 28% of men and women enjoy meaningful connectivity compared to only 17% of women. There are age gaps. Seniors, the elderly, have the worst levels of meaningful connectivity. Only 8% of them aged 60 and older enjoy meaningful connectivity. Young people, however, well, actually, young people are also vulnerable. Only 17% of 15-year-olds, 15 to 24-year-olds have meaningful connectivity. This clearly places them at a disadvantage in terms of their personal and professional development. We have also observed socioeconomic inequalities in terms of job market inclusion, schooling. The percentage of the individuals enjoying meaningful connectivity is 34%, though, among salaried workers in Brazil, but it's only 15% among the unemployed. And then again, we have social class inequality, which is even more marked in Brazil. 86% of the wealthiest individuals in Brazil have meaningful connectivity, compared to a mere 1% of the poorest. This extreme inequality has a direct impact on the opportunities available to different segments throughout society in the virtual realm. And this clearly has an impact on those individuals who are already vulnerable. Having effective policies for fostering the potential of the digital realm really should include the concept of meaningful connectivity so that all citizens across the board may enjoy the necessary conditions to take full advantage of the digital world. It's also important to bear in mind the social, economic, and territorial specificities of the different contexts so that policies will appropriately meet the individual country's needs. Thank you. Thank you, Graciela.
Muchas gracias, Graciela, porque creo que con esta última intervención.
Thank you, I repeat, because with your remarks, I think we are able to understand some figures as to what we have been talking about. And I think this is food for thought and maybe a segue for our discussion. If we discuss these aspects, it will help us to perhaps tease out some concrete actions that in turn will enable us to address the digital divide and thus close it. What you mentioned with regard to the wealthiest versus the poor, 86% of the wealthiest have meaningful connectivity, but only 1% of the poor. When we talk about the opportunities behind the digital transformation and how fabulous it may be, we also need to be aware of what this may imply in terms of widening the various gaps in our countries. I would like to give the floor to the audience for questions, comments, perhaps suggestions, what have you. If you would like to take the floor, please raise your hand or your name tag. We have roughly 25 minutes for your comments, questions, suggestions. Go ahead.
Bueno, Gracias por la participación
Thank
en
you
este evento, por la invitación.
for the
Como lo
invitation to this
mencionaba nuestro
event.
colega Gerson
As
Martínez de
mentioned
la
by Gerson
OIT,
Martinez from the
a
ILO,
nivel nacional, especialmente pues,
nationally,
para países andinos,
for the
y en
Andean countries
Colombia venimos
specifically, and in
adelantando
Colombia,
varios
we have
programas
been working
teniendo en
on
cuenta las
several different
recomendaciones
programs
recientes de la
that
Declaración
bear in mind
2030
the recent
sobre
2030
competencias y aprendizaje.
recommendations
Esa
regarding
declaración
skill sets and
establece
learnings. Now,
que se tiene que
that
trabajar muy de la
statement
mano con
mentions that we
empleadores,
need to
trabajadores
work
y
very
gobierno y
closely,
sociedad civil
all three parties,
desde
civil society,
políticas
governments, and
para
employers,
apoyar
on
lo que es
policies
la política
to
pública,
provide
pero bottom
support
up.
for
En ese
public
sentido,
policy.
con el
In
Ministerio de
that
Tecnología y de
regard,
Información de
the
Colombia, se viene
Colombian
haciendo una apuesta muy
Information
grande
Technology Ministry
para
has
trabajar ese proceso
significantly
de competencias
focused
laborales
on
y
developing these
fortalecer
labor
todo
skills
el
and
proceso
thus
también de
strengthening
inclusión
the entire
a esos temas de
uh,
formación. Hay un
digital
programa muy
inclusion
grande
process.
que se ha denominado Senatic.
There is
Este
also a program
programa
called
tiene unas
Senatic
líneas, lo hemos
that
mencionado
has,
en otro
and
momento,
we have mentioned
académico,
it on other
pero ahora que veo las
occasions. It is an
discusiones
academic type of
de política
program,
pública
but
y esas
all public policy
recomendaciones,
discussions and
tendríamos
those
que observar lo que
recommendations,
pasa
well,
también
we would have to see what
en los
happens
procesos
also
aplicados.
with the
Este programa
processes that have
tiene
been
una
applied.
inversión
This
de más de 100
program
millones de
has
dólares,
involves an
donde la
investment of more than
cooperación
$100
y
million,
el gobierno
where
de
the
Colombia tienen
Colombian
una
government
unión de
and
esfuerzos
cooperation, where
económicos
we
y
have joined
técnicos.
economic and technical efforts
Una de las líneas muy
with them. And one of the
importantes va
most important
dirigida
lines
a
is
las escuelas,
devoted
donde a
to
través de
schools,
una
or is aimed at
formación
schools,
por
where
competencias
via
en
competency-based
horarios alternos
training
a la formación
in
normal, ellos reciben y van a tener un
what
doble
they do is to
reconocimiento.
receive and
Ese doble
obtain this
reconocimiento también va
double
acompañado
recognition or
de un
acknowledgement that
proceso
is
de
also
formación en
accompanied
habilidades blandas,
via a
pero también hay una
process of
apuesta muy grande
softer
a más de
skills training. But
230
we always
mil
bet on more than
personas a nivel nacional,
230,000 people at a
donde
national level.
hemos hecho una alianza muy
And there
importante
we have
también con
entered an
Coursera.
important alliance
Esa
with
formación por
Coursera, and
competencias
that
tenemos todo el catálogo, más de
competencies-based
12.000
training,
cursos
well, we have a whole catalog, more than
aplicados
12,000 courses
para hacer un proceso de
in order to
acompañamiento
conduct a
permanente.
process of
Adicional,
permanent
también se está
accompaniment. In
trabajando un tema
addition
con
to that, we're
Sinterfor
also
para
working
el
with Sinterfor
fortalecimiento de nuevos
to
currículos,
strengthen new
donde a
curricula.
partir del próximo año,
And
currículos
as
de
from next
formación para
year,
que el Servicio
these are
Nacional de
training
Empleo
curricula so
del
that the
SENA los pueda
National
implementar.
Employment Service of
Y una
SENA
línea que
will be able
también
to
estamos
implement that. And
trabajando
we're
de
also
manera
working
permanente
on
es la
permanently
formación de
on
nuevos
the training
instructores,
of new
en la búsqueda activa
instructors in the
de esa
active search
cualificación
for
clara.
that
Es muy
clear
difícil encontrar
qualification. It's
profesores,
very difficult to
especialmente en las
find
regiones más
teachers or
apartadas.
instructors in the
Tú
most
lo decías,
remote
Graciela,
areas.
y lo
And
decía
you
Gerson y
mentioned
pues
this,
varios colegas.
Graciela, Jesse,
Tema
and
pues de
several other colleagues
encontrar
have referred to this,
esa
the idea
conexión
of
real
establishing that
entre
real
las
connection between
necesidades de la región
the
y las
needs of the
particulares de la
region
región.
and the
Nosotros luego les vamos a
specificities of
enviar
the
y dejamos en
region.
las memorias
In
unos videos
the
y como
memoirs
ya como
or
las
the minutes,
herramientas
will
bien
send
aplicadas que se han
you
venido
minutes,
trabajando,
will
creo
send
que
you a
sería una
video with the
experiencia
tools
interesante que se
that we're
pudiera
working on,
observar
and perhaps
para
this
que se
would be an
tuviera en cuenta
interesting
en las
experience,
recomendaciones
so
también
that it
del
could be
documento.
taken into
Muchas gracias.
consideration when it comes to the
Muchas gracias.
recommendations.
Indudablemente traes
Thank
también
you.
otros, digamos,
Undoubtedly,
otros actores a la mesa, como
you
decimos,
bring
¿no?
other
Coursera en la
stakeholders
región
to
está
the
haciendo
table.
muchas
Coursera
cosas
in the region is
bien
doing many
interesantes también
things,
con los
and
países,
this is
justamente
very
tratando de
interesting.
dar solución a
Trying
estas necesidades
to resolve these
que está
needs
teniendo nuestra población y ver cómo
of our
lo podemos hacer
population,
también
and to
para cubrir
determine what it is that we can
esa
do in
necesidad, ¿no?
order
¿Verdad?
to
Desde los
satisfy that
gobiernos y el
need
trabajo
as
justamente
from
con
governments,
otras
and
organizaciones y
also
con el
involving the
sector
work
privado en
of other
particular.
organizations and of the
No sé si
private
hay más.
sector
Acá.
specifically.
Sí.
Hola, buenos días. Chile como parte del grupo de
Good morning.
conectividad
Chile, as a
significativa
group of significant connectivity, together with
liderando
Peru and
desde
Brazil,
hace
that have
algunos años,
led this over the past few years, we have
en el grupo sobre el
um,
concepto de conectividad
establish a
significativa.
consensus in the
Se
group
ha
about
ido
a
profundizando
concept of significant
y hemos
connectivity, thanks to the
logrado
what has
contar
been
con
used by
indicadores
CITIC.
válidos para
We now
República
have
Dominicana,
indicators for both the
Chile y
Dominican
Brasil.
Republic, Chile,
Nos
and
hemos
Brazil.
encontrado con las realidades
We
muy
have
adversas que nos
found
presentó
the
con esos
realities that
números
Graciela
recientes y
mentioned
críticos.
with those very sad
Nosotros como
figures.
grupo
And
nos
so for us as a
comprometimos
group, what is
continuar
extremely relevant
trabajando
is to
en una
keep
metodología más
working
robusta
on a
de
more
este
robust
indicador
a methodology for this indicator so that we can have more data and so that other countries can also have their own methodologies. At present, for example, Peru and Costa Rica are working on the significant connectivity, on a significant connectivity methodology, and therefore we must strengthen the indicator, define new metrics, establish a compendia of best practices, and then take that to a workshop where all countries may be able to see what synergies can be established in order to have a much more robust indicator. And therefore, my recommendation as part of the group, as Chile, and on behalf of Brazil and Peru, is that we can continue during 2025 working on this indicator so that we can strengthen it even more and improve our public policies.
Muchas gracias, Liliana.
Thank you, Viviana.
Indudablemente,
Undoubtedly, the group of significant, the significant connectivity group within the framework of ILAC has been very important, and they have obtained very interesting results. And a workshop not only in order to strengthen these indicators and to understand them in greater detail, what is actually happening with connectivity and how that type of thing is being used, but also in order to determine which solutions and strategies we can implement in our region in order to change these figures that you mentioned. Well, if one considers that in Brazil more than 90% of households are connected, to countries where that figure is less than 30. This does not mean that we don't have to continue to work and deal with issues such as infrastructure and more basic connectivity, but we do also need to tackle other factors as well.
When you put the, yes, it will
Amparo. Sí.
Bueno, muy buenos días y muchísimas gracias.
Good morning and thank you very much. The Dominican Republic feels a lot of gratitude towards Brazil because we conducted a 4-month work trying to measure that with an instrument that we had from a household survey conducted in 2022. And I would like to mention that in order to develop this concept, which is very important, rather than a sad indicator, it's an indicator of challenges, I would say. But in the case of the gender gap, I feel it's very important to explore other indicators. In the Dominican Republic, we're talking about the indicator regarding the ownership. The use indicator does provide us with a strong gender indicator, and that is one of the things that we would have to analyze during the next version of the indicators, even during the next round of measurement of significant connectivity in the Dominican Republic. But I would like to thank SATIC and ECLAC for selecting us and for enabling us to have to be now tackling this important challenge. Thank you, Amparo. And you mentioned a key aspect related to use, and the same thing happened to us some 10 or 15 years ago. We did have access gaps in terms of gender, but after that, just access gaps, and we now have use gaps, and that will happen with many of the variables and indicators that we have. So we do need to discuss this in greater depth.
Buenos días, muchas gracias, Ricardo.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Ricardo Ford from the International Fund for Agricultural Development. As many of you have mentioned, part of the difficulties of inclusion of digital issues involve rural areas and especially small producers. And therefore, I feel it's important to share with you, especially with those that don't know this, that the fund has a project at present in more than 15 countries of the region. And many of these projects we work on with governments, and these are pilot programs in terms of digital inclusion, financial inclusion above all. We have a lot of participation, which also enables us or enables a strategy to get to know the results, to get to know what is happening so that we can subsequently escalate and apply this in a wider ranging fashion. But we also receive donations, regional grants that not only look at inclusion and the participation of small producers from their own side, but also as from the perspective of businesses and startups that sometimes face difficulties in order to adapt to the more difficult realities of rural and marginal areas. And therefore, we do have certain grants that are present in the region, and Novatec especially works with small startups in several countries in order to try to adapt their requirements to the needs of small producers in rural areas. We have very beautiful examples of work that has been done in Bolivia and in formats, for example, to hire tractors by groups of small producers, which makes this easier to escalate and others. And we would gladly share this with whoever is interested. Thank you very much, Fida. Some time ago, we talked about this, about the need or the relevance of having a sectorial focus because capacities or the space to incorporate a digital transformation in sectors is very different, despite the fact that there are similar issues. Because, and when one goes into the realities of each sector, one finds many differences. And we always said that how relevant CREA groups had been in terms of digital transformation and the improvement in the agricultural and livestock sector. And we feel that this approach to the digital transformation could become a reality in an agricultural sector, which is often very distant, especially when it comes to small and medium-sized producers. They're very distant from the digital transformation, and how this can improve, how this can help them to improve their businesses, obtain added value, profitability, and so on. So thank you very much, because it is indeed one of the elements that enables us to understand this empowerment and how the digital transformation can help us in this process of transforming the region. Anyone else? Sergio. Thank you, Sebastián. And along the same lines, and talking about practical applications, all the studies and analyses are fine, but the other day I was saying that we are implementing this project here in Chile together with ECLAC, the Undersecretary's Office, with UN Women, with the FAO, which has to do with providing connectivity and at the same time assessing the impact of that connectivity in rural communities. The experience of FIDA, well, thank you very much, and we will certainly be discussing this with you. But when we begin to go out into the field to those that lack connectivity and those that don't have access for various reasons, so we begin to find the whys. And all practical experiences, I believe that with all practical experiences, we do need to pay attention to that, because they could lead us to change many of the assumptions that we have for those of us that are connected and that have practically a universal connectivity. It might become a little difficult to find those small details that practical experiences provide. And I mentioned this in the dialogue with the European Union the other day, but I repeat this because we do need to monitor these practical application projects, because that will probably enable us to obtain very valuable information from those projects. Thank you. Thank you. You're quite right. Anyone else? No one else. Okay, we are very much on time. I would now like to offer the floor to panelists in order to so that they can very briefly share reflections with us. We take away many things from this panel discussion. We thank you for a very interesting exchange, and as technical secretariat of VILAC, we take away with us many elements to work on in the next 2 years.
Algunas de estas
medidas que podían tomarse o algunas estrategias de colaboración. Each one could speak what you could take away for the countries of the region, strategies and activities together with the private sector, or things that could help us reduce the gap. 1 minute each, please, Claudia. Thank you,
Sí,
Seva. Yes,
quería,
I
aprovechando todo lo que hemos
wanted,
aprendido en
uh,
este panel, con lo que hemos escuchado,
with everything that we've learned during
creo
this
que hay que
panel,
resignificar el valor
I
y
would
un poco
like
tomando lo que decía Sergio
to
recién, de que la
appreciate the
experiencia práctica de
value
cómo
of
vamos pilotando
practical
esto,
experience, how we pilot
porque
all this.
nosotros cuando empezamos a
Because
mirar la
when we
brecha y
start looking at
empezamos
the
a ver
gap
dónde se
and
magnificaba la
saw
brecha, encontramos que
where it
había
was magnified,
diferencias
we
y sin
found there
duda
were
cosas que
differences.
son muy
And
comunes
I'm
para toda
sure
la
that
región,
this is common
entre lo
to
urbano y
the
lo rural,
entire region.
diferencias de género,
Rural areas,
obviamente a nivel de uso
gender
entre
differences
hombres y
in
mujeres,
terms of
diferencias
use
etarias,
differences
¿ya?
between men and
Entonces,
women, age
hicimos un cruce
differences. So we matched
lo que maximizaba las brechas y fuimos
what
con
was
un
maximized
proyecto
by the gap,
focalizado a mujeres
and
del
we
mundo rural, mujeres
devised
de
a
60 años, mujeres
project
de sectores económicos
focused on
vulnerables, no solo rurales.
women in rural areas
Y
and
fue
over the age of
un
60.
proyecto
And so
con
this was
entrega de
a
un
project
dispositivo, con
given
una
them with a
capacitación de dos
device, a
semanas,
2-week
con una
training,
entrega de certificados de
with
diploma.
and finally gave them a
Si bien es
diploma.
cierto, fue una experiencia
And
muy linda, muy
as an
enriquecedora, donde se
experience, it
aprende
was
mucho.
very enriching because you learn a lot.
Cuando me venía de vuelta, mi
And
inquietud
when,
era,
as
bueno,
I returned,
ellas
my
van a tener
concern was, well,
primero la
they
tentación
will have the
de que cuando no
temptation
tengan plata para
when they
comprar
have
pan,
no
vender el
money to
teléfono.
buy bread, they're going to
Sí,
sell
porque
their
si al
phone.
final si uno no
Yes,
resuelve el problema de
because
manera
if
integral,
you do
se
not
encuentra con
resolve
esas
the
realidades, ¿no?
issue comprehensively,
Segundo,
you come up against that sort of
va a cambiar
reality.
la interfaz de
And
una de las
second,
aplicaciones que aprendan a usar.
maybe
Por
they're going to
ejemplo,
change
van a
the
estar
interface of
entrando al
one of the
servicio Chile
apps.
Atiende, que es un
Will they
servicio
be
muy
get
bueno
accessing the Chile
para hacer
Atiende
ese tipo de
service, which
listado.
is
Va a cambiar la
Chile
interfaz, nadie les va a contar que cambió la
services the
interfaz y
citizen, if
van
you
a
like.
dejar de saber
And
usarla.
will they
Entonces, aquí
don't access
deberíamos
it? Will
también ser
they
capaces de implementar
forget how
políticas
to use it?
de formación continua,
So
no
we need
solamente de ir una
continuous
vez
training, not just a
y
matter of
pensar que se
helping them
resolvió el
to
problema,
access
porque no es
one
así, ¿no?
and that will
Eh,
resolve the problem.
y,
No, that is
y lo,
not the
y
case.
lo que
And
siempre me bota en toda esta línea de razonamiento, porque es muy bueno hacer estos programas,
I believe
es
that
lo
these
que decías tú,
programs
Seba,
are
hace un
very
rato, y
good,
es
but
cómo
what you
escalamos.
said, say
Y
a
claro,
moment
nosotros llegamos
ago,
a
the thing is,
2020,
how can we scale this up? Because
un
we
país de
reached
casi
2,000
20
women
millones de
in a
habitantes,
country of
no,
almost
no
20
estamos
million
generando un impacto
inhabitants. That
significativo.
is not a
¿Cómo hacemos para
significant
escalar esto? ¿Cómo
impact. So
hacemos
how can
para
we
que
scale this up? How can we ensure
este set de habilidades
this
básicas
set
esté
of
disponible
basic
para toda la
skills is
población?
available
La
to the
primera
entire
solución que
population?
se me ocurre
The
es
first thing
mediante
that came to
tecnología
mind
digital,
was
porque es más
using
barato
digital
masificarlo, ¿no?
technology.
El
It's
tema es
easier
que
to
tenemos que llegar
make
primero a
it
las personas
mass
que no acceden.
available. But
Por
the
lo
thing is
tanto,
that
no
we
van a
need to
tener
access the
cómo
people
llegar.
who
Pero
have
creo
no
que
access.
nuestro
So
desafío hoy día
our
es
challenge
escalar
today
esto,
is
multiplicarlo por
scaling this
miles,
up,
porque
multiplying
necesitamos
it by
que toda la
1,000, because
población
what we
suba
need
a la
is
economía
that the
digital.
entire population should join the
Gracias,
digital
Claudio.
economy.
Vicenta.
Thank you, Vicenta.
Sí, muchas gracias.
Yes, thank you.
Bueno, escuchar a todos los
Listening
compañeros y
to
amigos
all
me
colleagues
ha
and
hecho reflexionar
friends
un poco,
has
¿no?
led me to
Sobre este
think
camino hacia la
on
transformación
this
digital.
road towards digital transformation.
Toda mi vida profesional he sido
Throughout my professional
telecomunicaciones
life, I've
y
been
pasar al
in
Ministerio
telecommunications
de
and
Telecomunicaciones y
then
Sociedad de la
been in the
Información, que ya
Ministry
vendría
of
siendo el tema
Telecommunications
de
and Information
de transformación
Society.
digital,
And I
pues me ha hecho ver
think it should be called Digital
cómo
Transformation, the
las
ministry.
nuevas políticas de
All of this has
transformación
helped me
digital
see how the new
están
digital
uniendo
transformation
la parte
policies
técnica
are joining the
de no
technical
solamente
side,
ver el tema de
not only
conectividad como
connectivity,
infraestructura, sino que ya
infrastructure,
ver
but
cómo estas tecnologías
also seeing how these
tienen que estar
technologies
enfocadas
should
a
be
las personas
focused on people,
y no solamente
and
de manera general,
not just in
sino de una manera
general,
inclusiva
but
a todos los sectores de la
inclusively,
sociedad,
all
a todos los
strata
grupos, sobre
of
todo los más
society, all
vulnerables,
groups, especially
y
the most
repensar,
vulnerable,
¿no?
and
Repensar el uso de
rethinking
estas tecnologías,
the
incluyendo a
use of
todos.
these
La verdad que
technologies, but
este
thinking of
camino que
everyone.
estamos
I
haciendo en
think that
Ecuador
this
para la
road that
construcción de
we're
la
traveling
política de
in
transformación
Ecuador
digital y la
regarding the
agenda digital
transformation
integral,
of
que
the
es bueno,
policy
uno de los
and the
documentos que
digital
tenemos
agenda, which is
que
one of the
tener para el
documents that we
cumplimiento
need
de
to comply
lo que manda la Ley Orgánica de Transformación
with
Digital,
the
nos ha
organic
hecho
law on digital
visitar
transformation. And this
diferentes
has led us to
ciudades,
visit different
muchas ciudades de
cities,
Ecuador,
many
y
cities in
conversar con
Ecuador,
ellos y
talking to
ver
the
de
people
acuerdo
and seeing
a su cultura, porque
according to
como les
their
decía,
culture,
Ecuador
because
es
as
muy
I was
diverso,
saying, Ecuador is
cómo ellos
very
ven el
diverse,
tema de
and seeing how
desarrollo, de
they
mejoramiento de calidad de vida.
visualize
No todos piensan
development and
igual,
life
no
quality.
todos usan
Not
la
everyone
tecnología
thinks the
de igual
same.
manera.
Not everyone uses the technology in the same way. And so this road that we are embarking on must be focused and should include all these sectors, no longer seen just technology per se as connectivity, but of course what we are doing here right now, which is adding significance to that connectivity. And as we reviewed cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, all of these tools must be focused on the human being, our citizens, our children, and also our elderly. Because, of course, it is they who are most unprotected in this wave of digital transformation that we're experiencing, especially with the boom of emerging technologies such as AI. And so we see that we're not prepared. Somehow we're doing public policy and hand in hand carrying out actions that to a certain extent fall short of what is really needed. And that is something that we see with AI. But we are doing something. We must continue and somehow speed up our step. Well, that is what I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much on behalf of Ecuador. Thank you, Vicenta. It is truly a pleasure, and you've mentioned very relevant topics. Now, Luis, 1 minute, please. Well, to be as short as possible, I believe I'd like to emphasize the role of the multiplayer approach to the development of all of these initiatives, and that this helps having an ecosystemic vision or approach to solving these problems. Many of the things that we've heard during the conference have to do with actions that, albeit they are very relevant, they do not necessarily consider the beneficiaries in their design. And that would be very important to identify issues that then we see when we are implementing all this. I think the continuous dialogue, having these spaces or instances for continuous dialogue, the government, private sector, academia, and so on, is essential. There is knowledge, experience, and great wisdom in that interaction among different players, and we cannot let it go to waste.
1 minute, please.
Rodney, 1 minute.
Thank you very much. My takeaway is that I think we need to be determined in our efforts when we leave here to ensure that these policies and strategies that we develop don't remain or don't become nice sounding words and beautifully crafted documents, but that when we meet again, that we can say we've had a significant impact. And I think studies have shown that digital technology has deepened the divide. Rich countries are getting richer, poor countries are getting poor. We talk about the divide between the North, global North and South. And therefore, it's not going to happen without commitment outside of this room at higher levels and without a determined effort to make it happen. So I want to challenge us all to ensure that when we meet, that we put a face and we put names to what we consider to be those that are excluded, and we make a greater effort to ensure that when we meet, that we've made a significant impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ronnie. Gerson.
Gerson, 1 minute.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Well,
Well, I would like to highlight some messages that my panelists, colleagues have placed on the table. Placing people at as the focus of these policies is very relevant, and that has to do with the design and implementation of policies, key to trigger the transformative power of technology. Integral, comprehensive policies, yes, but including differentiated measures. It is important to take into account the territorial, spatial differences among population groups, especially those living children in vulnerable situations. And lastly, and this was also mentioned in my presentation, the importance of anticipating most of these changes that are occurring as a result of digital transformation in order to make the best of those situations and also to be able to prepare for them and also have policies, the labor market, offsetting the loss of income for those who are affected by technology and that employment. And all of this is key to support the digital transformation and then make the best of the transformative potential. Technical training, professional training plays a key role together with educational policies and efforts to reconvert, constantly improving skills. Technical training should be for life, not a specific moment. And especially with these changes that we're saying and the ties with the private sector is essential in order to detonate this transformative potential, but also to appropriately direct the training offer. And lastly, the tripartite social dialogue, bringing to the table productive forces representing the workers together with decision makers. It's essential to have policies that make sense to the entire country and not sectors. Well, thank you. Very interesting topics, and that is why we did not get into the social security, because otherwise that would have been an entire part. But all these things must be taken into account. Maximiliano, 1 minute. Yes, in my 1 minute, I would like to say that at Telefonica, our innovation branch is called WIDER. We had held a forum in October together with IDB and others, and a case mentioned by the Undersecretary of Social Assessment, Paula Poblete, because it's very interesting to apply digitalization for the benefit of citizens. This benefit is given by the government of Chile, a single family benefit, and that parents, mom and dad, had to go to the municipality to ask about health education and education as such for the children to receive the benefit. But through digitalization, what they did was to take the health information available with the Ministry of Health, the vaccination program, also information on education, how many grades or years of education the children had, and they cross-matched this, and then they said that this benefit that people had to apply for became a social security guarantee. And this was done in 1 year with a direct payment for 500,000 girls, boys, and adolescents in Chile for the most vulnerable population. And so from the viewpoint of Telefonica, we thought this was very interesting because it was seen as a case of a cooperation. And it had to do with the digitalization, obviously respecting data privacy and so on. But there's no discussion of that. But I would like to take my minute to express that. Well, thank you, Maximiliano. And now, Graciela, if the coffee gets cold, it's your fault. You have 1 minute. Well, I apologize up front. 30 seconds then to barely say something about the uses, because I think that the matter is this. In our study, we also saw significant differences in the use of internet according to significant levels of connectivity. And so we suggest that among internet users with significant connectivity among the lower sectors, the differences in use, especially in transactional activities such as digital government services or financial transactions, activities related to work or study, it is 4 to 5 times less than the use by others who have higher levels of connectivity. And so I close by strengthening what Liliana said, that we should move ahead with the measurements and relate to other countries with better connectivity and how to improve the indicators, because everything is changing so fast that yes, we will continue because together we're stronger. Thank you. Well, thank you all very much for this panel. Very interesting. Nobody's going to sum up anything. We are all going away with a lot of ideas, and see you back here at 11 to continue with the session. Thank you.
Un placer. Igualmente, Gustavo. Nice to meet you, sir.
Yes. Thank you, it's a pleasure.
Estuvo muy bien, muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias por la invitación.
Ronnie, thanks so much.
Oh, yeah, my
Doing that.
pleasure. Yeah, it's good.
It was
Very
very good. It's very interesting. Actually, I have many issues. You have to talk, with the also with the group working group
Okay.
of how we might maybe work with some
Okay,
of you.
yeah, I think there's some opportunity.
Hola. Ya.
Buenos días. Los invitamos, por favor, a sentarse.
Good
Vamos a
morning. We
dar
would like
inicio al
to
panel.
request that you take your seats so that we may begin the panel discussion.
Bueno, muy buenos días a todas
Good morning,
y todos.
ladies and gentlemen.
Vamos a iniciar entonces con el panel de
Let
gobierno
us
digital,
begin the
datos y
panel
seguridad,
entitled
claves para la
Digital
transformación institucional.
Government, E-Government, Data
Voy a
and Security,
iniciar,
Keys for Institutional
presentando a los
Transformation.
panelistas.
I would like to begin by introducing
Señor
you to
José
the
Nostrozo
panelists,
Lara,
Mr.
director
Jose
de la
Inostroso
Secretaría
Lara,
de
Director of the
Gobierno
Digital
Digital del
Government
Ministerio de
Secretariat
Hacienda de
of the
Chile, que
Ministry of
lo veo por
Finance
ahí.
of Chile. I can see you
La
over there.
señora Virginia
Ms.
Pardo,
Virginia
directora del
Pardo,
área de
Director
Sociedad de la
for the
Información de
Information
AGESIC en
Society
Uruguay.
area of
Virginia.
AGESIC of Uruguay.
Señor Sebastián Cabello, director
Mr.
general
Sebastián
de
Cabello,
CMC Plus
Chief
Digital
Executive
Public
Officer
Affairs.
of
La señora
SC
Gina Areng, directora
SMC
del
Plus.
proyecto Unión
Ms. Ling
Europea
Areng, the director of
CyberNet
the
y presidenta del
EU
Centro de
CyberNet
Cibercapacidades
Project and
de
president
la
of the Latin
Región del
American and
Caribe,
Caribbean Cyber Competence
Binesal,
Center,
y el señor
LAC4,
Alejandro
and
Fuentes,
Mr.
VP
Alejandro Fuentes,
Assurance
Head of
de Amazon
Security
Web
and
Services,
Compliance
y el señor
of
Carlos
Amazon Web
Gutiérrez,
Services, and Mr. Carlos
subsecretario de
Gutierrez,
Servicios de
the
Innovación
Undersecretary
Digital
of
de la
Digital Services
Presidencia
and Innovation of the
del
Office
Consejo
of
de
the President
Ministros del
of the
Perú.
Council of Ministers of Peru.
No sé si está señor Carlos
Is
Gutiérrez.
Mr. Carlos
Está.
Gutierrez here?
¿Qué tal, Carlos? Muy
Yes,
bien.
good
Bueno,
morning, Carlos.
sean todos muy bienvenidos.
Welcome, all
Como
of
bien
you.
saben,
As you
el
all know,
éxito de las
the
iniciativas
success
para
of
brindar
the
servicios en
initiatives
línea
to
y
provide
acceso a
online
datos de
services
calidad
and access to quality
depende en
data
gran medida del
rely
grado de
significantly
madurez del
on the
gobierno
degree of
digital de cada
maturity
país.
of the
Y
e-governments
ello
of each
requiere a su
nation.
vez de
And
una
this at the same
combinación de
time calls
factores como el
for
nivel de
combining certain
interoperabilidad
factors such as the
de los
interoperability
sistemas
of
intra e
the
interinstitucionales,
inter
la
and
penetración de Internet de
intra-institutional
velocidad de
systems,
banda ancha,
internet
la
penetration,
infraestructura
broadband
tecnológica
services,
disponible tanto para
infrastructure
administraciones como
available
para usuarios,
for
la
administrators,
alfabetización
end
digital de la
users,
población
the digital
y las
literacy of the
políticas e
population,
instrumentos
and
legales para
legal
el acceso a la
policies and
información y
instruments
la seguridad de datos,
relative
por
to
nombrar
data
solo
security
algunos.
and information
Se
access,
trata de
to name
generar
just a
servicios
few
más
factors.
eficientes,
The idea is to
eficaces y
provide more
transparentes,
efficient,
lo cual
effective, and
requiere de una
transparent
mirada
services,
holística del
and this
Estado
calls for a
en
holistic
foco con la
approach
generación
from
de
the
valor
state
público
and
intra
focusing
e
on the
interinstituciones, poniendo
value
siempre a las
of
personas en el centro
intra
del
and
accionar.
interinstitutional public services,
Y como bien
while all
saben,
the time
estamos en
placing
presencia de
people at the
ciclos de
heart.
innovación
Now,
cada vez
we
más cortos,
know that
con
our innovation
tecnologías más
cycles are shorter
complejas,
and
cuyo
shorter,
uso
involving more
combinado
complex technologies,
ofrece
and the combined
aplicaciones
use
innovadoras
provides us
para el
with
desarrollo de
innovative
los países
applications for a
y la
country's
creación de
development
valor,
and for
a la vez que
creating
imponen
value. At
desafíos
the
de
same time,
política, de normativa
these
y también,
involve
por cierto,
regulatory
de
and
institucionalidad.
policy and institutionality
La capacidad de
challenges.
un país para
A
innovar
country's
y
capacity
adaptarse a las
to
nuevas
innovate and to
tecnologías
adapt to new
está
technologies
intrínsecamente
is
ligada a la
intrinsically
calidad y
tied to
disponibilidad
the
de su capital
quality
humano
and
y de
availability
su
of human
modelo de
capital
gobernanza.
and
De
to
todo
their
esto
governance
vamos a
model. Now,
conversar
we
en
will be
este panel.
discussing all of these
Vamos a
aspects
hacer dos
during this
rondas
panel
de
session.
preguntas.
We will have two
Para
rounds of
cada una
questions,
de ellas, los
and
panelistas tendrán
for
3 a
each
5
one,
minutos
the
para
panelists will
responder.
have 3 to 5
Les
minutes to
agradezco desde
answer
ya
the
que
questions.
puedan
So I
ajustarse
would
al
like
tiempo
to
disponible.
request that you please
Y vamos a
adhere to
iniciar
the
con
allotted
el
time
director de
constraints.
la
We will
Secretaría de
begin
Gobierno
with
Digital de Chile,
the
José. La
director of the
pregunta para usted es, ¿cómo
e-government
está Chile
secretariat, Mr.
mejorando los
Jose
marcos de
Inostroso. The question is,
gobernanza
what
en
is Chile
materia
doing
de
to
gobierno
improve
digital y datos?
e-government
José,
and
adelante.
data governance
Muchas gracias,
models?
Valeria. Estamos muy bien.
Thank you, Valeria. We are advancing very quickly. The gap is enormous. We have talked a lot about gaps. But if we look at the half full glass, President Boric's administration has implemented key actions. It has, first of all, strengthened the role of the digital governance unit that existed in the past, and it is now called the Secretariat of Digital Government within the Ministry of Finance. And this is accompanied by two important benefits when it comes to governance. We have strengthened leadership faculties, and we are at the same time forming part of the group of entities that are working on the modernization of the state, such as the civil service, public procurement, and innovation. These two elements, in my view, are enhancing our role and likewise governance in our country. I would like to especially highlight the fact that we have more leadership or faculties, and I would like to acknowledge Master Lastorni from Uruguay, who is supporting us in this work, and that is very important. The agenda of this issue is enormous in terms of defining who manages data, digital aspects, and interoperability, and also integrated digital services, and so on and so forth. All this implies a whole series of strategies, general regulations, more technical regulations, certain consensus plans, and a lot of work. So, in summary, in our view, the government is making progress. The Secretariat has been strengthened, and we face many challenges because the road ahead is very long. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, José, por esa
Thank you, Jose, for that, for what you have said. Now, we will offer the floor to Carlos Gutierrez, who is Undersecretary for Digital Services and Innovation of the Office of the President of the Council of Ministers of Peru. Under Secretary, I would like to ask you about the role played by open data and access to information in reducing inequality and the promotion of government transparency, and how we're able to guarantee that this information is accessible and useful to all citizens. Thank you. Good afternoon. I would like to thank the invitation, and I convey the greetings of the Minister of Digital Transformation, who has not been able to be present. And now, if we talk about data beyond open data and accessible data, we can begin with a point that was, I believe, disruptive for everyone, which was, and this occurred during the pandemic. I was lucky enough to spend to be in this position a week before the pandemic was officially declared, and I accompanied at that time the minister, and we realized that what the books said that we have read for a long time, in the sense that information was a key aspect in all decision making, at that time became more real than ever. Data did not coincide between what was in the information systems and what was evidenced by doctors and so on. And basically, it prevented us from making decisions around such sensitive aspects, such as the identification of hospital beds, the number of oxygen tanks that had to be purchased, and so on. And we evidenced a reality that had to be overcome, and we did that efficiently and quickly because we didn't have a backup plan. I, for example, lost 15 colleagues during the pandemic, and we were certainly motivated by that underlying sense of humanity. There were many similar cases that have created awareness among us about that situation. For example, immediately after the pandemic, or not after the pandemic, but during the pandemic, we also had to deal with the issue of the subsidies that the state provided to our citizens who had to go out and make a living every day. during the pandemic. So that was again another disruptive moment for the digital economy, during which we had around 25 state institutions, all the banks in Peru, the different financial institutions in Peru, and we used to have meetings with 200 or 250 people that tried to develop a process to make this subsidy effective and available to all these people. And this was a sector that had no knowledge of the issue of the digital economy, as was mentioned during this meeting. We didn't have, for example, we even didn't have an account or an identification that enabled us to perform an effective mapping. This was the biggest financial transaction that we had, around 3.5 billion soles, which was done effectively via the accompaniment of the General Controller's Office that had no observations about the process that was undertaken and about the figures that were declared at the end of this process. And with regards to accessibility, in 2009, and together with engineer César Vilches, we were able for the first time to bring down to earth the accessibility guideline, which is fundamental for people with disability, enabling people with disability to gain access to information. We had to undergo a long period of to create awareness, and I could speak at length about these awareness creation issues, but that led us to understand that this process had to be undertaken in the most efficient manner, supported by the WO3C of Spain, which is the leading agency in this sense, and we did this in a very effective manner, including codes and the WB13 didn't express this in the documents, and we had to take that into consideration and include it. And something which is very important is that today we are about to perform an update due to changes in issues related to the use of new development tools, new multimedia resources, and so on, that basically forces us as a country, and I think that this is applicable to the whole of Latin America, to update these accessibility guidelines. I could talk about many other issues that I have experienced firsthand. The issue of the Pisco earthquake, which is something which was a great impact, and there we faced a tremendous problem with access to data. And you can visit our webpage and see how we were able to overcome each one of these situations step by step. Thank you, Undersecretary, for putting a face to the issues that we are discussing today. Now we'll offer the floor to the Director of the Information Society of AGESIC Uruguay. How is Uruguay dealing with the digital adoption so that governments, institutions can operate in a much more efficient manner? Thank you, Valeria. Let's see how I can reduce this into 3 or 4 minutes. I'd like to say 3 words that are fundamental. The issue of how we're making this much more agile. This is an issue that we often discuss, the need for the urgency so that there may be changes in public entities without them being long-winded processes, because linked to the word inclusion, we're casting aside the possibility for many people to do this in an equal fashion and to be included in the issue related to, in all issues related to state services. And if we speak about the government, we must indeed talk about efficiency. That is a fundamental aspect. We are talking within the summit of the Society of Information, but there's a special chapter which deals with the information that governments had in terms of public services, and we can work with differentiation and achieve results. And I want to show you one of the key aspects that we believe is important and that we have linked in to the digital transformation in Uruguay with concrete impacts, and the measures that we took, which are all critical elements in order to make this agile processes ensuring inclusion and efficiency. Following the example of our colleague from Chile, from the very beginning of the creation of the agency in 2006, the issue of accessibility to digital services has also been a concern. We begin with good practices recommendations. We also, and when we talk about accessibility to digital services, is that all solutions, tools, devices, the procedures, all the information be accessible in all devices for all people. And this implies that the tool and the product must be accessible from the design stage, or that the contents which is uploaded in the web applications and so on may also be accessible, labeled with good contrast, that the image is adequate, that we have a sign language for key information and so on, involving many elements. This was we have many good practices, but we still needed to implement that. And so, what were the critical steps that we took for this to be effective and for it to still to be effective? This formed part of public policy within the digital agenda. For it to be a national issue, we moved from recommendations to the legal framework. We passed a law that makes it mandatory that in a country all solutions and tools of the government of Uruguay, and we also call upon the private sector to this, and that be accessible. And this obviously led to a reaction by providers and even by communicators, because they edited contents. And what was the implication of that and how they had to comply with that? We also received the support of the institutional framework, which was what we have discussed. For this to be agile, it is not that each entity has to define its good practices, how to implement and how to do training on what this means, but rather based on the existing institutional framework with cross-cutting entities reporting to the presidency, we were able to create a cross-cutting program that enabled us to conduct centralized actions in order to make that implementation much more dynamic. We published good practices, well, how to make a PDF document accessible, basic things like that, how the tool what it had to look like, how can I evaluate accessibility when it came to the solutions. We also provided tools so that all entities could use them. One cannot, in a decentralized manner, purchasing the same solution, the same tools in each one of those public institutions. We also contributed to the sustainability of the process, which is also a key factor in order to maintain and assure this real inclusion, which is to appoint a responsible person for accessibility in each public institution and to generate an accessibility policy in each public entity. And we help to generate that community within institutions, and we also supported institutions to establish an improvement plan as stipulated by the law. All new solutions, in other words, must have an accessible design, but how to incorporate those that we already had before the approval of the law and to meet those standards. And within that set of actions, we also incorporated the concept of accessibility in our framework agreements, which is centralized procurement using a virtual store where we immediately facilitated the acquisition of services from the part of institutions, and we incorporated the concept of being able to acquire training or services supporting accessibility in our different solutions using that instrument. And another fundamental aspect was monitoring. So this basically closes this circuit to have an observatory, for example, on accessibility, web-based digital accessibility, because we monitor all websites, whether they are complying or not with the standards. And now we're incorporating procedures. We're looking at the services one by one, the ones that are published, and to determine whether they are meeting accessibility criteria. And we're also determining whether the documents published in the state webs, whether they are accessible or not. And we are not comparing entities, but rather we're showing how each one is faring. And this in turn is generating a reaction. We have had many exchanges with public entities. Obviously, they wish to improve because we show how they're faring. Many providers are improving their tools because sometimes the difficulty lies within the technical tool, not so much in contents. And that ends up by having an impact upon the solutions, which is what we want, what we seek. We want to have solutions which will mean that all people can gain access in an equal manner and that the state also works efficiently. Supplementing that, we also worked or we incorporated a commitment within the open government plan in order to reach via participation methods so that we could begin to prioritize with these communities that were more vulnerable and impacted by non-accessibility, the demands, the difficulties, and their experiences. I enter the web, I want to read information, I want to conduct a procedure, and I can't do that. And concrete examples of basic procedures because either because the link is lost, because it's not accessible, because I can't read, or whether because I lose my connectivity, all that is very, very important. And so the idea was to link those comments, those histories of reality, and that they have to move to a physical place in order to complete that action, generates that awareness among public entities, and that enabled us to establish a priority plan to improve services.
Okay. All part of the strategy that is giving good results. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Virginia, and thank you for reminding us of the relevance of monitoring to correct when necessary and ensure that we're on the right path. And now we will move on to Sebastian.
Entonces, Sebastián, director general de CMC Plus.
Who is the Chief Executive Officer of SMC Plus. How can governments innovate with the digitalization and related to data security and privacy? Well, first of all, a summary, because with ECLAC, we've done a couple of jobs on data governance, and we have first focused on cities. Yes, you know. Many cities in Latin America, there's a lot of inequality, and many of the metropoli today have a lot of experience in smart governance because they have a higher level of income than other places. The income per capita in Buenos Aires and Bogota, Mexico City, or Sao Paulo is much higher than the country average. And so on account of these phenomena affecting cities, they are the ones that most use AI, bots, citizen consultation, the fact that when people go to do a government procedure, this is related to pending fines. And so, well, this learning has not been transferred to subnational governments. And perhaps one experiment. The case of Uruguay is maybe different because since it is a smaller country and with his experience, we can say that this is like the Estonia of Latin America. They have a lot more traveled and with an important capability of penetrating a national or subnational governance. But others have greater difficulty because local autonomy means that it is not easy for national authorities to even understand and discipline how this is done in different states. And so one of the main challenges of subnational governments with data use is, first of all, to develop a data culture, putting data at the center. Everyone is speaking of AI, but if the data is poor, AI is going to give you poor outcomes. And the models will be erroneously trained with dirty data and inaccurate data. And so what you need is that the data culture be well rooted in government, because data gathering today is being done through innumerable manners. Each device is creating data, each computer of a civil servant is generating data every time someone pays a tax. So there's a tremendous amount of data being generated, and if that is not governed, if data is not properly governed, well, this leads to an overall mess. You have a lot of information in different locations, in different degrees of quality, use. And so it is very important that in recent times, say 10 years ago, we spoke of open data. Few used it, let's be honest. Data was being published, there was a web, and well, the intentions were good, but today we are speaking of using the data use to make decisions and do policies based on evidence. And so everyone should be accommodated to that, to have specific responsibilities. Who is the chief data officer of the government, so to speak? And that all with ethics and that design of governments is closely related to ethics. After, well, with the pandemic, as happened to Peru, it was clear that we needed to use the data. I'll give you an example. The most paradigmatic sector, health and physicians, the most closed and analogical area. I recently estimated how to make more loans in health, because in Uruguay you have Salud or Health.1 and other countries as well. This is one of the most dynamic sectors that is asking for greater digitalization and has accepted digitalization with less requirements. After COVID, it began to understand that it is possible to monitor patients. You can do follow-up, maybe not diagnosis, but you can move ahead with many things that helps health management to be more efficient. The bottlenecks in hospitals have a long waiting list, a better procurement for vaccines. Well, but for that you need criteria right from the start, organized, and also things gained from other sectors, economists, specialists in public services. And they often found it difficult to explain in public services. What do you mean by this? And so we still have a long way to go for that trajectory that GSIC is speaking about should translate into institutional matters. And I still see governments sort of in doubt. Mexico just created a digital transformation agency. The national government has a rationale up front. And prior to that, it was the government of the city of Mexico who did it. And so we're seeing how can we move ahead based on the experience to gain the capability to improve data use, to break down these internal in-house silos, to have data interoperability, first of all in-house and then out-house. We are publishing a paper on data interoperability that Latin America can gain, having greater interoperability criteria where you can gain in each sector based on having data exchange platforms. And so this is a sort of a hinge moment and experience. We speak of Estonia, we speak of Singapore, the UK, but it's still not easy to have an experience of our own, a pathway. What should we do? The experience in Uruguay is very relevant, but how each country adapts that to their own reality, well, this means that we need to begin the journey, learn from our mistakes. And so very good work of what Jose has to do at his SEEK as well, because not everything is written. It's a bit of trial and error. You need to set aims for the civil service to do their job well, and maybe you don't have the ability to discipline the different agencies, but well, tell your boss to tell me, otherwise I won't do it. No, that's not easy in an organization to break down a silo, but this is unavoidable because the future is here somehow, and we're going to begin having tools, and what we need is to have a data culture at the center. Well, thank you, Sebastian, for that intervention. And now we will move on with Lina Aring, Director of the Project EU CyberNet and President of the Latin American Caribbean Cyber Competence Center. How can governments encourage digital transformation in public services without compromising the security of personal data? And we can continue to elaborate on this topic. Well, thank you and good morning, everyone. I am pleased to be part of this distinguished panel and share the outlook of Europe and Estonia specifically. And sorry, Latvia. because I would like to speak of the initiatives A4. Through A4, what initiatives are we proposing for the region to build the cyber capacities in Latin America and the Caribbean? But with your permission, I will now continue in English to save time for everyone, because I cannot speak as fast as Virginia. Interpreters say, well, that's quite fortunate.
To start with a little bit of context, and focusing on cybersecurity. So how information systems fail, they either break or people lose trust in using them. And if you lose this trust, then it means that all the investments that you have made in digital government, in digital economy, in digital societies are also lost. So the trust is very important. How to build trust? This happens through transparency, and also the assurance that the personal data of the population is well guarded with the government. Giving an example from Estonia, in Estonia, the tax authority, surprisingly, is the most trusted public agency. And this is followed by agencies that really save people's lives, like emergency services, rescue services, or police, or border guards. So quite a weird country, but it means that for some reason Estonians trust that the information systems, the underlying information systems that provide or facilitate the provision of e-services, are to be trusted. And we can distrust politicians, we can distrust bureaucrats, but for some reason we trust the algorithms and mathematicians who have developed the algorithms, that our data is handled and stored securely. As you've heard over the past days, and our Minister of Foreign Affairs spoke, that 99.9% of e-services are provided online in Estonia, 24/7. And many services nowadays are proactive services, proactive services built around life events, such as having a baby, or getting married, or retiring, or how to settle in Estonia. So you get a package of services which happens only with a few clicks, and everything happens that in the background, the dirty work of bureaucracy, the information exchange between different public agencies. This is not visible to the regular citizen, and this also creates the ease of doing business, the ease of using e-services, and that also builds trust. Plus, it's really hard to bribe a computer. And personal data protection, indeed, is the cornerstone of building trust towards e-government. And people also have the right to know how their data is used. As we heard, data is the centerpiece of everything, and we generate the data, we as people. So also to give an example from Estonia, people can securely log onto to the citizen portal that displays the history of logs of public agencies who have accessed the personal data of citizens. So you have a complete overview of what happens with your data. But speaking of technology, there is now a concept that is gaining more and more traction in many countries and organizations around the world. That's a concept of secure or security by design, which is a proactive approach to cybersecurity that integrates security measures into the design phase, or from the inception of developing the information systems, rather than being an afterthought when you already have a service and then you have no idea who protects it, how it's protected, whose responsibility that is. So it is a principle that emphasizes the importance of building secure systems right from the scratch, making the systems more robust and less vulnerable to to different breaches. And focus is on prevention, which is a mental shift in cybersecurity, because if you imagine cybersecurity, you usually get a picture of a battle between the hackers, the attackers and the defenders. But cybersecurity is more focusing now on not on response, but rather on prevention. And security by design is one important element of that prevention. Because it starts with identification and understanding of the potential threats and risks. And then you build the security measures into the system that can involve encryption protocols, access controls, secure authentication mechanism, what have you. And this technical architectural solution is promoted and implemented more and more widely. And with our LAC4 team, in collaboration with Uruguay, we have developed a training course, which is focusing on the practical implementation of security by design concept. And the training will be carried out in the end of this month in Montevideo. So we're very happy to have that. But first of all, to have the request from Uruguay, and this is also how we are operating in LAC4, is that we are aiming to share good practices and very recent good practices, and also sharing some of the innovative measures that have been discovered or are promoted somewhere. And our aim is to develop these needs-based tailored trainings to help to build cyber capacities across the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gina. Alejandro, vamos contigo. Y consultamos
Alejandro, on to you. What cybersecurity strategies should public institutions adopt in order to protect digital infrastructure and personal data without putting essential services in danger?
Bueno, ¿se escucha ahí? Gracias. Primero que nada, muchas gracias
Thank
por la
you.
invitación. Es un honor para
First
mí
of
estar
all,
acá.
thank you for the invitation.
En base a la pregunta y tomando un poco también lo que se ha
Based on
conversado,
the question and what we've been talking about, the message that I want to send out, I'm coming from a different background, from engineers, and sometimes they say things that others don't understand and make this information more accessible. So I'd like to comment on what has happened in the last few months and weeks. We've had different cyber attacks. So the first message is that all these risks cannot be a blocker. They must be an element that we need to consider, and the invitation is to devise a different strategy. So these are practices of the industry. The idea along the lines of what Lina mentioned is that there are things we need to change. We need to change how we design systems. So in more simple terms, there are some security systems by design, like Lina mentioned, with the security review systems. If we take them to a more mundane or simple example, if I build a building 4 stories and the next day I tell the builder, oh, but now I want it to withstand 7.0 earthquake. Clearly, it's not easy. They will try to do something, but the idea is if from the beginning this building had been built or conceptualized and had solved certain threats, clearly the possibility of implementing controls from the beginning with the associated costs would have been easier to manage. So along these lines, I'd like to reinforce the idea of security by design. We have to design it from the beginning, not at the end, not as a final test that I'm doing just to comply, because then I'm going to find failures that sometimes I can't solve anymore. But if I'm including security from the beginning, it's very cost efficient. If I need to make any change in the design, in the architecture, I can do it on paper. I'm not programming a code line. I'm just programming and I'm following these adjustments. And then when I begin with the construction phase, I will have included or will have certain certainties and security elements. The message is that this cannot be a blocker. We need to do things differently. Another thing I'd like to mention is that there's a concept of security by design and privacy by design. That's another new concept in the industry, has to do with data protection. So we need to rethink and understand, better understand how we're doing things, why we're doing them. And more specifically, from the technical side, I can say that there are ways of doing it differently, more safer ways of doing it. And we can actually protect private data and think about it and train teams on these techniques. In terms of privacy by design, there's two elements that are very simple. For example, making data anonymous. In Chile, we're in a struggle right now. We are just beginning with the data protection laws. But if we truly need information or say we don't need it, or we're carrying out some sort of statistical analysis, I don't store personal data. So instead of having personal data such as birth dates, I just change it for an age group, and that is no longer personal, and it is still useful for my business process. There are other solutions. For example, replacing a value such as an ID number that has no significance, and if it's exposed, it's simply not necessary, and I can manage all of the information with this one false ID that would represent the person. That way I restrict and I eliminate the protection that I need to have. That is very different, because the more complex protection is where I save that relationship between the personal data and the invented piece of information. So it can be done, it is complex, but we need to change methodologies, and that is what I want to leave with you, that if we do things differently, if we incorporate these principles, security by design, privacy by design, we can have this information for citizens, public and private, in order to manage adequate levels of security.
Muchas gracias, Sebastián, por traer no solo
Thank you, Alejandro, for bringing these very important solutions applicable to the countries of the region. We're going to continue with the second round of questions, and again, for José Inostroza, what are the challenges for data security and public digital services?
Me gustaría antes decir, y vinculado con la respuesta en relación a la pregunta, que creo que el desafío que
I believe
tenemos
that the challenge
es cómo
for most of
tener
us
estrategias
is
precisas
having
que sacan
very
cargo de
precise
las
strategies
restricciones.
that take
Bien,
charge of
porque
all
yo creo
these
que estamos
restrictions.
muy de
Because
acuerdo, en general somos
I guess
conscientes
we
de
all
cuáles son los
agree, we're all
estándares,
aware
cuáles
of
son
the
los
standards,
principios,
of the
cuál es el
principles,
deseable. El
of what is
problema para la
desirable,
mayor
but the
parte de los países de
problem in
Latinoamérica
most
o de la
cases, for
mayor
most
parte de la
countries in Latin
administración
America,
pública es cómo tú lo
is
llevas a
how
cabo.
you
Yo
carry
diría
it
que
out.
ese enfoque
I think that
estratégico
this
de pensamiento
strategic
debiéramos empezar a ponerlo más en la
focus on
agenda,
thinking
en la
should be on
estrategia,
the agenda,
en los
on our
foros.
strategies, and in all
Eso es
fora.
absolutamente
It
crítico,
is
si
of
no
the
vamos a tener
essence.
un
If
listado
not, we're going to
infinito de
have an
brechas que
infinite
nunca
list of gaps
podemos
that we will
cubrir
never
y
be able
esencialmente nos
to
lamentamos
cover
y
and
o pedimos
address,
más
and we
recursos
will
que no
simply
están.
be lamenting.
En esa línea,
And we
la
won't have the
pista
resources.
que estamos
And
mirando en Chile, y básicamente porque estamos mirando buenas prácticas,
we're looking at good
Estonia,
practices,
Dinamarca,
Estonia,
Uruguay,
Denmark, Uruguay,
etcétera,
etc.
tiene que ver Tal
This
vez, y
has
esto
to
puede ser
do,
discutible,
perhaps, and it's
y no tiene
debatable,
por qué ser hegemónico, es cómo no solamente identificar
as to how
estándares,
to
sino cómo
identify
construir
standards
herramientas que tengan
and
los
build
estándares
tools
y que
that
puedan
may
ser
have the
distribuidas. Bien,
same standards
entonces acá
and
usamos el
that can be
concepto de
distributed.
servicios
So we
compartidos.
have the concept of shared
Personalmente,
services,
estimo que tenemos que hacer una agenda más fuerte en materia de
and we
servicios
need to have a
compartidos.
stronger agenda
Para
in
ser más
shared
concreto,
services. And
es
to be
muy
specific,
difícil
it's
que
very
un porcentaje muy grande
difficult
de la administración pública en Chile,
that
por
a
ejemplo, los
large
municipios,
percentage
puedan cumplir
of the
altos estándares
municipalities
en
can
protección de datos
comply with
personales,
high standards
temas de
of data
ciberseguridad y al mismo
protection,
tiempo hacer
personal data
innovación.
protection,
Eso,
and also
ex
innovate.
ante, uno ya sabe que eso no va a pasar. Entonces la pregunta es cómo construimos
So it's not going
herramientas
to
para
happen.
que
So
ellos
how do we
puedan
build
tener
tools
servicios digitales
so
de
that they
calidad.
can
Y
have
de hecho lo que uno percibe en
quality
los
digital
municipios es
services?
que te piden esas herramientas.
So
O sea, hay
the
una
municipalities ask
disposición
for these
favorable a esta
tools.
estrategia.
There
Y
is
eso,
an
siguiendo con el
interest
pensamiento
and a
lógico, es
positive
cuál es la capacidad de
attitude
los gobiernos
in
para
this regard.
construir
But when we think about what the
adecuadamente estas
government's
herramientas,
capacity is to build these
sostener el
tools,
esfuerzo de
it has to
ir
do with sustaining
incorporando nuevas herramientas, mantener la calidad de las
efforts,
herramientas y
maintaining the
evolucionarlas. Y
quality
eso
of
nos
these
lleva
tools and
de
evolving
lleno a
them.
la pregunta de la
This
capacidad
takes us
organizacional de las
fully
instituciones
to
para
the
que esto ocurra efectivamente. Bien, yo creo que ahí tenemos un
to
desafío
making this
muy
happen.
grande. Y para ser
That is our main challenge. And
más específico en
to
materia
be
de
more
datos,
specific
siguiendo
in
lo que
terms of
decía muy
data,
bien Alejandro, muy bien,
as
digamos,
Alejandro said,
las ideas que planteaste. Por
these
ejemplo,
were
en
his
materia de
ideas.
datos personales,
In
¿cómo
terms of personal
minimizamos
data, how do we
la
minimize
disposición en las instituciones
the
públicas de los datos?
use
Y
of
ojalá
personal
podamos
data in
solamente acceder a la
public
información relevante
institutions
de la
and
fuente
access
responsable de los
relevant
datos.
information
El típico caso de en vez de
responsibly?
pedir el
The
dato para
typical
poder
classic
resolver un
case of
asunto,
asking for
tal vez hacer
information
una
to solve
consulta
something would
a el
perhaps
responsable original del
could
dato y que la
perhaps
respuesta
be
sea un rango,
with
como
a
tú decías, o la
consultation with
respuesta sea
a
un sí o un no.
range and
Bien,
maybe have an answer be
eso nos
a
lleva
yes or
también
no
al hecho de que las
answer.
instituciones
And
tienen que
that
tener
leads
esos
us
servicios
to
disponibles y eso
having
es caro,
institutions
es
that have
difícil,
these
requiere
services
tiempo.
available. It's
En Chile son
expensive, it's
1.400
difficult, it takes
organismos
time.
públicos, no lo va a
There
hacer
are
cada uno.
1,400
Por
public
tanto, tendríamos que tener
organizations
una
in Chile,
herramienta de interoperabilidad, por ejemplo, que tenga estas
but it
características y
needs
por
to
tanto
have
la
these
implementación sea
characteristics,
mucho
and
más
therefore
fácil de
implementation should
hacer,
be
de tal
or could
manera
be
que cuando a uno
easier
le pidan un
that
dato
way,
pueda
so that
responder de un
when
modo
you are
minimalista
asked for
y así
information, you can
sistémicamente
answer in
tenemos
a more
la
minimalistic way
información para resolver,
and provide
tenemos la protección de los
information. We
datos
have data
y tenemos al
protection,
mismo tiempo la
and we would
facilidad
also
de
have
implementación.
the
Bien, yo diría que esa es como la
an
idea
easy
principal.
implementation.
Lo mismo en accesibilidad. Todos estamos claros que tenemos que
Access,
tener accesibilidad,
we
pero
are
eso es
all
caro,
clear that you
es
have to have
difícil cuando uno
access. It's
mide en
very,
muchas brechas y por tanto no consiste en que cada
very
servicio público
clear.
en Chile,
We all know that.
1000%,
And,
contrate
if you have
un sistema con
1,400
altos estándares
public
porque no hay dinero para eso. Y
agencies,
la pregunta
you
es
know
cómo
that it's difficult
construimos
to
una
hire
máquina
high
de
standard solutions
construir
because there's no
servicios
money.
webs
We don't have
y
money for that.
servicios de
And
distinta
we need to
naturaleza
build
que
web
cumplan los estándares,
services of
bien,
different
como lo han hecho
nature
varios países de los que están
to
aquí
build
presentes.
and
Entonces,
work
y
on these
termino acá,
standards.
y perdón
And
que me extienda un
I'm going
poco,
to conclude
eso nos lleva
here.
necesariamente a mayor
Sorry, I
centralización
took
y
a
una
little longer
capacidad
than
relevante a
expected,
nivel central,
but it
países como
should
Chile, de la
be
escala de
done
Chile,
at a more central
para poder
level.
hacer esto,
For example, in
sostenerlo y
Chile, in order to
distribuirlo
sustain this
adecuadamente.
and distribute
No veo
it
otra estrategia
adequately. I
posible
don't
para
see any
pasar de la
other
conversación de los
strategy
deseables
possible
a la
that
conversación
will
de lo
allow us
hicimos.
to change the conversation from what is desirable to what
Muchas gracias,
we can
José.
actually do.
Vamos ahora
Thank you,
con la
Jose.
pregunta
Let's
para
go on
el
to
subsecretario
the
Carlos
question
Gutiérrez. ¿Cómo
for
agilizar la
Undersecretary
adopción del
Carlos
gobierno digital para
Gutierrez.
que las
How
instituciones
can the digital
públicas
government
operen de manera más
help
inclusiva
public
y
institutions
eficiente en América
operate
Latina
in a
y
more
el Caribe?
inclusive
Adelante,
manner
por
in Latin
favor.
America and the Caribbean?
Ok, gracias.
Okay.
A ver, primero quisiera yo
First,
tener
I
en
would
claro
like
una
to
diferencia entre el implementar un gobierno digital e impulsar la transformación digital,
think
porque
about the
obviamente
difference of one thing is having a
contexto
digital
mucho
government,
más
another is
amplio,
promoting it. It's a
¿no?
broader context.
Y a implementar una
And
transformación digital
implementing a
es
digital
implementar una verdadera
transformation
sociedad de la
is
información, ¿no? En
having
la cual
an information
incluyas a todos
society
los
that
sectores
includes all the
que
players
obviamente tengan que hacer y necesitan hacer uso de un sistema de
and
información o un
all
recurso
those that
cualquiera
need
que
to
esté
make
ligado
use
a un
of these
tema
resources.
tecnológico.
is technology.
Y siempre me gusta
And
más o menos,
I like,
ya que lo mencionaron,
you mentioned this, I'd like to comment on an experience because that is what sensitizes and generates this awareness that you need in order to do work that meets the objective.
Por el cual estamos reunidos todos
It is
nosotros hoy
the
en día acá.
objective that brings us all here today. So the first day that I came to ECLAC, I left the hotel and I lost my signal. I didn't have roaming and I was defenseless and on the street. I didn't know where I needed to go. So I asked people how to get to Cepal, what streets I should take. And I realized that in reality, that is what we are doing. We're trying to offer solutions for these things. And this is just a simple example of so many things that need to be solved.
We no longer talk about creating or proposing a solution or an information system, but rather we talk about adopting a culture in which, unfortunately, the civil servant may be one of the opponents. Civil servants may reject new solutions, adopting new technologies, because this involves adaptation. And that's a long process. In fact, let me provide you with an example, just an example I'm throwing out there. And I'm pretty sure that everyone has experienced this because this is one of the most commonly used systems throughout all of Latin America. And I'm referring to digital signature of documents. This is a long process to implement. Implementing this system takes a while, is what I mean. And this involves an infrastructure, the application, as well as awareness among the civil servants relative to the benefits that this provides to citizens. Because citizens will no longer have to deal with the issues they had to face 10, 20 years ago, waiting in lines and requesting files, etc. But this system makes it easier for citizens to simply resort to a mobile application and learn about the status of their process. And when I say citizens, I'm referring to this concept in the broadest sense. Someone who might be working on a construction project and needs to know on a daily basis the status of permits and etc. And the state has an obligation to streamline this process. And civil servants also need to be aware of this and need to be aware that this brings about benefits for the entire planet because it's a paperless system. So there's several components wrapped therein, and civil servants and citizens in the end need to take these aspects into consideration. All right, there's another issue that's quite important among all the topics we've talked about, artificial intelligence, or other solutions that we would like to adopt. In the end, we have talked about infrastructure and how infrastructure is powerful. If we aim to adopt AI infrastructure, and we need supercomputers that will facilitate this process. For example, databases, software, and supercomputing will all converge in one spot for a solution that will provide us with the results we expect. We have many solutions. I'm sorry for going over 5 minutes, but I would like to summarize to the best extent possible. I have a lot to tell you, and I have a long list of solutions. that we have provided to our citizens on our portal, gov.pe, more than 1,000 pages, more than 500 institutions or entities using these processes. Other services are used by more. We have more than 2 million requests for use. 617 entities use some of these services, and more than 3,000 complaints. We have a site where citizens can lodge complaints regarding poor management, poor processing that they may have identified. This is very important. It's crucial to provide citizens the degree of participation they need. We have fostered this culture of software exchange as well. There's another issue we identified a while ago, and that is redundancy regarding the creation of solutions that already exist elsewhere. So sharing these solutions is common because this brings about significant savings for the state. There is another issue. Actually, I have a great deal of information to share with you, but there is something that I wanted to underscore regarding data management and how it relates to the pandemic. This is quite important. I actually was working with my team a while ago to assess cross-border connectivity, and I think that this is we are all part of an information circuit that we could share through interoperability, but there continue to be bureaucratic hurdles, paperwork, differences regarding regulations, differences regarding handling, and the way states manage personal data differently. In fact, in the commercial realm as well, we know that companies are some of the state's main allies in our ability to close the communications gap and the connectivity gap. They play a key part in anything that we've talked about here. And in order to conclude, I would like to mention something else. This way, the Peruvian government aims to foster, and I have so much to say and not enough time. Again, I apologize, but the Peruvian government aims to foster inclusive, meaningful connectivity as a way to boost quality of life and provide citizens the tools that they actually need for development. Let's not forget that they are the reason why we are carrying out all of these efforts, and why we're here talking about these aspects, why we're seated here today. We are here with the purpose of providing citizens the tools they need to grow. Thank you, Undersecretary. Virginia, how do you think we can drive innovation to go from a digital government to a smart government? We've already referred to this slightly with regard to the open government concept. Perhaps you could tease this out further. I promise to speak slower, otherwise I know the interpreters will despise me even more. Let's talk a bit about innovation. We also have heard about governance and this concept of the smart government, which is more open, involving participation, engagement, being efficient. This concept of inclusion and efficiency is all at the heart of a digital government policy. These are words that we cannot leave out. We've talked about data governance, we've talked about cybersecurity, We know that's another topic. Yesterday, well, over the last 3 days, we've talked about governance as well in a different realm. So there are many issues, many concepts. I think this concept of digital governance, by definition, is something we've talked a great deal about. And it's not just about a digital policy for paperwork, for errands, what have you. And by the way, am an engineer. I'm not an engineer that provides solutions, but as far as public policies are concerned, we need to analyze how society moves forward and the government needs to adapt and adjust. So in the end, we need to involve all the different actors in public policy transformation. This is part of the radical change that we are witnessing. And for that, we need institutional arrangements, we need participation, engagement, open government areas have allowed us to involve accountability, dialogue with the different stakeholders to make sure that we have stronger, more robust policies. I think that too brings about innovation as a consequence, because the idea is to have participatory processes where we can listen to all the stakeholders and understand how we can provide better services or how we can have a better public policy that will have an impact on the target group, and how we can prioritize certain initiatives because we have limited resources. It's also important to bring about standing opportunities for dialogue. Councils have monitoring and evaluation processes with the stakeholders. I think all of that, well, that is key. Regarding efficiencies, we have really fostered this. We have the open government area, and by design, this involves efficiencies. But let's talk about design. Everything that is by design is about efficiencies. It's very clear from, and this has an impact on all the players. If you have an efficient government, you need to have efficient vendors. We all work together in the same market in the end. We are also fostering how to improve the engagement and participation of actors, of stakeholders. There are clear examples with regard to institutional arrangements and councils, but there are other technological tools that will help do this, that will assist in better inclusion. And so apart from the key components related to institutionalized governance, it's important to have a digital citizen engagement platform. In Uruguay, we are fortunate enough, because of many different factors, to have universal connectivity and universal access. And so digital means, when accessible, are an excellent tool for fostering engagement nationwide. And I think that's a good step forward. We have accessible citizen participation, it's centralized. So, and then we come back to the whole issue of efficiencies. We have a single user experience facilitating action. So from many examples of engagement and participation that have enabled us to improve the policies, not just digital policy, but the public policy across the board. We have Mercedes, works with telecommunications. We customized the policy there, and we engaged citizens through the platform to issue their opinion. We conducted a public consultation with regard to the human rights plan, etc. We have many examples of how we've used technology to boost institutional arrangements. And obviously, the tool of public consultation is key. We've tied that to the digital policy and data management, and we've involved other different sectors in developing national policy. For example, public consultation is important for the vendors to express their opinion with regard to bidding processes. There are many simple strategic examples out there. This is yet another example of innovative solutions. But again, what I wanted to say is it's about participation and governance. Thank you, Virginia. Sebastian, we don't have enough time to delve deeper into privacy protection or data protection. Maybe you could talk about that. When we talked with data protection entities, we actually made a presentation that ECLAC will be publishing soon. We worked with 33 countries and addressed the regulatory frameworks relative to cybersecurity and data protection, but not personal data protection. We focused on data protection as an umbrella concept. And we discovered that in Latin America, there is disparate development. We can say that there are only 3 countries that have made progress in this regard. And they are, one could say, aligned in terms of progress with regard to cybersecurity regulations and data protection. We have seen that a great deal of the region has focused more on personal data protection. But as far as security is concerned, I think we would all agree that the technical standards side is making good progress. The most difficult part is cultural change and how can we implement this. And as mentioned by Jose, we have to figure out how to bring about these changes. You may have a use case for one tool and understand how this would penetrate throughout different organizations. I understand it's not just a government level problem, but civil society as well. There's this issues of silos, etc.
I mentioned the study that will be launched soon, and that shows that progress has been unequal. There's a lot more than data protection because it comes from a legal tradition, so to speak. The challenge of that sector is to transcend towards the use of data. In other words, that agencies that protect personal use is to protect and not so much to use. In cybersecurity, we have had a different story because it has been much more technical in nature, and it comes from security standards and the creation of CERT and reaction mechanisms faced with incidents. And the biggest progress there has been in terms of strategies. And since this element is not so clear in terms of what to do with cybersecurity at the level of public policy, what we view is that these are different efforts. Brazil perhaps has worked on this in a much more comprehensive and aligned manner, especially in the interrelationship between data protection and cybersecurity. Now, Chile faces a tremendous challenge in creating both agencies at the same time, one on security and the other one on data protection. And in terms of cybersecurity, however, there is not a lot of experience, and that will lead to secondary laws or the regulations, which is also very good because it will have been designed in that fashion as a result of experience. In terms of cybersecurity, this is being very difficult because of what happens with government innovation or online government. We are treading along a pathway where we still need more experience. In fact, we have doubts about whether the European experience will be applicable to our region. But anyway, we are experiencing an interesting moment in our region, but regulations are still only just being developed, at least in terms of cybersecurity. Many countries are talking of creating a cybersecurity agency. In terms of data protection, there is a longer experience, but we need a new generation for data protection, a new set of regulations, and that is the situation of the region, and I hope that soon we will be able to have a look at that document. Well, that has raised a lot of interest, and so we're certainly looking forward to that. Lina, what cybersecurity policies should be implemented by public institutions in order to protect essential services and ensure their availability to citizens?
To continue with sharing some of the European Union's experiences on building resilience at 27 nations, European Union has made quite significant progress. The first initiatives of regulatory efforts started already 2 decades ago, but in recent years, these efforts have gained substantial momentum, and this is because of the threat landscape has become more challenging, and also with the AI and quantum computing, the cyber threat environment has also become, or is becoming, more and more complex, and this is not only that concerns Europe, but also Latin American, Caribbean region. The cornerstone of European Union's efforts to increase cyber resilience is the NIS directive, the Network and Information Security Directive. That was adopted, well, the second version was adopted just very recently, and it includes obligations to critical service providers to enforce security requirements and also reporting, cyber incident reporting obligations, and that every critical service provider should carry out regular risk assessments and have continuous operation plans in place in order to ensure the provision of the critical services. And also this directive implies that every member state should have a dedicated agency or organization that is responsible for coordination and oversight of cybersecurity efforts and also international collaboration. And very happy to see that the Chilean Cybersecurity Act is very much in line with the NIS directive. So some of European Union practices are applied in the region, and hopefully we can be more and more useful in that respect. But speaking about the cyber resilience, and the corner or the core is knowing your risks at the national level, and mandating the implementation of baseline security standards in critical services. And that comes very much down to open discussions between public and private sectors, and also providing assistance by government to these organizations that are smaller, SMEs or a little bit bigger than SMEs, but anyhow providing critical services such as transportation sector, health sector. That these smaller companies, they don't have resources in order to employ cybersecurity experts or conduct these technical audits, but it's important to make these regulations or some standards simple for them, that they would at least practice some sort of measures, because what works is simpler approaches and lighter standards also for SMEs. The second, I guess, lesson learned is that we should streamline the national institutional technical setup, because there's very little or not enough coordination, let's say, between the national agencies developing information systems, and sometimes they are developed in uncoordinated fashion, and there is no information sharing between agencies, and as a rule, every agency doesn't have enough resources for cybersecurity, and therefore, if you have multiple agencies that a little bit compete with each other and don't share, then you create these unnecessary vulnerabilities, basically making your national cyber defense and attack surface so vast and uncontrollable that it is quite easy to take it all down. Third very important element is cyber awareness, with the goal to transform users or end users from passive participants into active defenders of their digital lives and our digital societies. Because awareness and vigilance of individuals are the first line of defense, avoiding disinformation, data protection, preventing all sorts of cybercrime. And it's important to empower the individuals with the knowledge and understanding that they have the responsibility to protect their information system. It's not government or the employer or ISPs that have the responsibility, but the end users also have the responsibility. And that requires a cultural shift. And people are everywhere quite similar, be it Estonia or Chile or Peru, that they need clear messages and easy to follow advice. such as use strong passwords or be careful when you're opening attachments with emails or update software regularly. So these messages need to be projected, and cyber awareness is very important. It's a continuous effort. So it can't be happening only in October when we have a cybersecurity month, but all year round, obviously. And again, to finish with some words of self-promotion or promotion of LAC4 is that we support our participant nations with developing cyber awareness campaigns on the principle of train the trainer in order to distribute this information as widely as possible. And we have also developed a cyber awareness platform that we make accessible for our participant nations governments to promote cyber awareness amongst the public servants, at least, so they can take learn about cybersecurity and take cybersecurity tests on that platform. So this is also has been very, I guess, beneficial and appreciated by these countries, and we're happy to continue these efforts. The more the merrier. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gina. Vamos ahora entonces con Alejandro Fuentes.
I will offer the floor to Alejandro Fuentes. What are the main challenges in data management in public institutions, again, focusing on cybersecurity and privacy, which is an issue that we want to delve deeper into? Thank you very much. I would like to use my minutes to transmit certain concepts that I believe are very important. A lot is spoken about the governance of data, and despite the fact that that is a problem, I would like to perhaps focus on a level which is somewhat lower down. I would like to open up the bonnet, as it were, and show you the process of data management in greater detail, because I believe that that involves important lessons that decision makers must be very clear on. In general terms, when I deal with data, I talk about 6 phases. First of all, I believe the data, or I create or obtain the data. There is a key element there, and I would like to focus on when I classify the information. I have to establish what classification that information has, and I have to identify that. This is called labeling, and this is a critical process after that. After this, I'll speak about this in greater detail. After that, there is a phase where I store this information. I create this, but I have to leave it somewhere. And a lot of talking there of ciphering when I have different protection phases. The problem with that protection, with that storage, is that it also relies on the classification of information. And obviously, if I have more valuable information, I must have a different type of storage with greater or lesser levels of security. It's not the same as saving personal information than saving public information. And then we have another phase, which also involves many challenges, which is the use stage. First of all, I use the data, and therefore I must have control in the sense that the people that are viewing that information are authorized to do so, and so on. And that also leads to a challenge. And again, that takes us to the issue of classification. Basically, if the classification is adequate, I will know that this information can be viewed by this person or by this group, and what information they cannot see based on their role or level of responsibility. After that, we have the 4th phase, which is the sharing phase, which also involves tremendous complexity, because today, for example, one of the guidelines associated to data protection is that we must escape from this culture of the attached document, where I send information, to a culture of the link, where I operate with links. So faced with any situation, for example, if I have if I need to update this, I keep control of that data, and eventually I could stop access to that data, which doesn't happen if I send the full information. If you send a spreadsheet with personal information, that information simply is out of control, and so we must pay attention to that. And then we have a fifth phase, and there's no good word for this, but this is when I archive this information, when I need to archive information over time, and that can have that may be for different reasons or objectives. For example, because I want to maintain this information because of legal requirements or because I have to, or because it generates some type of history. But the problem there is that I must secure this data. And if I have a commitment or perhaps a consent that establishes a range for the maintenance of that data, and that involves a different challenge. And finally, the deletion or elimination of the data, which also involves complexities. I wanted to mention these 6 phases because, according to my experience, the most fundamental aspect is the classification of data. Despite the fact that we can talk about governance, when we enter into more detailed aspects of why data is often lost, for example, or why data is exposed, I assure you that that is primarily due to an inadequate classification. I left personal data in a repository where I thought I had public data, and therefore, from then on, all security measures that are implemented are geared to a public data, not to sensitive data, and so probably it'll be very easy for that information to be lost. Nor do I have adequate measures to share information, and in those cases, it's very easy. If I mistook the sender's name, I send the email to a different person, and therefore the organization leaves the organization. So I insist that the issue of classifying information, the whole data management must be viewed in a holistic manner where the classification of information is extremely important. Aligned with what Jose said, and making this scalable maybe via the production of guidelines, because unfortunately human beings are very bad at classifying information. I can say this is private for me, for others it's public. Here in Chile we believe everything is public when it was never public, and therefore the recommendation is to produce guidelines to facilitate that classification and ensure certain standard criteria. Because people ask 5 people, if you ask 5 people about data classification, every single person will have a different answer, and that regrettably, or that aspect is absolutely fundamental so that the security measures during the life cycle of data may actually play their role and be maintained.
Muchas gracias, Alejandro, por
Thank
esa
you very
intervención.
much, Alejandro.
Y bueno, con
And
esto vamos a ir terminando.
so
Muchas gracias
we
a todas
close
y
this
todos los
session. I
panelistas.
thank
La
each
verdad
and
que las
every
discusiones son muy
panelist. The truth
interesantes.
is that these
Desafortunadamente no vamos a poder tomar
exchanges have been
preguntas
very
del
interesting.
público,
Unfortunately, we do not have time to
pero
take
los
questions from the
invito
audience.
a luego del panel
However,
que viene a
after
continuación
the next panel,
a
I
continuar
do
con la
invite you
discusión
to
en
continue
el
with our
cóctel que
discussion
entiendo que va a haber.
during the cocktail that I
Así que bueno,
understand will
quisiera
be served
pedir un
outside
aplauso
later on.
para
So a
los
big round of
panelistas, por favor.
applause for the panelists.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
And
Devolvemos
I thank
entonces la
you very
palabra
much
al
and
señor
return
presidente
the
y
floor to the
le pido
chair.
a los panelistas que
And
nos
I
movamos
ask
para que
the
puedan
panelists
ingresar
to
los panelistas del
move for the
de la
panelists
siguiente
of the
sesión.
next
Muchas
session to
gracias.
come forward. Thank you.
Muy bien.
Very well.
Les pedimos
And now,
tomar asiento para
please be seated
avanzar sobre el
to
último
move
panel
ahead
de esta
with the
conferencia.
last panel of this conference.
Muy bien.
Very well.
Durante este día y medio hemos
Over the
examinado
last day and a
varios
half, we've
temas
examined several topics,
como las herramientas
such
digitales
as digital tools,
van a apoyar a América Latina
will support
en la superación de las
Latin
brechas que ha
America to
identificado la CEPAL.
overcome the gaps identified
Y
by
este panel
ECLAC.
está orientado a
And
los
this
temas de
panel
la
has to do
cooperación
with cooperation
y cómo desde distintas
and
agendas
how,
podemos
with
impulsar
different
esta
agendas, we can
transformación
further
digital
this
en la región.
digital transformation in the
Podemos
region.
observar que hay
We can
agendas
see that there
globales
are
como la
global
cumbre sobre la
agendas such as
sociedad de
the
la
Summit
información.
of the Information Society,
Agenda global también el
another
Pacto Digital
global agenda,
recientemente
the
aprobado
Digital Pact,
por la Cumbre
recently
del Futuro.
passed by the Summit of the
Agendas
Future,
birregionales de cooperación,
and by regional
Unión Europea,
cooperation
América Latina,
agendas, EU Latin
la Carta
America,
Iberoamericana
and
de
the
Derechos
American
Digitales,
Charter of Digital
y
Rights,
agendas latinoamericanas
and the Latin American
como la
agendas
propia
such
ILAC.
as ILAC.
Este panel
This
busca
panel
entonces poner en valor estos tres niveles de trabajo
seeks to
global,
appreciate these three
regional e
levels of
incluso
work
experiencias nacionales en cómo estas
and how
herramientas digitales
these digital tools
apoyan
may
la
support
transformación regional.
regional transformation.
Contamos con el privilegio
We
de que nos
are
acompañe el
privileged to be
embajador
accompanied by Ambassador Muhammad Khan,
presidente de la
who is
Comisión de
chair of
Ciencia y
the Commission
Tecnología
on
para el
Science and
Desarrollo,
Technology for Development,
quien en esta oportunidad va a
and
hacer
who
un
on this
statement
occasion
especial
will share a
acerca de
special
la
statement
preparación
on
de la Conferencia
the
Mundial
preparation of the
sobre
World
Sociedad de la Información
Summit on
más 20
the
años.
Information
Embajador,
Society
usted
plus 20. The ambassador, the floor is yours.
Muchas gracias. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Since this is the first time for a chair of the United Nations Commission on Science and Technology for Development, CSTD, to participate in the ICLAC's Ministerial Conference, I would like to start with my sincere thanks and appreciation to the ICLAC for inviting me in this beautiful country and region. Allow me also to introduce the CSTD, the Commission for Science, Technology and Development, to you, as many of you may not be familiar with it. CSTD is the main organ of the United Nations dealing with science and technology for development. It helps build consensus and provide advice to the policymaking organs of the UN, ECOSOC, and the General Assembly in the matter of science, technology, and innovation from a development perspective, including the role of science, technology, and innovation in implementing the SDGs of the 2030 Agenda. Since 2006, the Commission has been mandated by ECOSOC and the General Assembly to be the focal point in the United Nations system-wide follow-up to the outcome of the World Summit on the Information Society, WSIS. CSTD was created as an intergovernmental body. However, civil society, private sector, technical communities, and academia have been participating in the CSTD's work. In fact, CSTD was one of the pioneer United Nations intergovernmental bodies that introduced the multi-stakeholder approach. Non-governmental STI players provided oral or written inputs to the reports and papers that the CSTD discusses, contribute to discussions that take place at the annual sessions and working groups, organize events, and partner with the CSTD in delivering capacity building activities. The active involvement of non-governmental stakeholders was particularly rich and helpful in the working groups organized by the CSTD dealing with issues such as the improvement of the operation of the Internet Governance Forum and the question of enhanced cooperation on international public policy matters pertaining to the Internet. One key item on its present agenda is the WSIS Plus 20 review through multi-stakeholder open consultations, including the regional consultations in Latin America and the Caribbean in collaboration with ECLAC. ECOSOC has requested CSTD to report its outcome of WSIS Plus 20 review to the General Assembly in 2025. In Latin America and the Caribbean, countries have made significant strides in connectivity and the development of the digital economy. More people are connected to the internet and mobile networks than ever before, opening up new avenues for economic development, social inclusion, and innovation. However, challenges remain. There is still a digital divide between urban and rural areas, income groups, and genders. There are issues with affordability and a pressing need for greater digital skills development. The UNCTAD Digital Economy Report highlights that enhancing digital infrastructure and connectivity is crucial for us to fully participate in the global digital economy. By investing in broadband infrastructure, promoting competitive markets, and supporting digital literacy programs, we can accelerate our digital transformation for the benefit of all. This leads to increased productivity, job creation, and fostering of innovative industries. Regional cooperation plays a pivotal role in addressing these challenges. Initiatives like ILAC 2026 provide platforms for us to collaborate on policies promoting digital inclusion, cybersecurity, and the development of the digital economy. The other key items at CSTD now is the working group on data governance that the Global Digital Compact, an outcome of the UN Summit of the Future held in September this year, requested that the CSTD to establish and engage in a comprehensive and inclusive multi-stakeholder dialogue on data governance at all levels as relevant for development. The Global Digital Compact also requests the working group to report on its progress to the General Assembly by no later than the 81st session, including on follow-up recommendations towards equitable and interoperable data governance arrangements. The UNCTAD publications on data for development tell us that when managed wisely, data can play a significant role in addressing global challenges like climate change, health pandemics, food security, and disaster risk management. Data can inform policies that mitigate these issues and promote sustainable development. But if data are mishandled or left unregulated, it can widen existing inequalities and potentially lead to a broader development gap. Issues like market monopolies, discriminatory practices, and threats to fundamental human rights can arise from poor data governance. The forthcoming CSTD's working group on data governance will embrace a multi-stakeholder approach to allow for participation of non-governmental players, hence reflecting the crucial role of both the private sector and civil society. The private sector, as the main generator and custodian of vast amounts of data, plays a key role in creating value, driving innovation, and fostering economic growth. Companies leveraging data analytics, artificial intelligence, and other digital tools to improve efficiency, develop new products, and enhance customer experiences. On the other hand, civil society serves as the guardian of citizens' rights in the digital age. They advocate for transparency, accountability, and the ethical use of data ensuring that our data practices respect privacy and do not widen existing inequalities. Civil society organizations highlight concerns about data misuse, promote digital literacy, and push for policies that protect human rights in the digital world. Data governance is at the heart of the digital policies in Latin America and the Caribbean. I look forward to the active participation of this region in the work of the forthcoming working group on data governance at CSTD in Geneva. Latin America has an important place in the global STI landscape. The UNCTAD Technology and Innovation Report includes a Frontier Technology Readiness Index, which assesses countries' preparedness to adapt to cutting-edge technologies like AI, robotics, biotechnology, and nanotechnologies. In Latin America and the Caribbean, countries show varying levels of readiness. Some nations, such as Brazil, Mexico, and Chile, rank relatively higher due to stronger innovation ecosystem, higher investments in research and development, and better digital infrastructure. These countries have the potential to leverage frontier technologies to drive economic growth and address social challenges. However, many countries are still developing the necessary capabilities and infrastructure. The UNCTAD report highlights several key recommendations. One, government should implement policies that promote technological innovation and provide incentives for industries to adopt advanced technologies. Two, investing in education, especially in sciences, technologies, engineering, and mathematics, STEM, is crucial to build a workforce capable of operating and innovating with new technologies. Three, collaboration between governments, private companies, and education institutions can drive research and development and facilitate technology transfer. And lastly, four, improving digital infrastructure such as broadband connectivity and data centers is essential to support the deployment of advanced technologies. By focusing on these areas, Latin America and the Caribbean can improve their position on the Frontier Technology Readiness Index. Looking ahead, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to invite the private sector, civil society, and academia in Latin America and the Caribbean to participate along with governments in the CSTD work, including the WSIS Plus 20 review and the working group on data governance. The CSTD offers a unique opportunity for us to align national and regional STI initiatives in Latin America and the Caribbean with the United Nations global efforts. And I thank you once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambassador, for your statement. A continuación vamos a avanzar en lo que hablábamos, ¿no?
Now we're going to continue in this region agenda, the alliance between Europe, Latin America, and the Caribbean. Felix Fernandez Shaw,
de Asociaciones Internacionales de la Comisión Europea.
Director for Latin America and the Caribbean, and relationships between the territories. And how do we accelerate what we have?
Muy bien, muchas gracias. Gracias por la oportunidad que tiene la Unión Europea
Thank you for the opportunity granted to the EU to be here at ELAC after 2 very intense days of dialogue and conversation, also very operational in terms of artificial intelligence and cooperation. So it is the second time I attend ELAC, and I find it increasingly interesting and important for the work we carry out. The Digital Alliance for Latin America and the Caribbean was launched in July 2023 with 20 states of Latin America and the Caribbean, 27
Desde entonces, 3 estados del Caribe han se han sumado a la misma.
Joined,
y lo que pretendemos
and
con la
what we
alianza
would
digital
like
es
to do
trabajar en cuestiones
is to work on very specific tasks.
terrenos de trabajo.
There are several
Y lo
areas
hemos
that
hecho de una
we are
manera
working on. We
conjunta
have done
entre
this
América
jointly
y Europa.
between Latin
Y lo
America
que
and Europe, and
estos 5 grandes temas
these
son, como he dicho,
5 main
inteligencia
topics
artificial y
are
conectividad,
artificial
pero también
intelligence,
ciberseguridad,
connectivity, but also
gobernanza de
cybersecurity,
datos y
data
gobernanza
governance, and
digital,
digital
gobernabilidad
governance.
digital. Por ello, en estos elementos de los
So, in
diálogos,
these
lo que
different
queremos
elements
no es replicar
presented in the
diálogos que se
dialogues, we
tienen,
don't
como
wish
acaba de
to
decir el
simply
embajador, o que
replicate
se
them.
tienen aquí en ILAC, sino
And
lo que queremos es ver
what we
cuáles
would
son los
like to
elementos
see is
que ambas
whether
regiones, América
we have
y
the
Europa,
elements
tienen
that
en
both
común
regions, Latin
y
America and
ver
Europe, have in
concretamente
common,
cuáles son los
and
temas en los
to
que
take
podemos
a
avanzar.
look
Por ejemplo, en
at where
ciberseguridad,
we
donde
can
todos
move
sabemos
forward.
que hay
We all
una
know
enorme sensación de
that there
inseguridad
is a
y
huge
donde queremos
feeling
también
of
que las
insecurity,
pautas y los trabajos que están dando
and the
a
work
cabo en
that is
la
being
Unión
done
Europea
by
puedan
the European
ayudar
Union
a América Latina y al Caribe a trabajar conjuntamente.
could
Estamos
perhaps
hablando
help Latin
también
America and the
de
Caribbean,
inteligencia
and we need to work
artificial, de
jointly again
supercomputación,
on
de
artificial
casos de uso de
intelligence,
inteligencia
supercomputers,
artificial, pero también casos de uso
case
de 5G.
use cases
Hemos
of
hablado de
artificial
datos y de
intelligence and
protección de
5G,
datos y de
data
cómo
protection,
la importancia
and
del
the
reconocimiento de
importance
esos datos,
of
de esa protección de
recognizing these
datos,
data
para que haya una
so
circulación
that
de
we
datos
can
entre ambas
circulate data
regiones.
between both
Estamos
regions.
hablando con muchos,
We're
digamos, de muchos
talking
temas, con una gran
about several things
profusión de
with
expertos y de
a
presencia. Realmente para
group of
nosotros, desde la
experts,
Comisión Europea y desde la Unión
and for
Europea,
Latin
lo
America, the
importante es que estos
Caribbean,
trabajos lleven a cabo
and for
o
the European
desemboquen
Union, it is
en
important
temas
for this
concretos,
work to
en proyectos concretos,
be
más allá de la gran
specific,
discusión general, donde yo
implemented
creo,
on
si me
specific
permiten
projects.
la frase hecha, nosotros queremos pasar de la problemática a la
And
solucionática.
we want
Y
to move
realmente
on
esto nos
from
parece que
problems to
es muy
solutions, and
importante.
that is extremely
Asimismo,
important.
la alianza digital no
The
solamente
Digital
trata de estos
Alliance
diálogos,
not only
políticos
touches
y
on
estos
these
diálogos de políticas
dialogues,
donde intentamos buscar
policy dialogues,
entendimiento en temas concretos donde podamos avanzar ambas
where we
regiones.
can work with
Y
both
como digo,
regions, and
lo hemos hecho ya en Santo Domingo, en República Dominicana, en ciberseguridad, en
Dominican
Costa Rica, en
Republic, Santo
gobernanza, en gobierno
Domingo, we
digital,
in Costa
en
Rica with digital
Montevideo, en
governance,
gobierno de datos,
Montevideo
inteligencia
is doing
artificial y de nuevo aquí en Chile,
data
inteligencia
government,
artificial
and in
y
Chile, artificial intelligence
conectividad esta
and
misma semana,
connectivity.
sino que también la alianza
But
digital
it's not
tiene
just
algunos
that the Digital
elementos
Alliance has some
específicos, como
other
por
more
ejemplo
specific elements,
la
such as
extensión y
the
expansión de la
extension and
cobertura del cable
expansion
Vela,
of
que
the
es un
Vela
cable que une
cable.
en estos
The Vela
momentos
cable
Europa
joins
y
Europe and
América del Sur,
South
a través
America
de Brasil y Portugal, un
through
cable
Brazil and
construido
Portugal, a
por varias
cable
redes de
built
investigación y
thanks
redes
to
académicas,
several
con
academic
financiación de la
and
Comisión
research
Europea, y donde
networks with
se va a
financing from the
permitir o
European
va a
Union,
permitir
which will
su
allow
tremenda capacidad de
for
tráfico,
a
va a permitir
great
una mayor
traffic
conversación entre ambas
capacity
regiones y, por
and more
supuesto, una mayor
conversations between
trascendencia en temas,
both
por ejemplo, de
regions,
inteligencia
and of
artificial,
course
pero también de
with
investigación.
more
Donde
progress
estamos
on
ahora es
artificial
intentar que el
intelligence.
cable
And in
se
terms of
extienda a
research, what we
América
want
Central,
is
y miro por
for the
aquí a
cable
algunos
to
de
be
los países
extended
que
to
están,
Central
con los que estamos
America.
trabajando muy
We are working
esforzadamente para que eso se produzca,
strenuously for this
pero también
to
al Caribe,
happen.
al que no siempre
Also, the
no
Caribbean,
conviene olvidar, porque el Caribe
let
tiene
us not
enormes
forget,
necesidades de
because the
conectividad
Caribbean
y
has
tiene una
enormous
gran universidad
needs for
que trabaja con
connectivity.
nosotros. Otro de los elementos en los que estamos
Some other
trabajando es un
elements that
acelerador
we are
digital
working on are the
que
digital
pone y
accelerator,
machea,
which
perdón por la
matches
expresión, pero machea startups
startups
y grandes corporaciones o
and large
corporaciones en ambos lados del Atlántico.
corporations on both
Pueden
sides
ser
of the Atlantic.
startups europeas que están
They can
buscando
be European
soluciones o
startups
están,
that are
tienen
looking for
soluciones para problemas de grandes
solutions to
corporaciones
problems
en
of
América
larger
o al revés.
corporations in
Y lo que
the
tenemos ya es
Americas,
varias
or the other
convocatorias
way
y
around.
estamos
So
ya con
we are
algunos
having calls and
matchings
trying
muy
to
felices por lo que
match
tengo
make,
entendido.
and some
Finalmente,
with good results.
el último tema es
The
el tema
last
espacial. Como
topic
saben
would be
ustedes,
space.
Copérnicos, el sistema
the
de satélites de
satellite
observación
system
terrestre de
and
Copérnico, hemos creado dos
observation.
centros regionales
Copernicus
para el
has
trabajo
created
directo con
regional
América Latina.
centers,
Uno en Panamá
one
y
in
otro en
Panama,
Chile,
one in
son
Chile.
centros regionales
These
que
are
van a
regional
trabajar
centers that
específicamente en dar
will work
cobertura, en hacer
specifically on
servicio, en
offering
crear
coverage and
repositorios. Creo que ha
services.
estado por aquí estos días la gente de Copérnicus de la Universidad de Chile,
Today, in these days,
precisamente
the
para hacer
Copernicus people are
observaciones
visiting the
en cómo
University of
mejorar,
Chile,
por ejemplo, la
and they
reacción
are making
en
observations
materia de
on
medio
how to
ambiente, en
improve
incendios
the
forestales.
reaction
Acabamos de
to
cerrar
forest
un
fires.
acuerdo para
And
financiar
there's
con
an
la
agreement
Universidad de
that has
Chile
been
un estudio
signed with the
sobre la
University of
utilización
Chile on
intensa
a
de los
study
salares
for the
y también de cara al
salt
Caribe un
lakes
sistema para
and
predecir,
a system
alertar,
to predict or
detectar
alert and
el
detect
sargazo que flota en el Caribe
the
para permitir
seaweed
su
floating
recolección
in
en el agua
the
y no
Caribbean
cuando ya está
to collect it in the water and
en la
not
costa,
from
que es cuando
the
tiene todo
shores,
su potencial dañino. Con todos
which is
estos
when they
elementos a
are
los que se
more
completan
harmful.
las actividades bilaterales que
So
hacen los Estados miembros de
there
la Unión
are
Europea,
many
Francia,
bilateral
España,
activities taking
Alemania,
place,
Estonia,
France,
etcétera, etcétera, que también son copartícipes del
Spain,
diálogo.
Estonia, other countries
Realmente
that
lo que
are
estamos
participating
generando
in
es
these dialogues. What we're doing is we're
entendimiento
trying
en
to
muchos
generate an
temas y lo que
understanding
vamos a preparar para la
on several
cumbre
matters,
CELAC
and we
UE
are
que se celebrará en
preparing
Colombia el año que
the
viene.
ELAC
Aquí está el ministro
meeting
Lizcano, que
to
quizás
take
nos pueda
place
contar un
in
poquito más.
Colombia next year.
Lo que estamos preparando
Perhaps
son una
Minister
serie de
Lizcano
proyectos
can tell us
específicos
more about
que
that, but
los
we're
jefes de
preparing a
Estado
series
puedan
of
estudiar y
projects
puedan endosar.
so that the states
Y
can study them.
realmente quiero
And
agradecer también a la
I would
CEPAL la
also like
colaboración
to
por
thank
tenernos. Hemos
ECLAC
tenido aquí
for
estos días, hemos ocupado
having
esta
us
sala
and
el
hosting
martes
us
y el
these
miércoles
days,
y yo quiero agradecer también la fuerte
as
relación
well
que tenemos con la
as
CEPAL
the
en
relationship
materia
that we
de
have with
asuntos digitales.
ECLAC
Muchas
in
gracias.
digital affairs. Thank you.
Gracias, Félix. Muy importante para la CEPAL
Thank you,
la
Felix.
relación con la Unión Europea.
The relationship with the EU
La
is
Carta
very important
Iberoamericana
for
de
ECLAC as
Principios y
well.
Derechos y Entornos Digitales, ¿no? Es reciente.
Now,
Le consulto
all
entonces a Alejandro
these
Caguabarra,
digital
director de
efforts
Asuntos
are more
Jurídicos e Institucionales de la
recent. I
CEGIP,
would like
cómo
to
va esa marcha,
ask
cómo podemos profundizar, cómo aceleramos ese
the
trabajo y esa
Alberto
cooperación
Kawabata
digital.
from SEGIP how we can continue
Muchísimas gracias a todas y
operationalizing
a todos. En primer lugar, agradecer
this.
a la CEPAL por la
Thank you.
invitación y
Thank you
darnos
very
estos minutos para
much
poder
to
presentar los
ECLAC and
avances
for
en
offering
el marco de la
me a few
cooperación
minutes
iberoamericana y,
to
por supuesto, también al Gobierno de
discuss
Chile
these
por la
matters.
invitación
And thank you
participar
to the
en este
government of
panel.
Chile for
En primer lugar,
participating
solamente recordar a
in
ustedes
the
que el espacio
panel.
iberoamericano
I
es
would
un
like to
espacio
remind you
integrado por
that the
22 países,
Ibero-American
19 de América Latina que hablan en español y portugués,
Secretariat,
y los
SEGIP,
tres
is
países que
made up
integran
of
la
several
península
countries
ibérica,
that
España,
have
Portugal y
Spanish
Andorra.
and
Y la
Portuguese,
Secretaría
and
General
then we also
Iberoamericana,
have Portugal, Spain, and
para
Andorra.
resumir, es el
And this
organismo
Ibero-American
internacional
Secretariat is an
intergubernamental encargado de
international
coordinar ese espacio y
intergovernmental
promover y
organization that
fortalecer
promotes,
ese espacio
coordinates, and
de
promotes
cooperación.
this space for
En lo que me
cooperation.
preguntan específicamente respecto a
Now,
la
more
Carta Iberoamericana,
specifically
como todos
regarding the
ustedes saben, la Carta
Ibero-American
Iberoamericana de
Charter,
Principios y Derechos en los
the
Entornos
Charter
Digitales fue
on
aprobada en
Rights
la
and
pasada
Principles was
Cumbre
approved in the
Iberoamericana de
last
Jefes y Jefas de Estado y
Ibero-American
de Gobierno celebrada
meeting of
en
heads
marzo de
of state
2023 en
celebrated in
República Dominicana
March
y
2023 in
constituye
the
ese
Dominican
documento el
Republic, and this
posicionamiento
document
regional más amplio y de
is
más alto
the
nivel
broadest
sobre todo el proceso de
position
transformación
paper
digital.
on the digital
Tiene por objeto
transformation
esa carta
process.
orientar
It
la
aims
adopción de los
to
nuevos marcos
adopt
regulatorios
the
o
new
la adecuación de
regulatory
los marcos
frameworks and
regulatorios
to adapt
existentes en
the
materia de
existing
transformación
ones
digital
in
y
terms
también
of
tiene por
digital
objeto
transformation,
delinear
and
e
it
implementar
also
política
helps
pública en el marco de los
align
58
public
compromisos de
policies
política
as part
pública que
of
tiene la
the
Carta a lo
commitments
largo
that the
de los 10
Charter has
capítulos
in the
que conforman
10
esa
chapters
carta.
that make it
Vale la
up.
pena recordar, aunque
It
se ha
is
dicho a lo
important
largo
to
de estos días
mention,
de
although
trabajo
it has
intenso
been
en esta reunión
discussed in
ministerial,
these
que
3
los tres
days,
principios que inspiran
that the
la
3
Carta
principles
Iberoamericana
that
son los principios que
inspire
también inspiran buena parte de la
the
agenda ILAC, sin
Ibero-American
dudas,
Charter,
y
as
Alianza
ELAC
Digital
and the
también,
Digital
que son
Alliance,
uno, que la transformación
are
digital debe estar
one, that
centrada en la
digital
persona.
transformation needs to be
Dos,
focused
que
on
los derechos
people.
fundamentales deben estar garantizados y
Fundamental rights must be
respetados en
guaranteed
línea de
and
la misma manera que
respected.
están fuera de línea. Y en tercer punto, que
And
no se debe
third,
dejar a nadie
we
atrás.
should
Esto
not leave
significa
anyone
no
behind,
solo no abrir nuevas
which means
brechas en
simply
virtud del proceso de transformación digital, sino aprovechar el proceso de transformación digital para
incorporating
colmar
them
las
in this
brechas
digital
existentes, lo cual es
transformation
un
and
desafío
expanding
tan
it.
importante como el
These
anterior.
are
Para la
challenges just
implementación de
as
la Carta,
important important as the previous ones. Now, in terms of the charter, as you were asking, how can SEGIP contribute? The government of Ecuador has the pro tempore secretariat for the Ibero-American space today, and we will be holding the next summit of heads of state in Cuenca next week. There is a working group integrated by 22 representatives of the member states. There are around 70 or 80 representatives of all the governments of the Ibero-American countries. And given that the charter covers the totality of the digital transformation process, we prioritized four thematic pillars, and these helped create working groups with representatives from each country in each group. And these have to do with digital inclusion and connectivity, data protection, cybersecurity, digital government, and finally, digital economy and emerging technologies, making reference to artificial intelligence and quantum sciences. Once this structure has been defined and to guarantee that the implementation of the charter goes hand in hand with the member states, the Secretariat attempted to identify other synergies that this conference has been very detailed about at a sub-regional level, and we took into account the assets. The idea is to identify the added value of Ibero-American cooperation. Unfortunately, I don't have time to expand on this, but I would like to mention a few characteristics that make it special. Ibero-American has a cultural and historical and linguistic affinity. Spanish and Portuguese are the main languages, which make it strengthen these characteristics. Out of these affinities or likenesses, we have two Ibero-American countries that include what is called continental rights. All 22 follow continental right and rights, or law, excuse me, continental law, and I'd like to add a reference to a space of heads of state that takes place every 2 years. It is next week, and it allows positioning digital transformation at the highest level.
We also have many documents related to digital transformation, for example, the Ibero-American Charter for Artificial Intelligence, Data Protection, the Electronic Government Charter, so on and so forth. And finally, allow me to underscore a consolidated cooperation platform at the Ibero-American level, which has been in place for 30 years, in keeping with the approval of the Bariloche Agreement. And from that, we have the PIPAs, which are cooperation programs, initiatives, and programs. There are 30 to date. The 31st that will be adopted soon is related to video games. There are many different bodies registered on a network. This is something that's reviewed systematically. For example, the Social Security Ibero-American Organization, another organization for science and technology, the Conference of Ministers of Justice of the Americas, they're all involved. And also the fund is the Technical Secretariat of Indigenous Languages, which is very important with regard to language models, and will engage and include issues that are important for indigenous languages. So there are more than 100 agreements with international, sub-regional, regional, university organizations, and 41 observers. Consultative observers, which are international cooperation organizations. Now, based on the strengths, a working plan was drawn up with the countries. A meeting was held last week with representatives from 22 countries. We drafted a working plan, which goes until 2026. And the next head of Ibero-American heads of state and government will be sponsored by the Spanish government. And this year in November, the Spanish government will take on the pro tempore presidency chair. That is. Now, the work will be broken down into 4 areas. The first area is related to exchanging experiences, disseminating ideas. The second one is related to production of knowledge. The third, strengthening Ibero-American cooperation instruments. And the fourth area is related to training and education. Because I don't have much time, I'm not going to explain the 4 areas. If you are interested in one in particular, please speak with me or go on the Secretariat's website. I will now now just refer to knowledge production. In this realm, last week, 3 reports were submitted and they will be brought to the Cuenca Summit. These are related to the challenges related to emerging technologies, protecting minors, and other areas related to updating Ibero-American data protection standards. This report has been drafted by an expert appointed by the Ibero-American Data Protection Network. The purpose of this update is to bring to the Spanish summit adopted standards for the heads of state and government.
There
is another document related to protecting consumers in the data realm. This report also will be addressed and hopefully adopted at the summit to be held in Spain. And the third report carried out in collaboration with CLAP is related to digital e-government services. Now, these documents, again, will be submitted at the next summit. I have not mentioned all the reports that we are working on because of time constraints, but I will mention some. Interoperability cross-border digital services, women participating in digital platforms. Unfortunately, the interpreters would just like to mention that we are not privy to the document the individual is reading at the speed of light. We will do our best. The list continues. A report on preventing violence against women in the digital realm by UNDP. Another report on mental health and young people in digital realms. And then progress is being made on a new design of a governance report relative to digital transformation. Another one on satellite connectivity. Another report related to neuro rights protection. Another report related to AI. At the summit, we will seek consensus as well with regard to international artificial intelligence.
Habrá una serie
There will
de
be
actividades vinculadas con lo que
certain
tiene que ver con
activities
lenguajes
related to
en materia de inteligencia artificial,
language
teniendo en cuenta lo que
relative
mencioné ya
to
de las lenguas oficiales, el
AI
español y portugués y el Instituto
in
Iberoamericano de
Spanish, in
Lenguas
English,
Indígenas.
and
También tendrá una
Portuguese and
entrada
indigenous
respecto
languages.
de
There will
unos
also
estándares
be
iberoamericanos en
activities
materia de
related to
inteligencia artificial
Ibero-American
y también
standards
se
relative
trabajarán
to
en temas vinculados a
AI,
cultura
and
e
there will be
inteligencia
work
artificial.
carried out on culture and AI. Again, I apologize for speaking so lengthy. Thank you, Alejandro. Very clear, and there's a broad list of initiatives within that framework. Allow me to give the floor to the Director and Main Advisor for Critical and Emerging Technology of the U.S. Department of State, Ms. Leila El-Mergawi. Actually, there was a question for you that is related to the Latin American Forum on Internet Governance. So what is, from your perspective, what are the main aspects that we would have to address with regard to cooperation throughout the region? You have the floor.
Gracias. Buenas a todos todas. Como mi colega de
Good afternoon.
continuará en inglés.
I will continue to speak in English.
Thank you so much for having me today and for the opportunity to speak here at ECLAC. It's been truly a pleasure to be here with all of you over the past couple of days and to listen to the great interventions from my colleagues from across the region. It reaffirmed something that I knew when I was sent here, which was that this region is a natural partner to the United States, where we have a lot of like-minded friends. And this conversation over the past couple of days reinforced that this region is full of thought leaders on the topic of AI and harnessing it to achieve a brighter future for all of us. I would like to humbly share some of the U.S. government's work on some of the topics related to AI that was mentioned in the last couple of days. We talked about meaningful connectivity. We talked about adoption of technology and AI tools, research networks and the importance of research networks, inclusivity, looking at the labor and workforce and capacity building, interoperability, trust, governance, finding solutions, and not trying to start from scratch every time. I'm hoping to provide some insights on how your neighbors in the North can be helpful partners to you today. In the US government, we believe that our role as a government is to establish guardrails that help ensure that AI design, development, deployment, and use is safe, secure, and trustworthy, while maximizing innovation and spreading the benefits of AI globally. This is a policy that this administration has championed over the past 5 years, but it also has been one that was the hallmark of how the US has looked at its role in AI governance for over the past 8 to 9 years, now over 3 different administrations. I'm a career person, so I think in terms of administrations rather than specific years. One of the most consequential outcomes of our global AI efforts to date is the adoption in March of this year of the landmark United Nations General Assembly resolution that the United States tabled. And by the way, Chile was actually the first country to co-sponsor. So thank you, Chile, again. The resolution was on seizing the opportunities of safe, secure, and trustworthy artificial intelligence system for sustainable development. And we've provided a copy on your table for all of you who haven't seen it. It is important to note that this resolution, which was the first ever standalone resolution on AI governance, was adopted by consensus from all 193 member states. Representing a high water mark in consensus building and alignment on key priorities and principles guiding the approach to AI governance and policies around the world. Additionally, it was co-sponsored by 123 countries, 11 of which are ECLAC members. This 8-page document, 9 if you're reading it in Spanish, touched on all the topics we discussed here and more. It encourages member states to promote safe, secure, and trustworthy AI systems. It looks at cooperating and providing capacity building and technical and financial assistance to developing countries, closing AI divides and other digital divides that exist between and within countries, promoting equitable access to the benefits of AI systems, respecting, protecting, promoting human rights and fundamental freedoms throughout the life cycle of AI systems, protecting individuals from all forms of discrimination, bias, misuse, and other harms from AI systems, developing regulatory and governance approaches and frameworks related to AI systems. I should note, we don't have regulations currently in the United States on AI, but we encourage everyone around the world to think about regulations. It includes testing AI systems prior to development and use, raising public awareness of the appropriate use of AI systems and where it's not appropriate to use them, encouraging the development of tools to identify AI-generated digital content and be able to know sort of their origins. It safeguards against privacy, and it protects personal data. And as our colleague from Jamaica mentioned yesterday, it also looks at respecting intellectual property rights, which is a very important thing in the era of AI. It looks at mitigating potential negative consequences for labor and workforces. It encourages the private sector to adhere to the applicable international and domestic laws. And last but not least, and there's a lot more in the resolution, I truly encourage you to read it. It brings together an idea that we all here share in this room, it's really important to bring the multi-stakeholder community in all the conversations related to AI, and as was mentioned by our colleagues just now. The resolution further encourages actions to benefit all individuals and all societies at all stages of all across the life cycle of applications related to AI, to focus on things like health, education, food security and agriculture, energy, and climate action. Crucially, it's important that one of the most important things that this resolution emphasizes is that managing risks and harnessing benefits are very strongly linked. So how did we get here in the United States, and why did we table this resolution? Let me take you back in a journey in history of how the US and when the US started looking at AI policy. I would say that we seriously started looking at AI policy from the government's executive branch perspective in 2016, when during the Obama administration, the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy issued a set of 3 reports on the impacts of AI on the economy and society. Then in 2019 and 2020, there were 2 executive orders that came out of the then Trump administration on AI. In 2019, the OECD, we worked in the OECD with our colleagues to create and adopt the first ever set of international principles on AI that laid the groundwork for the global conversation. This set of principles was then adopted by and was reflected in the G20 AI principles in the same year. In 2021, the White House, during the Biden administration, released the blueprint for the AI Bill of Rights. Then in early 2023, after the release of ChatGPT in October of 2022, early 2023, the National Institute for Standards and Technology at the Department of Commerce, we call it NIST, released the first ever iteration of what we call the AI Risk Management Framework, or the AI RMF, as we refer to it as the US government. It was then updated again in April in 2023, and they're working on basically creating every 6 months, looking at it to make sure that it continues to be up to date. Then in July of 2023, the White House brought together the top 7 AI companies to the White House to sign the voluntary commitments on AI. And to date, we have 16 of the top AI companies in the United States who have signed these voluntary commitments. I should note, they're called voluntary commitments because companies are free to come and join these commitments. But once they sign them, they are legally binding to these companies. So it's not voluntary after they sign them, whether or not they abide by them. So I just wanted to, provide that distinction here. But so far, as I mentioned, the 16 top AI companies have signed onto these voluntary commitments. In September then of 2023, immediately 2 months after that, our Secretary of State, Secretary Blinken, with 6 other countries from around the world at all development levels, held together an event on the margins of the UN General Assembly. And the title of the event was Artificial Intelligence for Accelerating Progress on the Sustainable Development Goals, Addressing Society's Greatest Challenges. This event was basically bringing together the private sector, civil society, a lot of international organizations, and their partners from developing countries to talk about how they can use AI to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And they presented concrete examples of how they did such exactly that. And that day, Secretary Blinken announced that the U.S. government was providing $15 million in assistance to promote the responsible use and governance of AI globally. And our partners of the event committed from the private sector, committed a total of $21 million, and other partners from those who participated provided information that they would be providing additional resources in the coming years that would total to $9 billion. We started working, as you all may know, on the G7, on the Hiroshima AI process in May of 2023, when the leaders met, and the leaders released in October of 2023 the International Code of Conduct for Organizations Developing Advanced AI Systems as a key outcome of the Hiroshima AI process. It was the first of its kind, and it's a set of high standards for responsible behavior, especially from the technical community, and addresses frontier AI technologies. In October, President Biden released the executive order on AI, and we've had now a couple of summits at Bletchley in the UK and in Seoul earlier this year to address the topic. So back to the resolution. The resolution was meant to encourage governments to start thinking about their role in developing policies domestically to address AI. Like some of you mentioned yesterday, the idea is to make sure that no one is left behind. We wanted the resolution to broaden the conversation and bring stakeholders to make sure that everyone is thinking about this moment that we have. Most of the world until then had not started thinking about AI policies, and only in the past few months that we have started seeing national strategies come out. By drafting the resolution, basically the resolution, drafting it and negotiating it was a 4 months long project. Every country in the world had the opportunity to weigh in. I know that because I personally sat one-on-one with representatives from over 120 countries to get their input to the resolution, and we worked together to make sure that all the views were reflected in this document. We worked together with some of our closest friends, from this, especially from this community here, from the member states of ECLAC, and that's how some of now I hope to be lifelong friendships have developed. We were pleased to see that the resolution in the past 6 months have become a foundation for many of the national strategies around the world, and a common agenda that we're now hoping to work together to implement. So what have we done since the resolution was adopted in March? The United States has continued to work with our partners through the conversations that we had in developing the resolution and negotiating it. We learned that the United States is the partner of choice on AI for this region and the world. We were honored and humbled by this responsibility and what it entails. So it led us to find ways to live up to the commitment that was now entrusted in us, and that's why I'm here today. Since then, in May of this year, Secretary Blinken announced the U.S. International Cyberspace and Digital Policy Strategy. And in announcing it, he said, our advantage comes not just from our domestic strength, it comes from our solidarity with the majority of the world that shares our vision for a vibrant, open, and secure technological future. He also said, we're committed not to digital sovereignty, but digital solidarity. Across the full AI-related technology stack, connectivity, high-quality data sets, context-specific data sets, data storage, cybersecurity, talent, capacity building, governance, access to compute and AI tools, access to electricity and clean energy to power the AI innovation, seizing the opportunities of the AI revolution and mitigating the impact on the labor market, and ensuring AI is human-centric and solving challenges in health, education, agriculture, energy, and the likes. These are challenges that we all face at various levels. No country can go at it alone. No country can solve these problems by itself. We know that in the United States because we're dealing with these issues as well. That's why digital solidarity is our North Star. Digital solidarity here means we must seek aligned approaches to AI governance that support strong tech ecosystems with other like-minded countries and partners. And this means we must advance a global vision to defend and advance democratic, rights-respecting approaches to AI. This is why in the United States, we see ourselves as a full stack partner to countries of this region and around the world. Our companies have delivered billions of dollars in investments on AI and the digital infrastructure. And a lot of it underpins connectivity in the world from Africa to Asia to Latin America and the Pacific Island. US investments are leading the world in closing the digital divide and working with local partners to build industry-leading local AI solutions. Our firms in Silicon Valley and New York and out in the world are investing in AI startups based in low and middle income countries, bringing financing, know-how, commercial networks. Our open source AI systems developed in the United States are widely recognized as the best performing, most reliable systems in the world. US institutions are educating and training millions of STEM graduates, and we're committing to do more. On standards, the United States believes in a transparent, consensus-based, private sector-led approach to developing standards for digital technologies, including AI. We're working with others as well. I'm so glad to see our EU colleagues here today who are strong partners to us in this and around the world. In June of this year, the G7 leaders, including our EU partners, announced that we will be working, including in developing countries and emerging economies, towards closing digital divides and achieving digital inclusion to promote equitable access to AI benefits. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be leaving here to go to San Francisco, where Italy will be launching the AI Hub for Development as part of a commitment that they made in their G7 presidency, and that we're partnering with them on, including on the AI for Development Donors Partnership that we're working together on. Other initiatives that we've been working on is the USAID launched in July, the new digital strategy, and intends to provide.
Sorry, Miss, could you conclude, please? The time is.
I will. I literally have just one last thing to mention.
Sorry.
Okay, so maybe I can jump straight to that. One of the last effort that we worked on, which if you can bring up to the screen the slide that we shared, is the Partnership for Global Inclusivity on AI, which Secretary Blinken launched in September, just a couple of months ago at the margins of the UN General Assembly, which is a partnership with 8 tech companies, as mentioned, as you can see on the screen, to provide collectively over $100 million to close some of the access gap in developing countries around the world. Some of the things that were mentioned over the past couple of days include building data centers, creating possibilities for access to AI tools. And we know some of this is going to take time. That's why we wanted to provide solutions that could be deployed immediately. And we hope that you apply to use the resources in this partnership. As a matter of fact, to be able to submit projects, today we will be launching the site to do so, which is at state.gov/PGI-AI. With that, I will conclude. Thank you so much for the time, and apologies for going over.
Muchas gracias a la delegación de Estados Unidos.
Thank the U.S. delegation. Sergio Scarabino is a representative for South America of the Well, we would like to ask him, a representative of South America of the International Telecom Union, and we want him to know how this revolution will help the development of the region. As you know, this panel has a tremendous challenge, which is primarily to be the person that stops you from lunch. So I'll try to be very concise. There are 3 points that I would like to share with you about the World Summit of the Society of Information. First of all, as you well know, this was the first global agency, which was multi-stakeholder, where all interested parties have a voice and participated in everything related to the digital transformation. In that sense, and going back to the way in which this panel was introduced by Luis and the different spheres at which we discuss and debate these issues, this was the first global discussion, and I believe it is important that we don't repeat efforts and that we don't reinvent the wheel. And in that sense, I believe it is very important to underline and to bear in mind the documents, the milestones that shaped this process, the Declaration of Principles of the World Summit on the Society of Information in 2003, that included the specific needs of peoples of developing countries, of countries that are less developed, and so on. The Tunisia agenda for the Society of Information in 2005, which promoted discussions with the creation of the governance of Internet, the Internet Governance Forum, which is where this multi-stakeholder discussion has been held. And I would also like to refer to how the principles of the World Summit have been upheld over time. And less than a month ago, in the Havana Declaration, during the meeting of the summit of the G7 of G77,
haya una estrecha alineación entre el proceso
was
de la
made to
cumbre
establish a
y la
close
Agenda para el
alignment between the
Desarrollo
summit
Sostenible,
process
por un
and the
lado, y
Sustainable
también que se
Development Agenda,
mantenga esa
and
correspondencia entre los
that this
resultados
be
de la cumbre
replicated
con
when it comes
el
to the
Pacto
results of
Digital
the summit
Global y
and
la Cumbre del
the
Futuro, que son
Global
las
and Digital
discusiones que vamos a
Compact and the
tener
Summit of the Future, which are the
próximamente
discussions that we will be
en
holding
el ámbito
shortly
global.
at a global sphere.
Y en ese sentido, desde la Unión
In that
Internacional de
sense,
Telecomunicaciones,
at
nuestros
the
miembros
ITU, our
nos solicitaron que
members
hiciéramos un
requested
llamamiento
that
para la
we
revisión
call
de todo lo que ha
for
sido el proceso
a
de la
review
cumbre
of the entire
y entonces
process of the summit.
los voy a
And
dejar con
so
una
I will
invitación
leave you
para
with an
que
invitation
se acerquen a
to
esta, probablemente
approach.
todos los miembros lo han recibido, los
I'm
Estados
sure all
miembros lo han
members
recibido
have
con
already
seguridad,
received this, the
a
member
esta
states for sure,
consulta, porque
for this consultation,
obviamente todo
because
proceso es
obviously
mejorable,
every
la tecnología ha
process
cambiado
could be
sustancialmente, lo
improved,
hemos estado
technology has
escuchando
changed substantively.
durante toda esta
We've heard this
conferencia,
throughout this conference,
cómo ha modificado,
how
cómo
it
se ha
has,
modificado la tecnología, cómo ha modificado
how
a la
the
sociedad
technology has
en ese
changed and
impacto
how
y
it
por
has
supuesto
changed
entonces
society as well with
también
its
amerita
impact.
que
And
en
so
el debate
this
global
means that at a
ajustemos
global level, we should
las directrices o las
adjust
sugerencias o las
or
recomendaciones
revise the
a partir de las
guidelines and
cuales vamos a
recommendations based
seguir
on which we
trabajando
will
todos
continue
juntos.
to work all
Entonces, de
together.
nuevo,
And so
y
once
lo
again,
cierro, así
and with
comemos
this I
temprano,
conclude so we can have lunch
la
earlier,
importancia de
the
no
relevance
duplicar
of not
esfuerzos,
duplicating efforts
tener como
and
referencia
having as a
los
reference
principios de la
the
Cumbre Mundial de la
principles of
Sociedad de
the
la
World
Información y
Summit
seguir
on the
trabajando
Information
todos
Society
de
and
manera
continue to work everyone,
no me sale la palabra,
you missed the
entre
word,
todos,
but among all, yes,
colaborativa, gracias Luis,
collaboratively.
para
Thank you,
que
Luis.
tengamos
So that
una
we may
sociedad de la
have
información
a
mejor
better
lo antes
information
posible. Muchas
society
gracias.
and as soon as possible. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Sergio.
Thank
Para la
you very
CEPAL y para
much,
muchos países,
Sergio, for
la colaboración
ECLAC, and for
alemana es
many
muy,
countries.
muy importante y
German
fundamental.
cooperation is
Nos
very
acompaña
important,
Bárbara Stoll,
essential.
jefa de la
We
Alianza
are
Estratégica
here
para la
with
Cooperación
Barbara Schultz,
Económica para
head of
América
Strategic
Latina
Alliance
y
between
la
Economic
CEPAL del
Commission for
Ministerio
Latin
Federal de
America,
Cooperación
ECLAC,
Económica y
and the
Desarrollo
Federal Ministry
BMZ
for
Alemania.
Economic Cooperation
La
Development,
pregunta está ahí, ¿no?
BMZ of German.
La
Yeah,
línea de cooperación
that is the
alemana
line.
para fortalecer
German
el
cooperation
trabajo
to
en la
strengthen
transformación digital de
work
la
with
región.
the
Bárbara.
digital transformation in the region. Barbara.
Muchas gracias,
Thank you, Secretary and panelists and the esteemed authorities and participants. You've left me with an issue here because I think there were 2 to 3 minutes. So an additional challenge aside from lunch, of course. It is a pleasure for me to be here with you at this meeting on strategic alliances for digital transformation. And I would sincerely like to thank the host, the government of Chile, and the ECLAC for the invitation, and congratulate you at the success of this ninth ministerial conference and your leadership at this forum and this week of work. Tremendously valuable for dialogue and cooperation in the region. And I hope that we may have also contributed our grain of sand to this effort. Digital transformation is of global reach. This is almost banal to say, but the opportunities and challenges cross borders, and we must always recall this. That leads to the need to collaborate each time more efficiently and closely with joint initiatives, and that is our guideline here. So the principles we heard earlier, focusing on the human being, respecting human rights, not leaving anyone behind, this automatically brings us to the need to collaborate. This is a fundamental principle that guides our work. And this, of course, includes not only collaboration in terms of dialogues among states and governments, but we see the essential role of governments in ensuring the rights, agreements, and so on, but also including in this discussion all other actors, civil society, academia, private sector, and so on, so that we all may contribute to these processes. As GIZ and cooperation and German cooperation, we fully support these coordinated efforts in the region and the regional mechanism ELAC, which is the key to our work. The close cooperation with ECLAC is testimony of our commitment to support regional processes such as the digital agenda ELAC, and is the essential basis to have a digital and bi-regional dialogue that is effective and trustworthy. I would also like to mention another strategic approach that guides our work in the region, which is the Team Europe approach. That is the team. This is an effort by various institutions of the European community and member states, such as Germany, to address challenges that require collective responses at regional by regional levels, such as digital policies. The European community plays a fundamental role in achieving coherence and impact by collaboration among partners in Latin America and the Caribbean. And unfortunately, Mr. Fernandez Soya already had to leave the panel, but nevertheless, we are very grateful for his participation and the support and leadership that he has had throughout this process. In an international context and where digital cooperation has an increasing geopolitical relevance, I think that today this must be mentioned. It is important to strengthen our working together, teamwork, and with the partners in the region based on a shared view and sovereign, safe and fair digital transformation. Our commitment to regional and bi-regional mechanisms is reflected in our contributions to the Digital Alliance and EU LAC, and this was also mentioned by Mr. Landesschroen, and we executed jointly with our various partners. And here the German government participated not as a co-financer, but technical implementer through GIC with a component of connectivity, inclusion, and facilitating space for the exchange among the two regions. A recent example is the high-level dialogue on connectivity held 2 days ago at ECLAC with the participation of many of you who are with us here now. This dialogue undoubtedly underscored the relevance of collaboration between the EU and Latin America in order to devise joint solutions to further significant connectivity and safe connectivity connectivity. I'm convinced that the outcomes and synergies of this dialogue will supplement and complement the CELAC initiatives and highlighting the need for a coordinated effort in the region and considering the views of all actors. And it was also Fernando Shaw who said that dialogue is good, it's necessary, it's always necessary to continue with this dialogue. It's never depleted, the challenges change. But we must also get into action, and we believe that action hopefully has to do with contributing to reach action through the project for digital transformation for the regional integration implemented together with ECLAC within the framework of strategic partnerships between ECLAC and BMZ. And yesterday we launched together with Sebastian the Laboratory for Digital Transformation, which is one of the key outcomes of the D4D project to promote regional digital economy, a key area to overcome the development traps that we've identified. And so we also think that the laboratory strengthens the role of ECLAC as the technical secretariat of the ELAC agenda, consolidating its function as the driver of digital development in Latin America and the Caribbean. And perhaps just to close, the basis for all this and our work in this context is collaboration with ECLAC. And it started in the 80s. There has been a long process of joint work, and joint work goes back since that time, resulting in 2003 in the Strategic Alliance ECLAC-BMZ, and it is the basis for joint work. It is a fundamental axis for BMZ work to strengthen the multilateral system. We understand that the work being carried out here together contributes to this strengthening, and this is something else that I believe that in current days must be strengthened. And support mechanisms for regional consensus is a priority to German cooperation because it is the most effective platform to further broaden a vision shared of a more inclusive and sustainable future. This vision focused on the human being, also valid for digital transformation, of course. And today's discussion is yet another example of our commitment to strengthen regional space for the technical exchange and mutual learning. And even with our partners, international agencies present here, such as CANSI, Pacific Alliance, OECD, and so many organizations that took part here and not necessarily directly, well, STICA, yes, part of the region, and the outcomes reached can be seen in the global debate, and we should highlight this is not something done towards the region, but also the intent is to support or raising our voice to bring the outcomes and progress made here to the global level and global fora. And to return to what is ours, we firmly believe that these fora are a unique opportunity not only to coordinate and learn among the countries of the region, but also to guide cooperation between Latin America and the Caribbean and the EU. Thank you very much. I thank the representative of BMZ, and also we have here the director of the International Ibero-American Foundation, Mr. Francisco Tierraseca. The question is how to strengthen cooperation in protecting data between Latin America and Europe, given the experience of your foundation. Okay, thank you very much, Luis, and first of all, good afternoon. And I would like to specify that FIAP is an entity of Spanish cooperation, depending on the government of Spain, specializing in technical cooperation, and hence our role in this alliance. And so our mission, above all, has to do with mobilizing experts, specialists, and placing them at the service of international cooperation, and in this alliance at the service of the EU and Latin America and the Caribbean. In the last few days, we've had an ample discussion regarding the strengthening of our capacities in terms of digitalization, data protection, and transfer and governance of these, as well as cybersecurity. And in this panel, I would like to speak of the instrument that we use to carry this out, that is international cooperation. And in just a few short words, this means putting in common the experience of each country, of each region, with a common goal, and that is that the future, the present, and governance of digitalization must be carried out among everyone. When we speak of international cooperation, we're not exclusively in talking of technical potential or capabilities of each country, but also this is an instrument to strengthen partnerships, confidence and trust among participants. And although this may appear as an obvious principle, I think we must recall it, and that is that the outcome of acting together will always be better than if we did so individually. This is a principle of international cooperation that we must keep up, and that is the key. International cooperation agencies, we are not mere managers, but it is through the work that we do, and so we understand it at FIAP, Spanish Cooperation. What we want is to develop an integral approach, participatory, that has the best possible technical quality, but that also includes an approach respecting human rights and may serve as an instrument for social cohesion, and that includes all layers of the population, most especially women and girls, and not only vulnerable people. That is the aim of cooperation. And second, because digital transformation unavoidably leads to a social transformation, and that is where we must be extremely careful. We need to make the most of the experience of each country, and so Spanish cooperation has wanted to contribute to these discussions and the work done so far. Having been one of the first countries of the world to forge a culture of data protection and being a benchmark in cybersecurity, above all, based on an instrument, a basic instrument, which is the National Cryptological Center in Spain, a true driver of public policy in the face of cyber attacks, and so data protection, and so we believe safe environments for digital transactions. In this one device, well, many of us have our family pics, but also our documents, our credit cards, our mailbox, and also we have bus tickets, and even the key to our house that we open with this device. And so the relevance of data protection and cybersecurity is essential.
We've also contributed with our experience in Spain to elaborate one of the first regulations on artificial intelligence, creating an independent agency to supervise this task. I would like to stress the relevance of the legislative task in achieving legislative frameworks that guarantee all rights.
Asimismo, España impulsó la creación en su día
Spain promoted the creation of the Ibero-American Network of Data Protection to facilitate the joint work in the region. And in terms of the work carried out, the Digital Alliance, and as our German colleague mentioned, the key is to work together with other agencies, GIZ, with France, with AEGA, and where each of us contributes with our capacities for a common goal. And since we specialize in public policies, what we're doing is we work
encargándonos sobre todo de un componente que es el de la gobernanza de datos.
taking charge of data governance, and we've worked with our peers, also closely with the electronic government of Uruguay, a very renowned agency in the region, and we've done it also by including social dialogue with all of the entities involved. And the impacts on the territory and people who have worked in the international cooperation and FIAP have focused on elaborating a detailed analysis of the protection of the region. We've promoted processes in those countries where we had no legislation regarding data protection. We have strengthened and promoted the promotion of the protection of independent data in order to guarantee this protection, and we have supported data transfer at an international level with a safe environment. Especially, we would especially like to stress the importance of protecting personal data in the public sector, but also in the private sector, especially of small and medium companies, as was mentioned yesterday. I would like to bring your attention to the importance of the protection of personal data.
Nos podemos poner de acuerdo en construir autopistas por las que circulen información, mucha
Of course,
información.
having information highways
Pero antes
is
os
of the
hablaba
essence,
de la
but
confianza que la
we
cooperación
need to do so
intenta implantar,
trusting
sobre todo de las alianzas.
that
Si
data will
construimos
be protected. If we build
por las
highways
cuales no van a circular
on which
automóviles
no
porque no tenemos la
data
suficiente
will
confianza,
transfer because we don't
el trabajo que estamos
trust
realizando no
in the
tendrá un buen
system, the
fin.
work we're carrying out
Por lo tanto,
will not come to fruition.
confianza, entorno
So it's
seguro para
important to
permitir que toda la
have a
información
trustworthy
circule con todas las
environment so that we
garantías a
can
través de esas autopistas. Por lo tanto, el resultado tiene que ser unas
transit through
reglas
these
seguras
highways.
para que la
We
información
need to have
circule
safe
con todas
rules
las
so that
garantías de
information
seguridad
can
y buen uso.
circulate
En
safely.
definitiva,
And
en FIAP estamos
in
orgullosos de
conclusion, at
participar
FIAP, we are
en la construcción de
proud
este
to
ecosistema de
participate in the
políticas
construction
públicas
of this
muy importantes.
ecosystem of public
Seguimos
policies. We
disponibles para
continue
seguir
to be at your
avanzando y
disposal
sobre
to
todo
continue advancing and
intercambiando nuestra
exchanging
participación
our
de igual a igual, las
participation or
estrategias
ideas
españolas de inteligencia
with
artificial están a vuestra
Spanish ideas
disposición
on
y por lo
artificial
tanto
intelligence
el buen uso que se tiene que
and
hacer de ellas
the
yo creo
good
que las
use
podemos
that must
forjar
be
con
made
esas
of these.
alianzas a través de
We
la
can do this
cooperación
through our
internacional,
alliances,
por lo que
international
FIAP, por lo que
cooperation.
Cooperación
So
Española
FIAP and
sigue
the
estando a
Spanish
vuestra
cooperation
disposición para
remains at your
afrontar
disposal
esos retos tan importantes
to
para
address
nosotros.
these
Muchas
important
gracias.
challenges. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Francisco. El director de Transformación Digital del Banco de Desarrollo de América
Thank
Latina,
you. The
CAF,
director
Mauricio Agudelo.
of CAF,
Esperamos tus reflexiones sobre cómo
Mauricio Agudelo, you
avanzar
have
en
the
la
floor,
agenda,
and
en la
we
agenda
hope to
digital
hear from you on how to advance the digital
Buenas tardes
agenda
a todos. Gracias, señor
Latin
secretario,
America.
por los 15 minutos
Thank you
que
for
me
the
asigno
15
para
minutes
la
that I've
intervención.
been allocated.
Primero que todo, agradecer la invitación a CAF y sobre todo felicitar
I'd
al
like to thank
equipo
the invitation by CAF and thank
secretario,
ECLAC,
a Marcos, a Sebastián, a Alejandro y a
Marco,
Fernando por el
Sebastián, Fernando,
excelente
Alejandro for the
trabajo que vienen
excellent
realizando durante los
work
últimos,
that
yo
they are
diría, desde que estoy aquí casi 12 años y quiero
they
empezar
are
con eso, ¿no?
doing. And I'd like to
Reafirmar
begin with
el
that to
compromiso de
reaffirm
CAF de
the
continuar
commitment of
apoyando
CAF
con
in continuing
asistencia
to
técnica, con
support
conocimiento y
the
con
region with technical
financiamiento
assistance, knowledge,
esta
and
hoja de
financing
ruta y esta agenda
to
que
continue to
esperamos
support this
apruebe
roadmap and this
después de este panel,
agenda that
¿no?
we hope
Y lo
to
segundo
approve after this
también,
panel.
enfocarme mucho
Secondly,
en
I'd
el
like to
objeto y
focus
en el nombre del
on
panel, la
the
cooperación y
name
las
of the
alianzas.
panel,
Y aquí me
cooperation of
gustaría
these
traer también el
alliances,
nombre de
and
un
I'd like
exministro y
to bring
economista y secretario ejecutivo de la
the
CEPAL,
name
José
of
Antonio
a
Ocampo,
minister, Jose
quien por allá
Antonio
en el
Ocampo, was
2015
the Secretary
publicaba o
General of
editaba un libro
ECLAC
sobre
years ago,
globalización
and he
y cooperación
wrote about
internacional.
globalization and
Entonces,
international
me
cooperation.
gusta mucho porque resalta la
I like
importancia de la cooperación y de
the
las
fact that he
alianzas
stresses the
estratégicas,
importance
sobre
of
todo como
cooperation
todos los
and
demás panelistas lo han comentado,
strategic
en un
partnerships.
escenario donde hay la transición digital
We have heard a lot about
es
the need
transversal y
for this
requiere,
in
digamos, la suma
this digital
de todas
transition.
las
It is
fuerzas. Y aquí, yo que he venido
the
siguiendo este
sum of
mecanismo también, como lo
all
comentaba durante
our
los últimos
efforts.
12 años, veo cómo se han venido
So I have
justamente
seen
celebrar
how
cómo se han venido sumando
we have
organizaciones a esta discusión.
had more
Antes
organizations
estábamos
joining this
muchos,
discussion. Before,
llamemos
there were many
papas
of us
pontificándonos a
that
nosotros mismos en
were
el tema
simply
digital.
preaching to
Hoy, por
ourselves.
ejemplo, celebro ver
Today,
actores de
I am
diferentes
pleased to
organismos
see
internacionales,
stakeholders
además,
from different international
obviamente,
organizations
del
and,
número
of
importante de
course,
países. Y
from
ahí para nosotros
various
es
countries.
importante en el
And
marco, sobre todo de esas alianzas,
it's
hemos venido
important for
construyendo
us
en CAF lo
to
que
see that
llamamos
these
aliados
partnerships have
financieros.
been
Y eso
built
nos ha
with the
permitido
collaboration
sumar
of
cerca de 20
financial
millones de
partners as
dólares
well. It has allowed us
que de
to
alguna otra forma estamos
gather
catalizando y
millions of
poniendo a
dollars that we
disposición
are
de los
catalyzing
países
and
miembros de
putting
CAF
at
para
the
acelerar esa transición
making
digital.
available
¿Y
for
quiénes son
the
estos
countries
aliados
that need it. Who are these
financieros? Tenemos, por
financial
ejemplo, lo
partners?
comentaba
Well, for
Félix,
example,
todo
as
lo
Felix
que es el
mentioned, we
mecanismo del
have
Global
the
Gateway.
global
Nosotros podemos
gateway
ser
mechanism.
ejecutores,
We can
por
be
ejemplo, de
executors
líneas y de
of
vehículos que ellos tienen, como el
this
Latin
line, and
American Caribbean Investment
we
Fund.
have
Ahí
the Latin
hemos
American and
levantado
Caribbean
cerca
Investment
de 10
Fund,
millones de
and
euros,
we
por
have millions
ejemplo,
of
para
euros
acompañar proyectos de
that
digitalización en
accompany
Trinidad y Tobago, una
work
nube
being done, for
distribuida,
example, in
modelos de
Trinidad and
identidad
Tobago,
digital
and
descentralizada, interoperabilidad.
we have a
Ayer hablábamos
decentralized
con el ministro
organization,
y bueno,
and
aquí está Valentín con el
we have
ministro
Valentin
Liscano,
here
como también
with
tenemos
Minister
recursos por
Liscano.
cerca de
We see
4.4
the
millones de
resources
euros que estamos
that are
en
being
alianza con la
contributed
Unión
and that
Europea
we are
para el
using in
plan de
partnership with the
conectividad y
European
así
Union
también,
for the
por ejemplo,
connectivity
con el
plan,
cable
and
submarino en El Salvador. Pero también
also
tenemos otros
working
fondos y
on
otros
the
aliados, el Multilateral
underwater cable.
Cooperation Development
We
Fund,
also have the
donde
Cooperation Development
hemos
Fund, where
también
we've
nos han asignado cerca de 7 millones de
been
euros
allocated
y
7 million
justamente
euros.
son los recursos que
These are
vienen
the
haciendo
resources
los
that
estudios de
have been
preinversión
used
de los
for the
cables submarinos
pre-investment studies
Antártica aquí
of
en
the
Chile, los cables, el
underwater
plan Brecha Cero,
cables,
que es una
the
realmente
Atlantic
cuando
and
uno lo ve es
Antarctica and others.
de una de las
When
mejores
you
prácticas que uno quisiera
look at the
replicar en
best
otros
practices
países,
that you would like to
tener
replicate in other
por
countries, it's
cantón,
important to
¿cierto? En Chile, cómo se está
have
comportando el problema de cobertura, brechas,
an idea
equidad.
of
Es un
how
proyecto
this
obviamente que
is
requiere recursos y hemos asignado
working in
cerca de
each country, and
1.2 millones de
we've
dólares
needed
para
around
eso.
1.2 million
Ahora también
dollars to
con estos
also
recursos
link it in
estamos
Chile.
construyendo lo que
So we're
podría
building
ser una
what
primera
could
red
be a
de
first
supercómputo de
network
high performance
of
computing
high
empezando en
performance
Chile,
computing,
República Dominicana.
beginning with
Queremos sumar a
Chile,
más
Dominican
países y
Republic,
ahí
and we hope to
justamente
add more
también
countries.
con
And
la
here,
AECID, que es la Agencia
also with
Española de
ADECID, which is
Cooperación,
the Spanish
recientemente nos
cooperation,
han dado el éxito que hemos
we have
demostrado en el manejo y en la
seen the
asignación de estos recursos
success
como CAF
in the
y como banca
allocation
que
of these
acompaña el
resources
desarrollo digital de los
accompanying the
países.
digital development
Vamos
in
a
our
ejecutar cerca
countries.
de
We will be
500.000 dólares
executing
para
$500,000
armar unos diálogos en torno a la
to
importancia de la inteligencia
promote
artificial,
dialogue
más
on
allá de su uso
the
ético y
importance of
responsable,
artificial
y
intelligence
más allá de si se debe o no regular, pues
beyond whether
impulsar
it
casos
needs to be
aplicados,
regulated or not. These
obviamente, a lo
are
que la agenda
cases applied
está
to the
observando hoy.
agenda.
También 2.7 millones de euros
There
por
are
año para
2.7 million,
ejecutar modelos de
2.7
HPC
billion euro
también en la región.
also to
Y así
be
pues,
distributed
son
in the region.
recursos externos,
These
pero
resources
nosotros
are
también
external
como banca de
resources, but
desarrollo
we are
tenemos
a development bank and we
financiamiento que en los
have
últimos años han
financing
sumado
that
5.000 millones de dólares,
we've
financiamiento
had
orientado a
$5.5
cerrar las
billion
brechas de conectividad y de inclusión
collected
digital,
for
también
digital
a escalar
inclusion,
una
also
industria
scaling
digital
a digital
de
industry.
startups. Por ejemplo,
With
ayer lo
startups,
conversábamos
yesterday
en
we
la Alianza del Pacífico
heard
en
about
materia,
that
por
from the
ejemplo, de
Pacific
unicornios o
Alliance, the
empresas de
importance
base
of having
tecnológica que
unicorns
hagan
and technological companies that
investigación
can
e
do
innovación
research and
en las fronteras
innovation
de los ecosistemas
across
TEC.
the borders
Y
in
así
these
otros temas
ecosystems.
que me gustaría
There are
mencionar que
other
tienen que
things
ver
that I'd
con
like to mention
cooperación,
that have to do
no
with
tanto
cooperation, not so
financiera, sino
much
también
financial, but
de aporte al
that
conocimiento que se
contribute
requiere
to
para
knowledge.
desarrollar esta hoja de ruta. Hemos en el
And
pasado, por ejemplo, acompañado estudios sobre
we've also
infraestructura,
had
hemos
studies
acompañado estudios
on
sobre el mercado
infrastructure,
regional
on
digital,
the
que
regional
todo
digital
esto
market,
alimenta
and
el
all
debate y la
this
discusión
feeds
de
this discussion and this debate on the day-to-day work that is done with the agenda. And recently, we've decided to launch a $5 million effort that will double our funds. And It will be put at the disposal of countries that want to promote and lead the implementation of the agenda. This is also important because we have important collaboration bases with UNESCO. We've already carried out 2 ministerial summits, and Minister Kik from Colombia organized the Cartagena summit with CAN. We've also accompanied very important studies, for example, on the protection of digital rights, and with the Undersecretary of Peru, who had issues with roaming. With the CAN, we were able to eliminate roaming charges in some technical studies that we carried out for the Andean community. We tried to do it with the Pacific Alliance, but it was a little complicated with the OAS, with the ILO. We have very important work with community networks, where we were leading this with Sergio. And, in the framework of the VELA project, as well as the Clara network, we will be we'll be adding $1 million to this advanced technology research group. Beyond this digital transition, our mandate by the 24 countries and our board is to accompany this green transition. Here, we require enormous cooperation for strategic alliances, and at CAF, we are convinced that beyond all of the discussions on artificial intelligence, if there is an important role with technology to accompany mitigation and adaptation of the countries of Latin America to climate change, now that we're experiencing a series of natural disasters in the Caribbean associated with hurricanes, and then Colombia recently and Panama. Although we have a cooperation that is at a regional and executive level, we're also very much focused on parliamentary work, where we make these legislative decisions that allow for structural changes. And we launched in Montevideo the first Ibero-American forum, digital forum, where they're working on a roadmap to articulate these 250 bills that would attempt to regulate or to moderate this artificial intelligence. An opportunity that arises here with nearshoring in Latin America and the Caribbean is, for example, in promoting a regional industry of semiconductors. And in the Caribbean, we have an office for the English-speaking Caribbean. We accompany the agenda with small island digital states. And we have worked with Trinidad and Tobago and other countries to build a regional cooperation in the Caribbean.
Also, capacity building is crucial. This would not be possible without that. And this partnership with ECLAC and other organizations that has already been underway for 10 years. In fact, in Sao Paulo, we've come with the 10th digital school, which has enabled hundreds of policymakers and regulators to be trained in these aspects. We have close to 10 partners and allies at these schools, and we conducted the first version of this in the Caribbean this year. So I just wanted to reaffirm CAF's commitment, and I appreciate the invitation, of course, and hopefully this discussion, these resources will be useful to have concrete material outcomes. And then again, CAF is for the from the Latin American and Caribbean region for Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Mauricio.
Thank you,
Es muy
Mauricio.
importante para esta agenda también la participación de las múltiples partes
The
interesadas.
participation
Valeria
of the
Betancourt, de la
multiple
Asociación para el Progreso en las
stakeholders is key for
Comunicaciones,
this agenda
en
as well.
representación de este comité de múltiples partes interesadas del Foro de Gobernanza de Internet para América Latina y el
For the
Caribe. Te doy la
cooperation
voz para
strategic
cerrar el
partnership
panel y
participation.
también para ver
I would
dónde
just
hay
like
que
to
poner el
thank you
esfuerzo,
all
cómo
for
lo
your
ven ustedes.
support. And Valeria Betancourt, perhaps you can talk about where we should place all of our focus. Thank you. It's challenging to be the last speaker, but nonetheless, I wanted to thank you on behalf of the Multi-Stakeholder Committee of LAC Internet Governance Forum. This session is being broadcast at the Telefónica headquarters, given the interest in this topic, and also as an example of the commitment to this concept. Now, strategic support for the digital transformation is key. Let's think about where we are in this point. We know we're at a turning point with regard to designing the digital future. We know that the global digital compact is key. We know that the multilateral agenda has been refreshed. The compact for the future, on the one hand, and also we've heard about revisiting the 20 years of the Information Society Summit. We know that this guided the foundation of ELAC and guided the definition of the future back then, which is not the past. So in any event, digital cooperation, the way we understand it, should begin recognizing that our region faces significant structural inequalities, and the digital discussion and closing the digital divide is increasingly more complete. It's crucial for the planet, for communities, and for people. That's why cooperation for digital transformation based on the complementary nature of multi-sectoralism and multilateralism is crucial. So both this multi-sectoral and multilateral participation is crucial, and multi-sectoral participation is essential for facing the challenges we face, not just related to digital technology governance and data governance, but other areas. Now, it's with that understanding that the committee is committed to the platform and enables cooperation among the various players in the region behind common initiatives. We have heard over these 17 years of the forum many different examples of these, and in order to have a strengthened approach, we need the commitment from the governments from the region. So I would just like to take advantage of this opportunity to make an appeal and an invitation to the governments of the region so that they will join the private sector, join the technical community, join civil society and the other governments that are already party to this process to defining this regional internet governance agenda, and so that jointly we can contribute to strengthening the principles established at the World Summit on the Information Society for multi-sectoral cooperation and for building partnerships and alliances, and so that we may rise to the occasion to truly face the challenges on the fore and public-private partnerships and public-private social partnerships for social benefit. We have identified in our organization over years that aspects related to digital technologies, specifically related to governance, have been relegated to a second plane with regard to policy. Even when you have governance cooperation, this does not necessarily translate into concrete action. So we think strategic cooperation involves strengthening existing processes and making synergies a possibility. This involves bridges between ELAC and the Forum for Governance in Latin America in the Caribbean in order to have a safe, inclusive, open digital future through participatory mechanisms. The Latin American and LAGAJEF has identified some of the unavoidable priorities for the region. For example, we need to move towards meaningful connectivity, focus on human rights on and offline, define guidelines for digital governance, digital democracy, and fight against climate change by securing environmental sustainability. In 2025, LACIGF will evolve in its institutional work, and we think there's a possibility to align with the ELAC working groups around complementary efforts and efforts that are mutually beneficial relative to common priorities. For example, LAGAJEV and ELAC may jointly contribute to substantially closing the digital divide, including the gender digital divide, by collaborating together to have policies and regulations that will favor the coexistence of different models, for example, models that provide greater connectivity, or in fact collaborating on setting up financial mechanisms and innovative mechanisms and developing public digital infrastructure. We believe that working together with ELAC and LAGAJEF, we will be able to ensure that the benefits of the digital economy reach all, specifically those groups that have been historically marginalized. And it's important to have digital spaces that respect human rights, including the economic, cultural, and social rights. Building partnerships should go on in order to secure this potential. With regard to Latin America and the global challenge of building a digital future, a discussion that was held yesterday, it was emphasized that it's important to have a multi-stakeholder model, and we talked about the need to have clear, stable, multi-sectoral participation mechanisms as a foundation for partnerships in digital realm to actually be effective. That's the only way that we will have concrete results with a positive impact on how the problems and challenges we face are addressed. It's not just about fostering cooperation among the different stakeholders, but assessing the impact as well. That's why it's important perhaps to underscore the multi-sectoral harmonization, that the guidelines that were issued for strengthening the multi-sectoral collaborative dialogue model. Reinforcing the multilateral system is fundamental, and this cannot be carried out at the expense of weakening multilateral collaboration. Quite the contrary. So the upcoming years will be decisive with regard to the digital realm. We have the Global Digital Compact, the Summit Plus 20 and the outcomes of that process, and ELAC has committed to reinforcing multi-sectoral political dialogue and to jointly finding ways to universalize digital connectivity and all in order to meet the ongoing and emerging challenges in the digital realm, including the environmental crisis. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Valeria. Ha sido un largo panel.
Thank you, Valeria. It's been a very long panel, long list of individuals who have referred to cooperation. Now, I need to ask, are there any delegations who would like to briefly take the floor? Have these presentations triggered any urgent comments? If so, we believe we can give the floor to 2 or 3 delegations. All right, then let us move on. Okay, I think we're all pleased that we gave you the opportunity to speak. Let me give the floor to the chairman to continue with the final points on the agenda. Thank you, Luis. We are reaching the And lunch is soon, but we do have a pending issue. Yesterday, we pre-approved several documents, and now the countries, the ELAC countries, will adopt the new final versions that you have received with the changes included yesterday. There are some pending drafting issues that we would like to now address. The first document will be the draft agreement. Yesterday, there was a mention of the need to change the name of the summit, and which will be the Ministerial Summit on the Information Society. The Ministerial Conference on the Information Society in Latin America and the Caribbean. Are there any issues regarding the new proposed name? Very well then, hereby approved, adopted. Will be renamed as Ministerial Conference on the Information Society and the Digital Transformation. With regard to the draft Santiago Declaration, Uruguay and Colombia had a pending conversation with regard to a proposal to simplify some of the wording. The new version includes a simplification. Colombia agrees with the new proposition, and all of the delegations have the draft declaration in their hands. Would anyone care to comment on the final changes?
Bien, entonces se da por aprobada la declaración de Santiago.
Excellent. The draft Santiago Declaration is hereby adopted. And finally, the digital agenda for Latin America and the Caribbean. There was a proposal that was discussed at length, and some suggestions were made by Brazil, Jamaica, Peru, Uruguay. I would like to first ask Brazil if the additions satisfy you. Yes, excellent. The same question for Jamaica. Jamaica had made some suggestions. Do you agree with these? Yes, excellent. Thank you. Peru had also made some suggestions. Is Peru in agreement? And Uruguay in agreement? Okay. Now that we all have the most recent version of the digital agenda for Latin America and the Caribbean, ELAC 2026, are there any delegations that would like to make some additional observations or that may be in disagreement? No, excellent. The ELAC 2026 digital agenda is hereby adopted. Having said that, I am only going to speak for another 20 minutes. Before closing, Marco and I were talking about the focus of the approach over the next years. We have received support from Uruguay with regard to the presidency. There's been work on the digital economy, cybersecurity, AI, etc. And now we will provide continuity to that with a significant focus on moving to action, concrete action. We'll be talking about that over the last 2 days. And we will be significantly focusing on how to best apply digital technology to boost our country's productivity and economies.
In consequence, we want to invite you to participate actively. We will be summoning these specific technical working groups with these approaches. And I would like to ask Marco whether we have anything else to highlight in the future agenda. Okay, so
Muchísimas gracias, presidente, y buenas
thank you,
todos.
Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for reaching this moment in the week with all that very good energy. Dear delegations, authorities, and colleagues, it is an honor for me to speak to you when we close this 9th conference of ELAC. First of all, I would like to highlight the committed participation of 23 delegations of countries of the region that have enriched these discussions with their own perspectives and contributions. So their devotion confirms our shared commitment of advancing towards a more inclusive and more prosperous digital future. Within this framework, we can perhaps mention an important milestone, the approval of a new digital agenda for Latin America and the Caribbean, 2026, ELAC 2026. Now, this document is not only a guideline, but rather a joint commitment that establishes a clear direction for our region to benefit from the transformational power of digital technologies. The Digital Agenda 2026 also becomes a cooperation platform that we must benefit from in order to align efforts and coordinate policies, enabling us to overcome the development traps that we have: low growth capability, persistent inequality, and weak institutional and governance capacities. We believe that a distinctive aspect of this conference, without any doubt, has been that we are living in a new digital era, characterized by the speedy advance of artificial intelligence. This technological revolution provides extraordinary opportunities in order to transform our economies, improve productivity, and promote a more inclusive and sustainable development. Regardless of that, these opportunities also imply challenges that require a collective answers and innovating strategies. Artificial intelligence has the potential of redefining whole sectors and of changing the way in which we live and work, but only if and when it is adopted in an ethical and strategic manner, guaranteeing that its benefits reach all the population. Within this context, international cooperation becomes more crucial than ever. The participation of international entities and of other countries outside the Latin American and Caribbean region during the conference has been essential in order to strengthen joint work and advance with global cooperation around digital issues. This year, that has been extremely relevant with the approval of the Global Digital Compact during the Summit of the Future, which is the decisive step highlighting the importance of multi-sectorial and international cooperation around these aspects. As has been said, we commemorate 20 years since the World Summit on the Society of Information. That reminds us of the experience that we have achieved and the need to deepen our efforts. I would also like to highlight that this week we have held the high-level dialogues around the digital alliance between EU and Latin America and the Caribbean. These exchanges have enabled us to exchange knowledge and best practices and define concrete actions in order to tackle common challenges. So we hope that these dialogues will enable us to make progress with concrete results that we will be able to show during the next EU CELAC summit that will be held in 2025 in Colombia. I would like to highlight the role played by Chile that becomes president of ELAC in this new stage. Its contribution has been fundamental in order to organize this conference, and certainly during its leadership, I am sure that the region will make substantial progress in terms of digital transformation. As we said yesterday, ELAC begins a new stage as from now, a stage during which we will privilege action, a stage during which we will seek to work around concrete projects to test digital transformation projects launched yesterday with GIZ BMZ, and we will supplement our metrics in order to measure the degree and the true benefit that we're obtaining from digital technology. A new stage during which we will try to benefit more from the working groups within the framework of ELAC. A new stage when we will seek to bring on board new stakeholders to this discussion. A new stage where ELAC may be useful useful in order to support and bring to fruition many of the discussions held in the region seeking synergies. Basically, a new stage during which we will accelerate our efforts in order to move towards a real and effective use of digital technologies, enabling us to overcome the development traps that we face. I would like to thank all participants for their dedication and for the contributions, and I would like to especially thank my own team, Sebastián Rovira, Alejandro Patiño, Fernando Rojas, Demetris Heraclus, and Laura Poveda, and the whole support team, María José Hernández, Evelyn Jerez, Francisca Lira. I would also like to thank the Secretariat of the Commission, headed by Luis Yañez, and the rest of the areas of ECLAC that supported us. All of them have enabled a successful conference. Finally, I would also like to thank Brazil because it has offered to provide continuity to this process in 2026. Let us continue. Let us continue to work together so that this digital agenda may be translated into concrete actions that promote the development of Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much, and I wish you success in the implementation of what has been agreed during this conference. Thank you.
Bien. Estimadas y estimados asistentes, con las palabras de Marco damos por terminada
Thus, we conclude this meeting, and we begin to work in the future ELAC 2026 agenda with the focuses that we have mentioned. Thank you for participating, and see you again on a next occasion.